Urgent assistance.
In modern Britain,
There's been a big accident.
the most dramatic 999 calls
The car is now on fire.
often require not one, but two emergency responders.
I'm a police officer, she's a paramedic.
In Kent, one of Britain's biggest counties,
I'm just thinking if we just cover it all.
a groundbreaking joint response unit has been formed,
Ready, set, lift.
where both police and paramedic combine in one specialist vehicle
You've been arrested for assault.
to answer some of the most extreme 999 calls.
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear? Shocked.
We already outdone ourselves on that one.
Face the wall? Mate, I can't believe we got him.
Coming up,
Lots of pressure, really tight.
the victim of a violent assault is minutes from death.
It's proper pouring down his shirt.
A hit-and-run driver causes chaos on the motorway,
So you've been hit and then hit into... Yes. It's kind of like dominoes almost.
and an unexpected passenger has a lucky escape.
We have a sloth!
Violent crime is on the rise. In England and Wales in 2021, there were almost 50,000 police-recorded offences involving knives or sharp instruments. (8:50 p.m. and Special Constable Mike and Paramedic Chelsea at the JRU team called to an assault in Strood, North Kent.
So we have a paramedic on scene who's put in a grade 1 backup request, which basically means that they need immediate help right now.
We're off to Strood High Street. There's apparently a man...
Stand
by. Yeah, 03, go ahead.
Yeah, just to keep you updated, the C-Cam patrol that are at the scene dealing with this job you're en route to, they're having trouble with the patient. They can't stem the bleeding. It's quite a severe head injury. They're requesting further assistance from C-Cam as well, so just to let you know what you're going to.
Yeah, that's received.
The JRU teams are uniquely equipped to deal with a violent assault, with a paramedic to deal with injuries, and police to protect their colleague and investigate the crime.
I mean, there's a man who's been attacked in a Chinese restaurant, I think. He's got a very severe head injury by the sound of it. There's another C-Cam crew who are there at the moment. So obviously we're going to attend to try to help this other crew. From a police perspective, obviously we're going to take some details from this chap and any evidence that can be gathered at the time in terms of witnesses, etc., and see if we can potentially locate these the people who've attacked this male.
If we really can't stem bleeding, then there's always a risk of death through catastrophic blood loss.
4 minutes after the call, the team arrive and are debriefed by the first responder, who's there by herself and has requested the urgent backup.
Hello.
29-year-old.
Yeah.
He's been hit over the head this evening. Was over at the pub and has got into an altercation with someone. Don't know what happened. Someone's hit him over the head with something. Not sure exactly what it is. He's got a nasty laceration.
I'm going to grab the drugs bag and the critical hemorrhage. Yeah, he's got some quite significant blood loss, and you can see that it's still actively bleeding despite the pressure that Natalie's got on it. So it's just sorting controlling the blood loss at the moment.
An ambulance crew has also responded to the call and arrives just as Chelsea needs another pair of hands.
Can I get one of you in here putting pressure on where Natalie is?
Yeah, no way, chap. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about putting one of them on his head as well, just to help with clotting. Do you guys want to potentially look at doing that? It's just the hemostatic gauze.
Hemostatic gauze is a dressing the teams use in life-threatening injuries. It helps the victim's blood clot, even if a major artery has been severed.
Michael,
No.
it's still bleeding, guys. A lot of pressure, really tight. Michael, do you mind if we pop it into your arm and
Go for it!
Uncontrolled hemorrhaging from a wound can lead to death within minutes if left untreated. and Michael continues to lose a lot of blood.
The amount of blood that the patient's losing at the moment is quite a hefty amount. It's quite a concerning amount. Heads are a very vascular area and they always bleed a lot more than I think people would expect them to, so it can be quite alarming how much they bleed. But even for us, this is quite extensive. Just going to cannulate Michael so we can give him something to help stop the bleeding. Right, Michael, there's going to be a sharp scratch. You stay nice and still for us. Sharp scratch. No.
Right, shall we go for it, see what happens?
All right, hang on, have we got other bandages ready to go straight on top of it after? Or, I was thinking, have we got new ones of these that we can put straight on top of it? You're right, mate, it's going straight in your eye.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. Go for it. Can we put a finger on it?
No.
Nick, we're just going to move the bandage.
Yeah, mate, go do what you've got to do.
Oh, it's proper pouring down his shirt. The rate that he's bleeding, it's not going to be long until his body can't compensate any longer and he drops his blood pressure and he starts kind of losing consciousness.
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. So this is ready.
We've got an ambulance en route. It's an ambulance and a police officer. Is that okay?
A police arrest has turned into a medical emergency, and the police have asked for JRU paramedic support.
Juliet Romeo 07 to control.
Go ahead.
Can you create a CAD for us, please, for a C1 call? So we're going to a male who's been reported to be unconscious with noisy breathing. We believe he's in a public place, that he's on the path.
It could be that he's having a cardiac event, his heart's gone into a rhythm not sustainable with life, so CPR is needed. It could be that he's diabetic and his sugar levels have dropped. It could be having a neurological event. It could be various reasons as to why he's unconscious, not breathing.
Lisa is the first paramedic on scene, with an ambulance just behind her.
So he's having a seizure.
Okay. Hi guys, you all right? You can breathe, darling, because you're talking. Just calm yourself down. Calm yourself down.
Guess who's
What's
here
happened?
now? The ambulance is here now. Stop. A stop check.
Yep.
You can breathe because you're speaking.
The man appears to be fitting, but the police think there might be more to the seizure than meets the eye, and they want paramedic Lisa's assessment.
Hey, he's heading for a drug search.
Right, and then...
having this fit suddenly.
Okay.
Dear. Right.
Shall we get him... We'll get him on the stretcher and get him in some light.
How are we staying heavy?
The car was stopped for a search. They've done a drug search on him and then he's gone into this episode. Right. He's responding to pain, he is responding to voice. He's saying he can't breathe, but I said you can breathe because you're talking to me. If we just get him on the ambulance, we can see what we're doing with him. But he's responding to voice, he's responding to pain, so...
Whatever the police's suspicions, Lisa has to consider all possible causes for the man's symptoms.
There is a potential that he has taken something.
Okay.
Because of quite a big amount of Class A in this car.
Oh.
So once we've medically checked him, then they're going to arrest him, if we're happy.
For drug driving, I assume.
Calm yourself down, mate, come on. Calm yourself down.
In North Kent, JRU paramedic Lisa is dealing with a patient at the roadside.
Right, open your eyes and look at me. I'm a paramedic. Open your eyes, look at me. Open your eyes.
He started fitting after being stopped by the police for suspected drug dealing, but the officers aren't convinced the seizures are real.
Right, squeeze my hand if you can hear me. Right, you're going to get on our stretcher. No, listen, don't start. Listen. Right, we're going to get you on our stretcher, all right? But you've got to play ball here because I don't want us all falling on the ground, all right? So we're going to stand you up on your feet and swivel you around and get you on the bed. Ready? 1, 2, 3, stand up. Sit down. Right, you're going to lay down backwards. 2, 3. That's it. I've got his legs, if you put the belt on. All right, let's get you in the light and we can see what we're doing.
The patient was driving a car with one passenger who's now being interviewed by the police.
We give it a little tilt, Mia. We'll check him over thoroughly, we'll do his observations, see if that throws anything up in case there is something actually going on. We'll try and get a full set of obs on him if he allows it, and hopefully that'll give us a clearer picture. If that's all within normal ranges, he'll still go to hospital to be checked, and he'll be accompanied by the police to go to hospital. Right, you're with the paramedics now. I'm just going to do your blood pressure. Now go tight on your arm. Stop moving. No, I don't think so.
You need to calm down a bit, mate, all right?
Come on, we're only trying to do your blood pressure. We're trying to help you. Right, listen. You squeeze my hand if you can hear me. Thank you. Right, so you do know what's going on. Listen, we're just going to do some checks on you. We're going to do your blood pressure. We're going to do your heart rate. Listen. Calm down, calm down, calm down. And we do a blood glucose, I think. All right, calm down, calm down. Did we get an idea of what he takes, or?
There was a pipe, and what's been found in the car is what, at this moment in time, we believe to be Class A. It's crystal now.
Right.
Okay. He's going to be placed under arrest for possession of intent to supply.
Sharp scratch in your finger.
Lisa needs to be happy that the suspect is aware of what's happening for it to be a legal arrest.
He was squeezing my hand when I asked him to. Keep still.
The time is 21:04. I'm placing you under arrest under suspicion of possession with intent to supply Class A. Do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later will iron in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. The necessity for your arrest is to protect people and also to allow an prompt effective investigation by means of questioning.
Yeah, so oxygen levels are fine. Every time I try and do his blood pressure, though, he's moving. So we're probably not going to get a blood pressure. Just keep your arm still. His heart rate's about 80, 90. It was a little bit more tacky, but that was when he was having one of his little funny turns. OK, he's squeezed my hand even without me asking. He understood everything. He said, why is he going to hospital? I've told him why. I've told him he's in a moving vehicle, so he's got seatbelts on. And he's all yours.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Need to get him up there, don't we?
Yeah. We don't know for sure if this man's suffering a medical episode. We don't really know very much about him, but our observations suggest nothing serious is going on. There is evidence that he has taken something, so obviously that could be contributing to his behaviour this evening. He does understand what's going on. He was squeezing my hand when I asked him to. He's answered yes and no to a few things, so he's with it enough to know what's going on, so hopefully they don't have too much of a horrendous journey on the way to hospital and he behaves himself.
Over in Strood, a man is suffering catastrophic blood loss from a head wound after being attacked by a stranger outside a pub.
It's proper pouring down his shirt.
Paramedic Chelsea is trying to stop the bleeding.
Specialist pouch, isn't it there?
This is going to be a bit of a squeeze on your head now.
No, you go for it back,
all right?
Put it in.
It's got a radio.
Yeah, it's got a radio.
That's it. Nice and tight. Well done.
At least you're in good spirits.
Well, it's that big, yeah, well, do it.
So this chap's got a really serious bleed. Apparently the attack was happening in a pub nearby. So I'm just getting a few more details from him if I can.
The bleeding slows down just enough to allow Police Constable Mike to step in and ask questions about the attack.
Were you in the pub tonight? Or?
Yes.
So you've been drinking in the pub, had a few beers, and then someone from the pub you think...
No, it's a bloke outside who's smoking a ganja. I don't like that shit.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah.
And that's it.
It was a simple argument outside the pub that led to his potentially life-changing injury.
Walk out.
Oh, I've got to the trouble of bringing it in for you, Michael.
Special Constable Mike still needs more information in order to track down the attacker.
You don't know this person?
No, I know where he is.
Where is he? What does he look like? What's he wearing? What sort of age?
20s.
20s? Yeah. Okay. It's quite a difficult situation because we need to take him obviously, you know, to hospital because that injury is still bleeding. We need to get as much information as we can, but of course, we need to get to hospital as well, so it's a bit of a tricky situation. On the face of this is certainly a case of GBH. The attacker may still will be in the area. A weapon of some sort has been used as well, judging by the injury. So we need to try to find that from a forensic point of view. And there's sorry, my colleague just needs to get some there. So immediately after the incident is when we have this sort of, you know, like a golden hour, really, of trying to gain as much information and intelligence and evidence after an event like this that we can.
Right, let's take this dressing off and have a little look and see what's going on then, yeah?
Yeah, mate.
Right, a laceration to the top of his head, about 10 to 15 centimetres.
Okay.
So this wound is as bad a head injury as I've ever seen.
The first few hours of an investigation are crucial for police to find clues in order to catch the perpetrator of this brutal assault.
Any other injuries anywhere else?
No, mate.
Do you know what they hit you with?
I ain't got a clue, but I know it hurt.
Okay.
Chelsea?
Yes. Do you know who it is?
No, I don't know who it is. No. And a little bit of a I wouldn't say conversation. I don't like smoking. I don't like the weed, and that's all. That's all I said to him. Also, where are you?
All right then, sweet. All right then.
Yeah, fine. He's stable, but we're just having trouble controlling that bleeding, so we're going to get to hospital as quick as we can now. Mike, you're staying here for now, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
Whilst Chelsea accompanies the victim to hospital, Mike begins his search for evidence outside the pub where the man said the attack took place. He manages to find an eyewitness.
I don't know what time, but they come from around the corner and about 6 of them was standing there.
Okay.
I can't see who they were because I don't fancy them.
Are they masks, are they? Do you know, did you hear what?
A big metal thing.
A big metal thing? That lady there, sort of 6 people sort of wandering around, one of them had a metal something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this car park is a scene. This is where we think that this assault may well have happened. With a scene, it means that no members of the public or anyone can come in or out of this area, which is this little alleyway and a car park you see behind us here. So this scene will last for as long as is needed. The detective sergeant will come down with CID and they will do whatever they need to do in terms of gathering forensic evidence.
30 minutes later, CID, the Criminal Investigation Department, and a forensic team arrive and begin the essential task of preserving evidence. With time ticking away, they quickly turn up some vital forensics.
Transpires that just a few yards down the road, just here, there's some blood on the floor, which we'd assume is blood from the victim. But forensics are going to take some photos and take some swabs and do what they need to do. But certainly some progress has been made. I think we'll try and find if there's any trail that leads us back to where we think where we found the guy over at outside the Chinese shop, which is about 100 yards behind where we're standing now.
Whilst the forensic team continue with their investigation, the victim of the attack is in A&E, where he may need to undergo a blood transfusion.
It's case closed for tonight at least, but hopefully over the next few days more things will come to light and we'll be able to bring the person who did this crime to justice.
They may be compact, but the specialised vehicles driven by the Joint Response Unit contain everything a paramedic may need in an emergency. And it all has to fit into this one boot.
So we've got quite an impressive array of kit here. We've basically got everything that a full-size ambulance has here, apart from the stretcher. Obviously, being a car, it's quite impressive it can fit it all in. The first bit of kit we'd normally grab out is our primary bag.
The primary bag is the one a paramedic always arrives with.
We've got stuff to check heart rate, oxygen levels, blood sugars. Then we've got some airway management stuff. So the next bit of kit we'd reach for is our life pack. So that's for all our cardiac monitoring. If someone's in cardiac arrest, it's got our defib attached to it as well. We've got our drugs bag here.
Drugs include adrenaline, gas and air, and morphine.
So this is our IO gun. That's to drill into bones, basically, so we can give drugs and fluids through the bones. This is our trauma kit. So it's got blast dressings, chest seals and tourniquets, all those kind of major trauma bits and pieces that are needed. Then behind that we've got our burns pack, and then we've got our maternity pack.
With their car fully stocked with medical equipment,
50 Alpha to control.
Paramedic Willow and Special Sergeant Hannah are on their way to a road traffic collision in Sittingbourne, Kent, 45 miles from London.
By the looks of it, it's two-vehicle RTC, carriageway is blocked in Sittingbourne. So it says that a female has got a leg injury. Update. Passenger airbag inflated. Informant saying no visible injuries outside the car. Victim is complaining of hip injury. Door is not able to open, trapped in the vehicle. KFRS have got 2 fire engines en route.
Oh, the big boys are here.
Is there any police there yet? Shall I help you out for a bit then?
Hello, you right?
We've got one female on the driver's seat.
Yeah.
15 load on that side.
How old is she?
Late 20s, early 30s.
Okay, all right, okay. Okay, that's fine. I'll get some stuff and have a look at her.
Yeah.
At a junction, the woman's high-performance VW Scirocco has been hit from the side or T-boned by a Ford.
But we're going to take the door off so you get a bit more access and make it as easy as possible.
Yeah, okay, that's absolutely
Right,
fine,
so
yeah.
If you want to assess her...
Yeah, I'll grab some stuff. I'll have a quick chat with her. The fire brigade just said that there's been an RTC, so this car has been T-boned by the other car. So fire are currently planning, they can't get to her door, we can't get her door open, so they're going to cut her door off so that we can have better access to her.
The woman is trapped in her car, and until she's freed, paramedic Willow can't treat her. In Sittingbourne, a woman has crashed her car and been trapped inside for 15 minutes. Paramedic Willow is unable to get to her. Fire crew are using a specialist tool called the Jaws of Life to set her free. While the fire crews struggle with the door, paramedic Willow checks on the woman.
Are you normally sitting well? Any medical problems at all?
I recently had surgery.
Okay. So listen, when that door's off, I'm going to come round and check you over properly, do your blood pressure and stuff like that, and then see about getting you out of the car. The pain you've got, how bad is it out of 10?
About an 8.
About an 8, okay, all right.
In making her medical assessments, Willow has help from an unexpected direction.
My colleague, he's off duty, John, so he's come across it and actually stopped to help. It's nice we've got a second pair of hands. It's a second opinion, someone that can kind of help you out.
Within minutes, the door is off.
Lauren, it's all done. Hello. Right. Can I, first of all, just get to your arm? Is that all right? And do your blood pressure? Is that okay? Will this roll up, do you think? So let's do your blood pressure.
Lauren is in shock, and paramedic Willow needs to keep her calm.
What is the slough in the back all about?
What is it?
Really? Does he just travel around with you?
Yeah, I can't get back the car, it's too big. Once I pushed it in, that was it.
How funny. Right, can I cinch your chest? Is that all right? Any problems with your breathing at all? Any pain when you breathe?
No,
okay.
I don't think so. I've just been concentrating on my hips.
Yeah.
Willow gives Lauren a mix of nitrous oxide and oxygen to help with the excruciating pain in her hip.
So my thoughts were, if you're in so much pain, before we get you out, was to give you some pain relief. Can I quickly feel your neck and your back? Is that all right? And you said the main pain is in this hip here?
Yeah, I've got a bit of pain in
Yeah,
here.
okay. Have you had morphine before?
Possibly, I think
Okay. Sorry, Lauren, that probably is quite painful in your hands.
The morphine going into her hand will give her far greater and longer lasting pain relief.
Right, do you want that gas? Can we go back on it? Yeah? So I'm gonna have a little feel, if that's all right, of your chest, your tummy, your legs, and see what you can do. Can you feel both feet? Can you move your toes? You've been moving them around? Okay, all right. Can you feel legs as normal?
Yeah, but that one's tingly.
This one's tingly, is it? Okay. Oh. Tingly, okay. So
the tingling sensation in Lauren's leg could indicate a spinal injury.
Can you feel me touching it?
I can feel you touching it.
And it feels...
pins and needles. That one's okay.
But this one's like pins and needles,
yeah.
okay. And in terms of like your thighs, how are they? Just...
That
okay.
one.
So we're Okay. All right, okay, that's fine. Go back on that gas. That's fine, go back on that gas for me.
If Lauren has damaged her spine, it's critical that she's not moved until the ambulance arrives. They will need to immobilise her, as any movement could cause further injury.
She's in quite a lot of discomfort and she's got tingling in that right leg. So I'm going to wait for the ambulance to get here before we get her out. The problem that we've got is actually her injuries are still unknown and she could still have some nasty injuries. She needs that medical assessment at a local trauma unit to be assessed. And you've still got that abnormal sensation in that leg? Yeah, okay. The difficulty you've got is because the sensation you've got is the issue is, have you done some damage to your spine? So what we would need to do is kind of take a precautionary, immobilise you, lay you down, put the box beside your head, that whole kabif down. All right, okay.
As they wait for the ambulance, Lauren has to stay rigid in her seat. Hannah takes the opportunity to breathalyse her.
So just blow, long blow. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. 0. Passed, so nothing to worry about. It's just that because you've been involved in a traffic collision.
50 minutes later, the ambulance arrives and Lauren can finally be moved. But even with the pain relief, it's still extremely painful.
Yeah. All right, and you swing this leg first. Brilliant. Ready? Brilliant. Well done.
Lauren, how are you feeling? Are you better now you're out of the car? Achy? Yeah, of course, okay. We'll get in the warm. All right.
Recovery here, so they're going to drag the vehicle, obviously it can't be moved, so they're going to drag it onto the recovery truck, sweep the road, clear all the debris, and then both patrols at either end will be free to go, and we can get the road open again as soon as the ambulance is ready to move.
Before the damaged car is recovered, there's one more passenger to rescue.
And the sloth out. The sloth? What, let's pick the sloth?
Wait for this. Hang on. We have a sloth!
The unique partnership of the Joint Response Unit saves time and money by having cop and paramedic together in the same car.
GR07 control, go ahead.
So he called us on a category 2, just outside for the 5-year-old unconscious.
Yeah, we'll go have a look.
Tonight, Special Sergeant Jack and paramedic Aisha are on their way to an emergency in Medway.
25-year-old, unconscious, outside. That's unfortunately all the details we got.
The information is sketchy, and with the duo driving into one of the highest crime rate areas of Kent, having police support is vital, especially as more information comes in.
Oh, that's not good.
What?
Julie Romeo 04. Yeah, we've just been sent a job. Can you just see if he's outstanding for me, a 25-year-old male?
Yes, received number 1.
Special Sergeant Jack knows the patient from his police work.
We have a name though, so I'm assuming that
They call for backup, and JRU team Special Constable Tom and Chelsea respond.
at the moment we've got the other JRU and ourselves going, so when we get there we'll have to ascertain exactly what's gone on, if we know why he's unconscious, making sure that he's definitely breathing sufficiently, has a pulse, and go from there, really.
So in here?
Is this the unconscious person?
All right. Where is he? Who is it?
All right.
2 seconds, mate.
They find the unconscious man is slumped outside a block of flats in freezing conditions, along with his mate who called 999.
What are you doing down there, mate?
How are you on the floor? You don't know?
Any alcohol, drugs, anything like that?
Just family.
Look where my nose is. I'm going to shine light in your eyes.
I ended up cancelling the office, cancelling the ambulance.
Thankfully, there doesn't appear to be any imminent danger for the JRU.
So we've got one of our relatively regular customers. At the moment, it's purely a medical episode, so our role really at the moment is just to lend a hand if they need it.
Have you had spice?
Yeah.
Oh, you have that?
All right.
Spice is a synthetic cannabis linked to serious health issues, including psychotic episodes and seizures, and its use is on the rise in Kent.
So were you with him when he ended up on the floor? What happened? Did he go unconscious? Did he fall? Yeah. Did he have a fit at all? Did he shake? A little shake. Have you ever had any seizures before? Yeah. You're known to have seizures, are you?
Yeah.
Do you have epilepsy?
I think so.
Apparently the gentleman had spice tonight. However, he is also epileptic. The friend that's with him said that they were walking along, he's dropped to the ground, gone unconscious, had a kind of whole body fit, and then is just quite groggy as he's come around, which is quite common when someone has a seizure. So it's difficult to know whether he's had a seizure because of his epilepsy or the drug spice is very common to cause people to seize as well.
So what time did you say you had the spice? Earlier. How much earlier? Was it daylight?
Yeah.
Yeah. When was your last seizure?
I had one yesterday.
You had one yesterday? Right. Have you been eating today? Not really. All right, we've got an ambulance coming, all right? We can get you in the back of the ambulance, get you warmed up, and then it's probably going to be a trip up to hospital.
There's nothing you can do for someone that's taken spice in terms of, like, there is nothing that reverses it. You just have to wait, essentially, for the effects to wear off. So it's just a case of monitoring him. At the moment, we're outside. We don't know when a truck's coming. It's very, very cold.
By the time the ambulance crew arrive, the outside temperature has dropped to -1 degree, and the man is at high risk of hypothermia.
Just going to pop him onto the ambulance so we can check him over properly. Quite difficult to get some observations here. Our equipment's very cold, so not all working as it should. They'll get him on, do some observations, but likely going to be popped up to hospital today. There's drugs involved as well, so we don't really want to leave him, and he has another seizure.
Okay. But yeah, he's got a temperature of 33.1, his BM 6.7, just struggling to get a blood pressure off him, but he's got a good radial.
I mean, I don't believe that blood pressure. Let's just get him on, we'll do it on board. We can help you up if you need some help.
Yeah, bring this arm round.
All right, there you go.
But unfortunately, spice has been becoming more and more popular. Unfortunately, it does cause things like this. The effects it causes people can be catastrophic, and obviously this is a prime example, really.
In Kent, nearly 100 people a year die because of drug misuse.
He appears to be a regular user of spice. So from what we've managed to get out of his mate, he's used it every day. For the past 3 days, he's been having seizures and ending up unconscious. Obviously today, it's just got a bit too much where they've ended up having to call an ambulance.
That needs checking out, really, to make sure that whether it's just the spice or whether there's anything more going on there. But for the moment, he's fine.
As the man makes his way to hospital, 20 minutes drive away in Rochester.
Juliet Romeo 03 to control. Have you got an RTC on?
No, I do not.
Could you create a CAD for us, please?
Special Sergeant James and Paramedic Nathan are also dealing with a life and death emergency.
Yeah, I've created a CAD.
Perfect, thank you.
They're on their way to a multi-vehicle crash on the M2 motorway in Kent.
Which junction?
This is from junction 5, M25. Oh, okay.
So from our side, we've only got critical care paramedic going at the moment. There's no trucks available.
Trucks is a term that crew use for ambulances, but it's a busy Saturday night and they're in short supply.
So we've just been called to another RTC today. It's on a fast road. We've got a local patrol going, and the call taker online could just hear someone saying they're hurt really bad. From CCAM side, we've got another paramedic going. So again, we don't have to assess quite quickly when we get there. Decide who needs the medical attention first.
Anaphylaxis currently responds.
Oh, there it is, found it.
The multiple pile-up is on an unlit section of the motorway, with crashed vehicles strewn across the carriageway. The fire brigade and critical care team have arrived on the scene, and police have closed off the motorway to avoid further injuries.
Yeah. So the guy that is in the jeans, he's the driver, I believe he's a taxi driver.
Yeah.
Two girls, they've got into this chap's vehicle. Yeah. So the two girls in the back are going to be the ones we need to assess first,
that's right.
and then the driver.
Okay.
Before he can treat anyone, paramedic Nathan needs to work out who and where all the injured people are, which amongst the confusion is not easy.
Hello, mate.
Are you ambulance?
Yeah, I'm ambulance.
Yeah, they've got two girls.
Hello.
My wrist.
Your wrist?
My wrist.
Which one?
This one.
That one there. Oh.
On the M2 motorway in Kent, the JRU team have arrived at a major road traffic collision. Nathan is assessing an injured passenger who was travelling in the back of a taxi.
What am I going to do about this?
So you're going to go to hospital now?
It really hurts.
Yeah.
Like, really hurts.
I'll come back and check you out properly in a minute. I've just got to check everyone out, all right?
Okay.
I'll be back in just a minute.
With no ambulances currently available, it's up to him to assess the wounded and work out, along with his police colleague James, what's gone on.
What happened?
Before I know it, some car, which I saw speed off from my car afterwards, was actually on the central reservation bit.
Oh, okay.
And he just shunted me across, and then I assume I shunted this gentleman
Oh,
across.
okay, so you've been hit and then hit into...
Yes.
It's kind of like dominoed almost?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You got yourself out and everything like that?
Yeah. I'm just really sore.
James gets more details from an eyewitness.
I was doing 70, and there was a car that went past me. He must have been doing 130, 140 miles an hour.
What, and he's caused this?
He was driving so erratically, I was thinking, he's going to cause an accident.
Yeah. Okay, buddy, let me deal with all injuries first, and then I'll come and have a chat with you, all right, buddy?
Who's hit? Is it? I'm guessing this guy's hit. I think there. You've kind of just ended up there.
I pushed you.
Yeah.
This one pushed me.
Yeah.
The driver of the car that, by all accounts, has caused the crash has sped off. Hit and runs account for 12% of road accidents, when at least one person involved in the crash flees the scene before offering help or information. Drivers are required by law to stop if they're involved in an accident or face serious criminal charges.
Robo 03.
Go ahead.
So there are no entrapments. Everyone is out and walking wounded. There are approximately 4 patients, all walking wounded, just 1 DCA required.
DCA is a double-crewed ambulance and will be sent to the crash site as soon as possible.
So I understand what happened at the moment. There's a car that's unaccounted for that was undertaking everyone, caused the truck to move out of the way. As they've done that, they've hit the taxi, which is the back one in front of us, causing the RTC. The car that wasn't involved has made off and not stopped, despite them causing the accident, which is morally wrong and obviously legally wrong as well for failing to stop an accident. Is this your car, yeah? Did you have any passengers on board? Is that the 2 girls?
A passing motorist has helped get the 2 passengers out of the crashed taxi and into the back of his own car, whilst they wait for medical assistance.
Are you got any injuries? You're all okay? Yeah, seatbelt, is it? Yeah. Okay, my friends. Okay. Yeah, okay. You can get your phone out if you want to. I don't know where it is.
Crucial dashcam footage of the crash may reveal exactly what happened.
All right, we're just going to wait for the other ambulance to come, and then we'll get you seen to properly.
Okay.
Is that all right? Yeah?
Okay.
With all the injured now accounted for, Nathan goes back to the female passenger experiencing extreme pain in her wrist.
All right. Have you ever broken a bone before?
No.
No, that's fine.
That's it, it's going to check your heart rate.
They have a 30-minute turnaround, so they have
It's
to
just doing it at the moment. Yeah, it's a little bit high, and you're in a bit of pain as well, aren't you? So, yeah. Are you on your way back from a night out?
Is that a rave?
Yeah. Good rave?
Is it not anymore?
Not anymore, no.
7 minutes after the JRU arrived on the scene, an ambulance arrives.
And then, don't be scared, there's nothing to be scared about. Yeah, definitely. Like, we wouldn't be walking to the ambulance if it wasn't. Right, let's have a look at your wrist.
Ow, 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 ow,
That's it,
ow, 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 ow.
It's going to hurt a little bit,
I
okay?
don't. Oh my God, I
So,
can't look at it.
That's it, relax it down. So you're definitely going to hospital because you've fractured your wrist.
Yeah, okay.
How's your pain at the moment out of 10?
7.
Any other pain anywhere else?
No.
No, good. And when you were walking, any pain in your legs at all?
Not like that, no.
No, that's good, that's fine. Right, I'll be back in just 2 minutes. Yeah, she's just got a clear fractured wrist.
So are we waiting to find out where she's going and then making a plan? She can go local.
Nathan brings over another paramedic to help apply a splint to the passenger's broken wrist.
Am I going to be able to go to work on Tuesday?
Deal with work another day.
Right, I'm going to lift your wrist up for a second, all right? It's going to hurt. 3, 2, 1. There you go. That's it, perfect.
But once this splint is on, it will alleviate some of that pain, okay?
So just breathe through it. You're doing really well, to be fair. Right, that'll help it a bit, all right?
Crew en route from Midway Station.
You give it to me.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Before they leave the scene, the team makes sure everyone has been given a medical assessment.
It's causing more pain now, is it? Whereabouts are you getting that pain? Around there. Can you just take a nice deep breath in for me?
Yeah.
Big deep breath in. How's that? Any more pain?
The one that's gone off with his wife. I checked him over briefly. He's got a tiny laceration on the back of his head, minor injuries, and he's got a bit of concussion. His wife is going to convey him to hospital.
With all the injured now taken care of, Special Sergeant James can focus on helping get the motorway reopened.
So we've checked all the vehicles, they've all got insurance. Drivers are being breathalyzed at the moment, and we're arranging recovery for the vehicles. Yeah, any job that comes in on the motorway is quite concerning. Obviously, it's high-speed roads. There's potential of a lot of cars being involved. The traffic team have got the taxi's dash cam, so hopefully that will give us a registration of the vehicle that's caused it. But yeah, you'd like to think that people would stop, especially if they've caused it. You know, legally and morally, you'd think they'd stop.
A multi-vehicle pile-up on a motorway could have resulted in life-changing injuries or even fatalities. This time, the JRU only had minor injuries to deal with.
Michael, do you mind if we pop an evening or on and
Go for it.
So you've been hit and then hit into...
Yes,
It's kind of like dominoed almost.
Yeah.
Oh, OK. That's fine.
What is the slough in the back all about?
I want him at a fair.
Really?
You've got to play ball here because I don't want us all falling on the ground.
Police! Urgent assistance!
In modern Britain,
There's been a big accident.
the most dramatic 999 calls
The car is now on fire.
often require not one, but two emergency responders.
I'm a police officer, she's a paramedic.
In Kent, one of Britain's biggest counties,
I'm just thinking if we just cover it all.
a groundbreaking joint response unit has been formed,
Ready, set, lift.
where both police and paramedic combine in one specialist vehicle
You've been arrested for assault.
to answer some of the most extreme 999 calls.
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear? Shock.
We already outdone ourselves on that one.
Face the wall? Mate, I can't believe we got him.
Coming up, a souped-up motor burns up the streets.
I jumped out, a floppy leg everywhere. I was like, shit.
Dangerously dazed and confused.
We got a pulse.
And it's an urgent race to help an expectant mum in distress.
Well done. Police, what's your emergency?
Kent Police and CCAM, the South East Coast Ambulance Service, call on each other thousands of times a year when one of them needs the services of the other.
Broadcast any patrol to assist with a cardiac arrest at a public place.
You're on 07, we'll be there in 5.
And so, the JRU, or Joint Response Unit of Police and Paramedics, was born to free up vital resources and save lives.
We've got an ambulance and a police officer will be with you as soon as they can.
Kent Police, special emergency.
There's been a big accident outside. I don't know what happened. All I heard was a crash. There's petrol, oil, everything all over the road here.
Right.
It's going to catch fire if we're not careful, I think.
Is anybody injured?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
The car's on fire. The car is now on fire. Excuse me, missus. Get away from the car. Get away. That car is over.
Fire and police and ambulance are all on the way. Just make sure everybody stays away from the car.
How far away are we?
It says 15 minutes, but I think we'll be there quicker.
In a high-speed response vehicle, Special Sergeant Hannah and paramedic Nathan respond to an urgent call-out to a residential street in Chatham Town.
So we're going to an RTC. A driver has skidded and driven into a wall. We think he's got a broken leg and the car's on fire. And there's been explosions.
Oh.
A police patrol unit have also responded to the call-out, but there are no paramedics on scene and Nathan needs to thoroughly examine the driver.
The wall's not really going to move too much. He's going to take a fair bit of the impact. So it's just making sure it is just a broken leg and there's no other injuries that he might have.
From my perspective, it's just assessing the scene. It'll be if there's a fire, keeping people back, and then from there it's assessing why he's gone into a wall. Was there a medical episode? Is he drink driving?
Not only is there an injured man to deal with, but with the car on fire in a residential area blocking the road, there's a danger of multiple further casualties.
The risk of the car exploding, so you've got to keep a safe distance from the car. You don't want to inhale any of that smoke. There's a lot of chemicals. Sorry about these bumps.
Oh. God, and he's obviously hit that wall with quite a bit of impact there. Oh, he's a young guy. Let's go and see.
First on the scene, the fire crew managed to extinguish the burning wreck, which was a raging inferno just minutes before and captured on a neighbour's phone.
Hello mate, I'm Nathan.
Incredibly, the young driver managed to crawl out of the car before it was engulfed in flames, and now he's lying injured, being comforted by his girlfriend.
Gabriel is 21.
Yep.
Was driving up the hill, wasn't doing more than 30. About and crashed into the wall.
Yep.
He's been able to get out of the car, no head injury, remembers everything. No other injuries except an isolated lower leg.
Oh, perfect. Do you want some pain relief?
No, I want a cigarette first.
You want a cigarette first?
Yeah. If we can get the oxygen away and I can just have a fag.
Do you want a fag? Have a fag. I mean, there's enough smoke around anyways. I've never seen damage to a car like that from driving at 30 miles an hour. Frankly, it's just an isolated leg injury that he's got.
Miraculously, no one else was hurt, and Gabriel's only injury is a broken leg and a slightly damaged ego.
Do you know how annoyed I am? Like, honestly, do you know how annoyed I am?
It's at the back of the car, isn't it? Wowee.
Now the police side of the Joint Response Unit begin their investigation, and Hannah, accompanied by Special Sergeant James, need to figure out how the once white Mercedes ended up exploding in flames.
This driver's just gone straight into this wall here. It seems, considering the impact and the damage, it's a possibility that he's exceeded the speed limit.
You're right. I'm just going to advise, once they've done their bit, our protocol is to breathalyse you. Because we breathalyse, you can't have a cigarette for 20 minutes. So I can see you've got one now, we'll leave it 20 minutes, then we can just get the breathalyser done.
How new's the car? Oh, what brand new? Bless you. Which way were you going? Down the hill or up the hill?
Up the hill.
Oh, and it's just as it's...
Like, it's a powerful car, I'm not gonna lie. I accelerated and it then slipped out, hit the curb, hit the wall, spun. Shit. Silly purchase, really.
Okay.
His silly purchase has cost him dear. Gabriel paid £30,000 for the Mercedes AMG 63 sports car, capable of 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds, only 3 days ago.
Were you wearing your seatbelt?
Yeah.
What did you hit your leg on?
The car.
Did the pedals come up inside?
Yeah, I jumped out. I was like, shit, my phone, I need to call my dad. Jumped back in, floppy leg everywhere. I was like, shit.
So, nice deep breaths. Take it in, hold it for 3 seconds, and then let it out, all right?
The team prepare Gabriel for what's to come, realigning his tibia and fibula bones in his lower leg. So on top of the gas and air, Nathan, aided by JRU paramedic Chelsea, administers something a lot stronger.
Right, so we've given him paracetamol through the vein, given him an anti-sickness as well, and then we're going to give him some morphine.
The roadside procedure is about to get a lot more painful.
And it's going to hurt a bit when we move him.
With a surge in demand for police and paramedic help, the average time to answer emergency 999 calls has more than doubled from 2021 to 2022, and the services are working hard to improve their response times.
01, yeah, did you want to pop through CAD 4045, 7X over?
Yes, Roger.
It's 5:30 p.m, and a report is coming through that a patient has been waiting an hour for an ambulance. So JRU paramedic Alex and Special Sergeant John jump on the job to help.
Category 2 job that's come into the ambulance service for a 67-year-old female. It says that she's fractured her spine on Thursday, falling over somewhere. Sounds like she's fallen again, lying in the road, and she can't get up and blocking traffic. A van nearly hit her because of where she was. Need to make sure that the scene's sort of safe by blocking off the road. A good thing that sort of John can take charge of when we get there, and then we can go and assess the lady and see what's been going on.
Falls are one of the leading causes for emergency call-outs for medical assistance, and this patient's fall has left her in danger on the road.
Oh, bless her. Hello, Rita. My name's Alex. I'm really sorry it's taken us a little while to get here, sweet. What's happened today? Let's have a feel of your wrist.
And towards
Yeah.
in Ireland.
Oh, wow, okay.
Fractured my lower spine.
Okay, but a stable fracture, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Because you've been discharged, yeah?
Yeah, I just,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And they told me just wrist and move. I went for a walk across the road here. And I got to the middle of the road and my back went.
So the pain came on and then you've had a fall because of the pain?
Yeah, my back gave.
Unstable fractures of the vertebra in the spine require surgery to realign the bones, unlike a stable fracture, which only needs rest or a brace. But it seems Rita's pre-existing stable fracture may have caused her fall.
I think I've done this one.
It's not been your week, has it, sweet? Bless you.
And St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
Falls are the second leading cause of spinal injuries, and with Rita's already pre-existing fracture on her vertebrae, Alex has to quickly check if she's injured more than just her hip.
How much pain are you in right now? If you had to give it a score out of 10, 10 being the worst pain ever.
Definitely.
Okay. If I give you some gas and air, because I want to sort your pain out first before I start looking and poking and prodding you. It might make you feel a little bit giddy, like you've had a few too many gin and tonics. 01, hi mate, yeah, could I have grade 2, please?
After lying on the street for more than an hour, it's essential Rita's moved to hospital urgently.
That is all I'm feeling.
Thank you, mate.
While they wait, Alex does all he can to relieve her agony.
Are you able to straighten that leg out at all? No. Let me know if it hurts or I'm pressing. That's all. All right, sweet, I'm sorry.
But Rita is clearly in excruciating pain, and Alex needs to keep her stable so she doesn't deteriorate further or go into shock.
It's at the back of the car, isn't it? Wowee.
In Chatham, a young driver's lucky to be alive after his car spun into a wall and exploded into flames.
It's a powerful car, I'm not gonna lie. I accelerated and it's been slipped out.
While Joint Response paramedic Nathan administers pain relief for his broken leg, Special Sergeants Hannah and James are joined by a regular Kent Police Patrol unit. Hannah updates them on her investigation.
He's saying that he's come up the hill, he's tried to accelerate too fast, he's lost control, he's overcorrected too much, he's spun and he's hit the wall. I'll breathalyse him in a minute.
Good job he wasn't trapped in the car, wasn't it?
Yeah, no one's seen anything, but they heard him. So I reckon speed.
Stay with it.
Gabriel says he was driving at 30 miles an hour and only accelerated at the last minute.
There's a ring doorbell cabinet there, and we'll try and get that shortly.
So while officers go door to door to make further inquiries, Hannah checks if alcohol was involved.
Gabriel, you know we spoke about this breathalyzer. So we're going to give this a quick glow. Big. Keep going, 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 keep going. All done. Thank you. 0. Excellent, thank you. But he just blew 0. Can't smell cannabis or anything on him anyway.
Nice.
When you first arrived, before he got given drugs, his eyes weren't bloodshot or anything like that.
With no suspicion of drink or drugs, Hannah continues to examine the main piece of evidence, his burnt-out motor.
I've never seen a vehicle gone up in flames like this from hitting just a wall, so obviously it was quite a high impact. The only thing that is left are his work boots in the back. So yeah, he's a lucky boy, really.
But after some digging, another piece of evidence surfaces from a neighbour that could change everything.
And it just catches it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The CCTV footage reveals exactly what happened. The once white Mercedes loses control and hits the wall at speed.
Oh, okay, so the car lifts off the ground. Yeah. You can imagine it with 40 plus on it, because the whole car lifted.
Gabriel manages to escape just in time, before seconds later, his car is engulfed in flames. It's now 30 minutes since the crash, and an ambulance has arrived to take Gabriel to hospital. But before he can be moved, the crew and Nathan prepare him for the agonizing pain to come.
Big breath on that gas. Give it a good go for a minute before we try and do anything.
Looking at his leg, you can tell it's broken just because of the deformity there. It's kind of in a bow shape, and then as he moves his leg, it's all floppy. So maybe don't move it yourself too much because it's going to hurt in a minute.
Gabriel's shattered bones need to be realigned into position, and the crew choose the perfect moment.
Yeah, I think you're done enough.
And when he's consumed enough gas and air, they straighten his leg into the splint.
That's it.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, the weight on my leg is fucked.
There you go. Let's get it up.
We've got him in the back of the ambulance now. He's going to be going off to Medway, our local trauma hospital, have an x-ray there of his leg. The fact he's self-extricated is a good sign, and then he's managed to get himself up here. I know he's got a fractured leg, but always a good sign.
While Gabriel makes the trip to A&E, Hannah has concluded her investigation.
Officers have discussed that potentially he may be reported for careless driving just due to the fact that there's quite a bit of CCTV of him speeding up, and he himself has said that as he was coming up the road he decided to speed up and lost control of the vehicle. That is the bottom of the car. That's all carpet. Then we've got recovery on to come and collect the car. Highways are on their way to clean up the road, ready for the road to be reopened, and we can go off to another scene.
The Joint Response Units attend around 3 road traffic accidents every week. And alongside the injuries, the teams have to manage the traffic and deal with the dangers of the roads. Today, paramedic Aisha is on her way to a call-out for an accident on a busy junction.
So we are attending an RTC, it's a road traffic collision. So it looks like we have 2 vehicles. One's gone into the back of the other one, I believe. We might have a patient who's trapped by the airbags, possibly a patient whose head has hit the window screen, so that's quite worrying for us.
Joined by Special Constable Clive, the pair head to the scene.
A concern for me is our welfare. One of the first things we'll do is, from a police perspective, I'll make sure that the area is safe for Aisha to tend to the patients.
We don't know how fast the cars were going. When we're hearing that somebody's hit their head on the window screen, there could be many different injuries. So the longer you take to treat those injuries, the more serious the outcome can be for the patient.
It's not just the occupants of the crashed cars that the team are concerned about. The accident is in the town centre, and the evening traffic will be building up quickly.
What's coming through is the vehicles are currently blocking the traffic. The traffic should be very slow. However, when people are frustrated, they don't think, and they do drive dangerously around those vehicles. At this point, we're the only unit going. When we get there, we can assess and then call for additional units as required.
It's crucial there's a police officer on scene to manage the incident and prevent further collisions. But Special Constable Clive is a volunteer on the force who's been with the JRU for just 15 months.
Still on the steep learning curve. The great thing is, you know, obviously we're working with very highly skilled, experienced paramedics, and also our colleagues. They value what we do because, like, at this point, they potentially may not have a police officer that could attend this. I really enjoy it.
Guessing this is them causing all this.
The accident is on a major cross junction in the middle of the town.
Hello, sir. How's it going?
I'm in a lot of pain now.
Okay, no problem. We've got a paramedic with us as well. Where's the driver of this vehicle?
That gentleman there.
Have you got any injuries, sir?
No, only my hand.
Partially blocking one entrance of the junction, cars are trying to squeeze dangerously around the crash.
Right, wait there. You guys, do not go any further. Do not go through.
Protecting the scene is Clive's main concern.
Do not move, because obviously we're now working and you guys are going to start driving very close to us. Juliet Romeo 04 to control. Can we have some additional units and get recovery for 2 vehicles, please? We're basically blocking the traffic lights in cross junction.
The cars are too damaged to be driven, so Clive keeps the lane closed, even though the drivers are getting increasingly frustrated.
Don't go through. Stay where you are.
I've been directed to move the bus, and I told you right, but this cannot fit me. Is there any way you can assist?
If you can bear with me, what I'm worried about is I let you go, and then I can't cope with that traffic.
Exactly, I know what you're trying to do.
Clive wants to keep the bus there to block the opposite lane, so impatient drivers can't get past. It's causing even more of a jam, but until he gets help, he has little choice.
So I have called for assistance. The problem is there's a lot of priority calls at the moment.
As Clive tries to manage the traffic, Aisha sets to work.
Point with your hand where the pain is in your shoulder.
Right there.
Right there. Okay, I'm just going to lift up your... A little bit red in the area.
That's a little there.
There could be further injuries. Aisha takes a closer look.
So it's pulling a little as I get right up the top.
Okay, but you're able to do it, which is good. Can't feel any obvious breaks or anything. I would have thought if you've completely done your rotator cuff, you would have difficulty getting it up as high as you have.
It feels like when I tore one before, it's just a little sore.
Yeah, okay, all right. Just want to go and have another chat with the other gentleman because I just want to check him over. Right, have you got pain anywhere at all, my love?
No, only up the
Okay. You didn't lose consciousness or anything?
No.
Didn't hit your head anywhere?
No.
No. Airbags go off?
Airbags.
Brilliant, and you're wearing your seatbelt, yeah? It's looking like both patients have been very lucky, maybe a pulled ligament. The other gentleman, again, very minor injuries, some scuffs to his hand, bit of muscular pain, but I think both been very, very lucky.
Once the injured are checked out, Clive begins his investigation into the incident.
I'm trying to see if there's any skid marks. I can't see any skid marks.
As part of his probe, he needs to rule out drink driving as a potential factor in the collision.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Perfect. So it's just analysing there. You can see you've got the red and the green lights.
While the driver finds out his fate, 10 miles away.
Let me know if it hurts or I'm pressing. That's all. All right, sweet, I'm sorry.
67-year-old Rita is waiting for help after calling an ambulance an hour ago following a bad fall and landing on a curb.
How much pain are you in right now? If you had to give it a score out of 10, 10 being the worst pain ever. Okay.
Once he's checked, it's only her hip that's been damaged. Paramedic Alex has to straighten her leg to reduce her agony whilst trying to keep her stable.
Do you think you could sit up a bit and we could put a blanket behind you? Okay. Let's get some pain relief in you and then we might be able to do it a little bit more. Okay. It's going to be a sharp scratch in your arm. All right, 1, 2, 3.
To help manage her acute pain, Alex administers an intravenous paracetamol drip.
Would you be able to do me a favour, sir? And if you just stand over here and just hold this for me.
And Rita's partner, Pat, is on standby to assist.
How do you think you want to move it? Just straighten it straight out?
I just need to straighten it.
Yeah. Keep going on that gas and air for me. Fill your lungs with it as much as you can. And again for me. And again. That's it. I'm sorry, sweet.
Rita's increasing pain means Alex needs to give her something much stronger.
Right, let's give you a little bit of morphine. I'm going to give you just a small bit to start with. I know it seems awful leaving you in the position you are, but I don't want to move you somewhere else, and then we're going to have to move you again when the ambulance come, and it's probably going to be quite painful.
Even though Alex has managed to straighten part of Rita's leg, he can't risk moving her on his own. But it's been 20 minutes since he called for backup.
So let me find out whereabouts the ambulance is coming from. 01, evening. Just wondering if you've got an update of how long the crew might be over.
I haven't got anything at the moment. It's pretty much the story. Everyone's at hospital, unfortunately.
As a result of COVID and more demand for hospital beds, ambulances have been stuck in queues delivering patients to hospital, and the services are facing extreme pressure. And it's been nearly an hour and a half since Rita fell.
If we could just try and get one as soon as we can. This lady's outside, is in sort of the road, and it's getting quite dark, and also she's in a lot of pain.
It's now early evening, and temperatures are dropping quickly.
As soon as I get an ambulance, it's yours, and I literally have nothing.
Sorry, Rita, so we're still waiting.
In Sevenoaks, it's been an hour and a half since 67-year-old Rita fell, landing awkwardly near the curb. And as the evening draws in, the temperature has dropped. But with a severely damaged hip and a pre-existing spinal injury, paramedic Alex can't risk moving her on his own.
Quite busy today, so we're just waiting for the ambulance to arrive and then pop her off to hospital for an X-ray and see what's going on with her hip, really.
Rita's partner, Pat, tries to give her support while Alex diagnoses the extent of her injuries.
Some of the things I've sort of found on my examination could suggest that you have fractured your neck of femur. It's the top of your femur that goes into your hip.
Most hip fractures occur to people over 60 and are more common in women who are more likely to get osteoporosis, a condition which makes bones weak and brittle.
You still feeling quite cold?
With the temperature at a chilly 9 degrees, a blanket isn't enough to keep Rita warm, so Special Sergeant John steps in.
This will be warm as well. This is like big layers.
warm.
There you go. That's all right. We'll put it up there. All right. And at least there's definitely no cars can grab you now. Oh, look at that.
Finally, more than 2 hours after the initial call-out, the ambulance arrives.
They can't come soon enough. This is when we find they're not here for us, Rita, and
they just drive straight past.
Yeah, one of the neighbours is called.
Right, I'll block them in. Hi.
Rita, I've got a lovely ambulance crew.
But now comes their biggest worry: how to get Rita off the curb and into the ambulance.
She's got pain on her left hip. She's sort of half on and half off the curb, as you can see. Next challenge will be to work out how to get her up, really, because A, it's gone dark, so that makes it a little bit harder, and also she's sort of half on the curb and half off. So I think it's going to be a bit of a tricky sort of manoeuvre to get her up. Right, so we're going to grab her. We've got like a metal stretcher that splits into two, and we're going to slide it in either side of you, and it's going to be a bit awkward. I mean, you could have fallen in the middle of the road, couldn't you?
Scoop stretchers are ideal for lifting a patient with potentially serious injuries without having to roll or lift them, and being in two halves means it can get into more difficult spaces. but moving Rita won't be easy.
She's at a really awful down.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do it with the scoop, to be fair. Unless we try and just spin her around.
There's only one way to get Rita off the curb and onto the scoop, so Alex tries to prepare her for the pain when they can finally move her.
Right, Rita, keep going on that gas and air for me. Okay, I want you to take some really nice big deep breaths in on that for me. Okay, so let's try and sit you up nice and slowly. I want you to keep breathing in on that gas and air. That's it. If you move your good leg round to the right a bit more, just spread your legs a little bit. Oh, I think we've just passed out.
Rita's lost consciousness, so the crew turn her quickly while she's still out cold.
All right, Rita.
We got as well. So.
Can we grab the life? If we move her this way a little bit more. That's it. And again, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Everything's fine. I think she's had some morphine, which can drop your blood pressure, and I think the pain's just made her had a little fainting episode.
Oh, it's got eyes in.
There we go.
Rita, can you talk to me?
Hello, Rita. It's okay. Everything's fine, I promise. It's all okay.
Finally off the curb and on flat ground, Alex and the crew can maneuver Rita onto the scoop.
That's it. You had a little fainting episode on us.
Which was helpful.
To be fair, it was helpful because you didn't feel anything. She was on the gas and air, sucking quite hard, and if you take a lot of that in, it can make you sort of zone out or pass out and faint. And I think that, coupled with the pain, with sort of sitting her up, probably dropped her blood pressure a little bit, and she did pass out. Although it was quite horrible for her and horrible to see for her husband, it meant we could move her into a easier position to get her up. Look at that, John's getting his guns ready. He's on it, ready to start lifting. Ready, set, lift. There we go. All right, there'll be a couple of bumps as we get you in, Rita.
Rita will be off to hospital for x-rays and will be tested for osteoporosis.
She was really brave. Oh, the position she was lying in.
Yeah, it looked very uncomfortable.
God, I'm moan if I'm like, uncomfortable on the sofa.
Very stoic, bless her.
Yeah, she is. That Irish in her.
Oh well, Rita's off to hospital and on to the next.
Take a deep breath and blow constant.
Special Constable Clive is breathalyzing a driver involved in a crash at a busy junction which has caused long tailbacks.
Perfect. Okay, the legal limit is 35. You blew 61, okay? So, at this point, I'll be arresting you for drink driving, excess alcohol in your breath. Do you understand?
It's been an hour since calling for backup, and now Clive has to detain the suspected drink driver and deal with the traffic to keep the scene safe for paramedic Aisha.
Go back. If you do it again, I'll give you a ticket. Now go back.
On a scene like this, you've always got to think about the public that are there and how they're going to get in the way of the scene and you doing your job, which is sometimes really challenging, which is great to have a police officer because it means they can be dealing with that side while I'm concentrating on treating the patients.
Clive's plan to use a bus to help block one lane to prevent cars edging past the site of the accident is working, but driver's patience is wearing thin.
Why aren't they moving it then? I don't understand.
So I've requested it. We've got a lot of priority calls, assaults, domestics. If your family was involved in that assault, you would want us prioritising that over moving these vehicles. Would you agree?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
That.
But not everybody is as understanding.
We can't go past, no?
No.
We can't go down there.
So if you come over here now, we'll have a chat.
Why do I want to talk to you, mate?
Well, you've come up to me, well, if you don't, that's great.
No, I want to know why you're stopping all the fucking traffic, mate.
So listen, we've probably got hundreds of vehicles backed up. We've got a bus staying there. As soon as we move that, it won't be safe. So I'm dealing with individuals as and when they're coming up, which obviously takes longer.
The London bus can't be moved without additional help to deal with the traffic it will free up. And a TfL or Transport for London staff member has arrived, but he may not be enough.
Is it all right if I start turning those round?
The real problem that I've got, everyone's just going to go loopy. It'll be like letting everyone go crazy.
Champagne all the time.
And I'm not comfortable you being on your own doing it.
Have you got an ETA for any assistance at all?
No.
On top of Clive's traffic troubles, paramedic Aisha discovers there's a problem with the arrested driver.
Clive. So this gentleman is overdue his insulin. He doesn't have the kind of insulin that he needs on him. How long will it be until he's going to custody and he can see the custody nurse?
I've got no ETA for additional resources to convey.
Right. The patient has type 1 diabetes. He is overdue his insulin now. His sugars are a little bit high. I'm quite concerned that the more time that's going on, the higher his sugars are going to get. And then when you start going into more hypoglycemia, it can bring all sorts of problems.
The driver's insulin levels aren't the only concern to the team.
We've now been waiting here an hour, if not more. All the time that he's waiting here, that blood alcohol level is going down and down, and they can't use the roadside breath test in court, so it has to be the one that they do at the station.
A roadside test is only used to screen alcohol levels. To be convicted, suspected drink drivers have to fail a more accurate evidential test as soon as possible under controlled conditions at a police station. But at least one of Clive's problems may soon be solved as TfL come forward with a solution.
If I could get some assistance, I'd be quite happy.
Okay, I do appreciate it.
Yeah, gold badge from TfL that you make, guys.
Stop showing off.
No.
I've got my cycling proficiency.
Normally, TfL look after London's road networks, but they've turned up en masse to help move the crashed cars and manage the traffic.
Do you want to do Beamer first?
Yeah, let's do the beam first. We've been very, very fortunate, TfL, that have kindly offered to help move the vehicles. Whee, good lad. Thanks very much, gents.
No problem.
And to be fair, at this point, we still don't have additional police units.
Finally, more than 2 hours after the team arrived, the junction is clear and traffic can start to flow again.
Thanks very much for your patience. Have a good weekend, thank you.
You all right?
Yeah?
Yeah. Stressed?
Yeah?
We did it.
And there's more welcome news. A police officer arrives to help transport the suspected drink driver.
Hey, buddy, we've got the detained vehicle needs to be recovered, so I've ordered that.
Where's our arrested person?
It's this gentleman here who's been fully compliant. We've got all these details.
I'm going to be discharging this patient into the care of the police. They're going to be conveying him up to the hospital, and whilst they're there, he can get the insulin that he needs.
To keep blood sugar levels stable, anyone with type 1 diabetes needs to inject insulin regularly.
He's receiving his long-acting insulin. What will now happen is 2 samples of urine will be taken. If the samples go over the legal limit, then he'll be invited in for an interview. In this incident today, instead of another vehicle that was, part of that incident, it could have been a pedestrian that had a right-of-way at that point. The people involved were extremely lucky with the minor injuries that they received. That could have been much worse.
Across Kent, the emergency services are on standby 365 days a year.
Kent Police, where's your emergency?
Taking thousands of calls every month, the 999 control room send the joint response units across the length and breadth of the county.
Are the armed males there?
Where has the victim been wounded?
Okay, just take a deep breath for me. We're going to send a unit on our way to you now.
In 2021, the JRU responded to over 5,000 incidents alone. And tonight, it's Special Inspector Scott and Paramedic Alex on their way to a call-out.
Yep, calls coming through as an obstetrics emergency. Patients have a free birth. If anyone could offer assistance, other.
04, yes, midwives aren't on scene. Did you want us to go and support as well?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Coming through now.
JRU baby. The Category 1 call for an obstetric emergency, so it's a 28-year-old female in active labour, doesn't want to go to hospital, so she wants to have a home birth. Contractions are fairly close together, so 2.5 to 3 minutes. Let's race the baby, see if we can get there before it pops out.
Baby is coming quickly, and a midwife can't get there in time.
We're backing up a paramedic ambulance that's ahead of us. As soon as the baby's out, you've got 2 patients, so if you've got mum that becomes quite unwell and baby who might not be breathing or might need some support sort of with ventilation, you can easily have your hands tied sort of dealing with 2 people.
2 patients means double the risk, so it's critical to have another paramedic on scene.
Obviously the worrying thing about that is if there is any complications, we are quite away from hospital, probably the only call that really scares the living daylights out of me. It's a dead-end road, so there's the truck actually. I don't think we've managed to get it down there.
In Sheerness, paramedic Alex and Special Inspector Scott are responding to a call-out for a woman giving birth at home, needing assistance. An ambulance crew are on scene, but they've requested backup because if there are any complications, they'll have 2 patients needing urgent care.
See, this is where I feel obliged to stay outside.
Get the edge to push. Oh.
Mum Kaylee and Dad Jordan have opted for a home water birth, but a midwife has been delayed and birth is coming quickly.
Well, you love the fairy lights. You proper pimped it out, haven't you? Like, how are you feeling, Dad? Are you all right?
Yeah, but just worried about.
Just come forward just slightly, Tash. Just gonna have a look, all right? I can't. That's fine, darling.
The pressure of the baby on the pelvis in the final stages of labour can be extremely painful.
Have you had any paracetamol or anything? Or no, don't want anything at all. No. So far, she's progressing pretty well. The contractions are coming about every 50 seconds now, becoming shorter and shorter. We can start to see baby a little bit as well on the contractions. It's just getting an area ready for baby, just in case they need any support. Sometimes they just take a little bit of time just to sort of know that they're out in the world as such, and then might just need a bit of help just with a bit of oxygen just to help get them breathing sort of a bit better and stuff. So we've just got that ready in case.
Despite only delivering 7 babies in his job, Alex is confident and on standby for any complications with baby's breathing or heart rate, as birth is imminent.
Oh, that pressure is so bad.
At any point you change your mind about pain relief, let us know, okay?
Problems with the umbilical cord, baby getting stuck in the birth canal, or excessive bleeding from mum are all things Alex and the crew have to closely look out for.
That's it, lovely. Keep going. Oh! Oh! Oh!
I can feel the baby's head.
Yeah, I know. I can see it. Well done. Ah! Ah!
Baby is coming quickly. Far quicker than the team expected.
Good girl.
Well done.
The first 60 seconds of a newborn's life are critical, and baby isn't crying yet. Crying is a signal that it can breathe on its own.
Are we able just to give little one a rub? Because I think it just needs to give a little rub, bit of stimulating. We need to see if we can get her crying, bless her.
We're a little bit blue, aren't we?
Yeah.
Right.
There we go.
There we go. Hello. Got her?
Yeah.
Cool. Let's just pop her in. We're just going to go and do a few checks, and I promise she's absolutely fine, all right? Oh, well done. Oh, that's what we like.
Baby is crying and healthy, and there's a collective sigh of relief all round.
Hello, Mum.
Is she okay?
She's absolutely fine. She's been crying. Her heart rate's nice and good. The fact no midwives on scene is always a bit of a concern for us. Little one was eventually born quite quickly, to be fair. So as a result, it was a little bit shocked when it came out. It took a while to sort of start crying and sort of taking some breaths. High five. You've got a little sister.
Amazing. And she's got more hair than me. That's not hard.
So that's my 8th baby delivered. I can sigh now and, yeah, take a deep breath. All done.
1 minute, the joint response team are delivering babies. The next, saving lives.
80-year-old female, unconscious, not breathing.
And almost immediately, there's another emergency call-out.
Came for as a Category 1 call to the ambulance service. Not many details. The daughter's just arrived on scene, apparently, but there's no further update. It has now gone down to a Category 2 call. We can make scene and go and see what's going on.
A Category 1 call can mean a matter of life and death, like a cardiac arrest. But a C2 is also serious, where a patient needs rapid medical treatment.
This one just here.
And even though this is another job for the paramedics, Police Officer Scott gets stuck in to help where he can.
Cool. Oh, getting heavy. Must be getting weaker.
Hello. What's her name?
Brenda.
Brenda. Brenda, my name's Alex. What's happened, sweet? You don't know?
No.
What does Brenda suffer with, do you know?
Nothing. Not really tablets.
No medical problems, okay. Has she been feeling unwell today then, or?
Yeah,
so,
she feels sick.
She feels very warm, bless her. So is that vomit that she?
Yeah,
so it's quite green.
Is Brenda usually mobile, up and about?
Very mobile.
Yep. So this is very unlike her to be the way she is, okay.
Brenda, can you open your eyes? Hello. Have you got any pain anywhere? In your belly?
You should not lock the door. Don't.
Okay, sweet.
Brenda's husband called for help after he noticed the normally fit 80-year-old getting more unwell throughout the day.
There we go.
Now almost unconscious, Alex has to quickly determine why.
So, Brenda's got a temperature at the minute. I'm going to pop her on a bit of oxygen because her oxygen levels are a little bit on the lower side. I think Brenda needs to go to hospital. I'm just going to pop this mask on you. Right, let's just make sure we've got an ambulance coming and then 04. Yeah, just a scene update. I think this patient's got a nasty infection. She will require conveyance.
I'll get grade 2 on there for you as soon as possible, over.
At the minute, obviously, Brenda's quite unwell. She's showing a lot of signs for sepsis. So nasty infection, so sepsis is when the body sort of goes into overdrive and it's the body's response to an infection. Be a blue light journey into hospital for her and receive some antibiotics and get her on the mend.
Sepsis is the body's extreme response to an infection, and if left untreated, it can cause organ failure and is one of the leading causes of death in the UK. So Alex has to work quickly.
Brenda, are you happy if I pop a little needle in your arm? A cannula to give you some fluids? Yeah? Okay.
An intravenous drip helps keep the blood pressure from dropping dangerously low and ensures the body has enough fluids to help the organs function.
If that's all right, mate, yeah.
So the longest one I've held one of these is for about an hour.
We're just giving you some of that paracetamol now, Brenda. All right.
But Alex is limited to what he can carry in his medical bag, and supplies are running low.
Well, I've now only got half a cylinder of oxygen left. Yeah, without that she'd become more unwell, and she's perked up quite a bit just with some oxygen and some fluids. She looks a lot better than she did when we first arrived. I don't know if there's anyone else that can bring some oxygen down. I've got no more oxygen left. I'm literally on half a cylinder now.
491, they're on their way to you. They're literally just going past Medway Station now, over.
An ambulance crew have arrived to take Brenda to hospital.
Hello. Thanks for coming. I was back to grade 1 because I'm running out of oxygen. I think if we were waiting any longer, I would have had to increase it probably to a grade 1 backup because without oxygen, her levels are really low and that's quite detrimental to her. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Luckily, the crew got there. We sort of rapidly extricated her out to the ambulance and carried on her care there, and then the crew of Blue Lighted her into hospital. 1, 2, 3. We'd have a team waiting to start giving her some antibiotics and do some bloods and work out where her infection is. That's it.
I jumped out, a floppy leg everywhere, I was like, shit.
It's not been your week, has it, sweet? Bless you.
It's a fantastic.
Okay, the legal limit is 35, you blew 61.
Brenda, my name's Alex. What's happened, sweet?
There we go.
There we go.
Police! Urgent assistance!
In modern Britain,
There's been a big accident.
the most dramatic 999 calls
The car is now on fire.
often require not one, but two emergency responders.
I'm a police officer, she's a paramedic.
In Kent, one of Britain's biggest counties,
I'm just thinking if we just cover it all.
a groundbreaking joint response unit has been formed,
Ready, set, lift.
where both police and paramedic combine in one specialist vehicle
You've been arrested for assault.
to answer some of the most extreme 999 calls.
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear? Shocked.
We already outdone ourselves on that one.
Face the wall? Mate, I can't believe we got him.
Coming up, a critical call-out,
We are going to a 16-year-old, not breathing, and is stiff and got blue hands.
an overturned car on a country lane,
Have you got any injuries at the moment?
I've got injuries on my lower back.
and a race to save a stricken pensioner.
Caller states patient fell, bleeding head injury, pool of blood on the floor, cold to touch.
Kent's joint response units have experienced paramedics, which means they're often called to Category 1 incidents where there's an immediate threat to life.
JL03, I've just got you on scene of this call. You're able to clear it and I can send it through over.
Patient is stiff, not responding. Hands are blue.
Special Sergeant Hannah and paramedic Nathan are responding to an urgent call in Chatham in North Kent.
We are going to a 16-year-old that is unconscious, not breathing, is stiff and got blue hands. That's all we've got at the moment, so we don't know if they're dead or if they've had a seizure or some sort of medical incident. That's all the details we've got at the moment, unfortunately.
As this is a Category 1 incident,
How long we got?
3 minutes.
the team must arrive within 7 minutes of the call for help.
Obviously, we need to get there as soon as possible. Figure out what's happened. Preservation of life is key with this one. If he is in need of some kind of medical intervention, let's see if we can get him that as soon as possible, get to hospital as soon as possible.
1 minute later, they get news that the patient is breathing but fitting.
Patient is breathing very heavy, but quite noisily. So it could still be a sign of a cardiac arrest or something like that.
Yeah, I'll grab a life pack.
The high-speed joint response car arrives just before an ambulance crew. Upstairs, they find a young man who appears to be having a seizure.
Sats have come up now, to be fair.
Oh, they're still twitching loads.
Oh, twitching?
Yeah. Could just be tonic seizures.
Tonic seizures manifest themselves by stiffness in muscles.
Just go pop a little needle in your hand, all right?
Seizures can stop the victim's airways.
Okay, that's in nicely.
The patient is cannulated,
Perfect.
and Nathan administers diazepam, an anticonvulsant.
Has he hit his head at all recently?
He hasn't, no.
No, that's fine.
Look at the help we've got, Carl. Yeah?
It was the man's girlfriend who called 999.
You should be proud of what you've done. Yeah?
She's in shock, as he's never fitted before.
You've got really quick help from the paramedics, all because you. Yeah? So you should be proud of that.
That's it. It should start relaxing you a little bit now.
7 minutes after the medic's arrival, the man's fitting stops.
Take a nice deep breath again. That's it.
But then, as Nathan starts to give him oxygen, there's a problem.
Pupils are starting to twitch again now.
The patient's eyes begin to twitch again, a sign the fits have restarted.
Seems like he's having some sort of seizure-like activity. It seems like he's going to go back into another seizure now.
Kent, known as the Garden of England, has hundreds of miles of country lanes, which present their own set of challenges for the Joint Response Unit.
Yeah, 01, don't worry, we've literally run a corner. We'll keep running and we'll give you a hand.
Paramedic Chelsea and Special Sergeant Jack are on their way to what sounds like a hit and run. A job where both medical and policing skills will be needed.
We are going to a car versus cyclist. Officers have said that he's unable to speak properly, he's groaning in pain, and he's unable to get off the floor. It sounds like potentially a serious injury, RTC.
Other police units have arrived.
Hello, bud. Yeah.
But they need Chelsea, who's the first paramedic on scene.
My name's Chelsea. I'm just going to fully do another top to toe on you, all right? Where's the worst of your pain right now?
That's in nicely. Breath again.
In Chatham, paramedic Nathan is treating 16-year-old Kyle, who's having multiple seizures.
He's going to go back into another seizure now.
No one knows what brought them on, but Nathan is giving him diazepam to stop them.
Oh, hello, mate. There you go. That's it. Keep your head up like that for us.
Kyle's mother is on hand to help calm him down.
Do you feel sick?
Yeah, might as well, just 'cause it's dropped a bit. I'll do these ones.
Fun? No, so that's because of the medication we've given him. It slows his breathing down a little bit, but it helps stop the seizures.
The seizures have stopped for now. So Nathan secures his oxygen supply and prepares him to be moved to the ambulance.
We're just going to move you off the bed into our wheelchair and take you outside to the ambulance, okay?
Get the chair, I'll just lift him over the chair.
Hold on to my hand, Kyle. I'm just going to sit you forward. Ready?
Yeah.
Ready? Well done, mate.
Sorry, I'm going to go backwards into here a little bit.
Kyle will be taken to hospital for an MRI scan.
So just keep your head back for us, that's it.
To hopefully solve the mystery of why he's had a seizure.
He's all good.
Mum can go with him, but his girlfriend, who saved him by calling 999, will have to make her own way to hospital.
Because you're 16, it needs to be your mum. All right, but as soon as you're well enough, she can come up and see you.
Girlfriend was a little bit upset, obviously quite traumatised, she's quite young, so I've been reassuring her. That's been my sort of main job. While they've been working on Carl, I've been reassuring family here, keeping everyone else calm. So he's never had anything like this before, so really to try and get to the bottom of that. So it's been a really positive job, and he's off to get the best care that he's going to have.
In West Malling, just outside Maidstone,
Hello, bud.
the joint response team are with a cyclist who's been involved in a suspected hit and run.
So what exactly happened, in your own words?
It's coming down the hill.
Yeah.
Black Fiesta coming up. And I thought, he's got to give me a bit of room, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And he was like, instead of giving me room, he come towards me for more.
Right,
Like,
okay.
He's trying to hit me. I thought, what are you doing?
Okay.
It's all happened in a split second. I thought,
So did he hit you?
yeah.
Yeah, he hit you and you come over the handlebars.
Make my decisions where I actually know where to go, so...
Yeah, no, of course, mate.
With the cyclist confirming the hit and run claim, the police side of the joint response unit now start their own work.
By the sounds of it, our chap's coming down the hill, and as he's starting to come around a corner, he said a Fiesta was coming up and has clipped him. There's clear damage to the frame of the bike. The frame itself is bent, roughly where his leg would be. His wheel's also buckled, and the car that's hit him has also kindly left part of his wing mirror. Patrol's gone up the road to see if they can find some CCTV cameras, to see if we can identify the black Fiesta, because that's all we've got at the moment. And if they can, we'll review it, see if we can find him, stop him, have a chat with him, and then he can account for what's happened and why he hasn't stopped.
Even though the cyclist is conscious and lucid, Chelsea's priority is to check for signs of concussion.
Any visual disturbances like blurry vision, double vision, stars in your eyes? Felt sick at all since it happened?
A little bit sick, but...
More the pain, you think? Right, so I'm going to go all the way down your back. Any pain?
Just a scratch.
This leg? Lower leg? Pain down there? Right, okay. I'm just going to lay my hand on it. Is this where your pain is? Okay. Anything round here? Yeah, all round here, is it?
Yes.
See if we can get this up.
The cyclist appears to have landed on his hip and may have fractured it.
So it's failing to stop at the scene of a road traffic collision. So it's a traffic offence, but, you know, just general human nature. You know, if I was to even so much as think I've hit someone, you'd stop and check to make sure they're okay. It could have been a lot worse. If he was knocked unconscious, then it would have just been somebody passing that may have seen him, and it could have been any time before we knew.
Chelsea needs to get the cyclist off the road, but given his injuries, the move could be extremely painful.
I want to try and pop a cannula in you to get you some pain relief.
All right, no, seriously. Seriously.
We're going to move you, and if you're in this much pain now, you're going to be in a hell of a lot of pain soon.
Can I see if can I decide?
Are you sure?
I'm really hate pills, needles, and pain relief.
I can't force you, but I would recommend it, is all.
I'll let you know if I need it.
Okay.
His reluctance to take any pain relief medication is going to make the move even tougher.
I'm not gonna lie, I think you are gonna change your mind. And if you don't, I am gonna be so impressed.
I'm not a hero.
Don't be a hero, because it's here. We're gonna put a scoop in underneath you to get you on there. But to be able to do that, we need you flat on your back. So we'll give you a hand, but I think the best thing to do is for you to do as much as you can on your own, because of just in terms of pain, you know.
Yeah, sure. Want me to roll onto something?
So you need to roll onto your back.
What we've done is we've put part of the scoop next to you over your left shoulder.
Yeah.
Go on, go for it.
That's it. Well done, Steve.
Well done, bud. All right.
Well done, Steve. That's it. Lovely jubbly. Oh, lovely jubbly. All right, Steve.
So we need this more flat. There we go.
Well done, Steve.
Well done, bud. You're doing really well, Steve, all right? How's your pain? Ready? We're going to roll towards us, all right?
All right, good.
Just watch his hip, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Legs on your hip. Oh, lovely.
Right, good man.
Whoa.
We're all in. You're good. You're all right.
Gas now? You good? Well done, Steve. I'm really impressed.
With the cyclist on the scoop,
So on 3. 1, 2, 3.
he can be moved without risking damage to his potentially fractured hip.
Perfect.
There you go. There should be one to your right hand. I don't know.
He's got at least, at the very minimum, gravel rash, potentially further injuries in his hip. It's quite a steep hill, and you can pick up lots of speed. He said he's lucky that he knew that you have to slow for this corner. So, yeah, very lucky that he's come to a rest here and hasn't had any further injury. I don't think he'll be walking anytime soon.
Kent is England's 5th most populated county, bordered by London to the north and the Channel to the south, and crisscrossed by a network of country lanes and motorways. And patrolling them after dark can make for a busy night for the joint response teams.
So a male's driven his vehicle into the hedge. By the information we've got, he's not trapped, but he's got bleeding from the nose. His airbags have been deployed, so it looks like he's sort of gone in, potentially hit the steering wheel, which has caused those injuries on his nose.
Special Sergeant Hannah and Paramedic Nathan are going to one of the many RTCs, or road traffic collisions, that occur in the county. Emergency services here deal with more than 4,500 every year, and having a dual emergency response is ideal.
Obviously, a paramedic can do the initial assessment for any injuries, and as a police officer, we can almost do the legal side, so any traffic management, but also assess what caused the RTC, start to break down, do we need any other resources there, are there any offences that have caused the RTC?
There on the right? Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, there he is.
The RTC in Incapable, please.
He's off the road.
The car's mounted the pavement, and the driver is dazed but conscious.
Hello, mate. I'm Nathan from the ambulance service. It's all right if I do a few checks on you?
Yeah.
Yeah? I'm just going to shine a light in your eyes a sec. What's happened, mate?
I don't know. I don't know what happened to us. I'll come around the corner.
Yeah.
The next one I lost control of it. I was up in the inch, you know what I mean?
While Nathan examines the driver, Hannah's working out what happened.
It appears that he's actually driven up onto the roundabout, ended up coming back off the roundabout and into the hedge to the left. So he's actually made contact with the top of the roundabout.
His trip over the 4-foot-high roundabout has left parts of his motor strewn across the scene.
Obviously, he didn't take the roundabout as he should have. You could smell a bit of alcohol on him. He doesn't seem really with it. So because he's been involved in an RTC, we're going to require a specimen of breath from him. So, yeah, definitely a bit of a strange one. You wouldn't expect that normally when you come to a roundabout.
Did you black out at all?
No, not at all, no. I was driving.
You got any pain at the moment? No, good. Do that one more time, just do your blood pressure one last time, and they'll take it all off.
With Nathan satisfied the driver isn't severely injured, Hannah can take over.
How old are you? Today is your birthday? Right, so because you've been involved in a traffic collision, okay, I'm going to have to require you for a specimen of breath, all right? So I need to ask you a few questions first. So have you had anything to drink in the last 20 minutes, alcohol or otherwise? Okay, what have you had to drink? You could do, don't know. You've had a lager, yeah? Okay, and you have admitted that you've had a drink tonight, yeah?
Because the driver's admitted to having a drink just before the crash, Hannah needs to wait 20 minutes before she can do the breath test.
All right, nice one, big breath until I say stop. Blow, 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 blow. That's it. Stop, stop, stop. Right. The time is 22:28, and you are under arrest, okay, for drink driving.
It's a Saturday night, and I think the pubs and clubs are going to start chucking out. So things are probably getting a bit busy, and unfortunately, the calls are stacking.
In Gillingham, in northwest Kent, police officer Jack and paramedic Lisa are responding to an urgent incident in a residential area.
79-year-old on a street in Gillingham.
Caller states patient is intoxicated, fell, bleeding head injury, pool of blood on the floor, cold to touch, deathly colour.
He may have just fallen, he may be intoxicated, he may have been assaulted, it could be anything.
It's one for us because A, we can go and give him the treatment he needs, and B, he's in a public place, he's in a road.
But it's not just the injury that's concerning the team.
Temperature outside at the moment is 7 degrees. It's going to be quite cold. And obviously if he's got a reduced level of consciousness from the head injury, it's going to be quite difficult to assess. So ideally we're going to need to get an ambulance to him as soon as possible, so at least we can get him off the ground and start checking him over properly.
They arrive at the street and are flagged down by 2 women.
Oh, okay, darling. Roy, do you remember falling over? Do you remember what happened?
No, I don't.
I would really like you to get that head looked at, all right? Because
I don't want to go in that hospital.
No, listen.
I won't go in that fucking hospital.
Let me have a little look.
All
right.
In Kemsley, on the North Kent coast, the driver who crashed his car and failed a breath test is under arrest.
So the legal limit is 35 and you blew 68. Okay, which is pretty much double, isn't it? All right? 70 is double and you blew 68. All right? So you're over the legal limit. Okay? Unfortunately, you won't be going home tonight. All right? Come here. I'm gonna go to bed. Well, what we'll do is we'll take you down the station as soon as we can, all right? Sober up down there and then they'll interview about it.
Given the man was nearly twice the legal limit when he hit the roundabout, the outcome of this crash could have been far more catastrophic.
He's collided with the roundabout here. It doesn't look like he's attempted to brake or turn for the roundabout at all, just not seen it. It bounced off and then come to a stop here on the pavement. The airbags have done what they should do. The car's taken all the impact, and he's walked away with no injuries.
It seems a straightforward case of suspected drink driving, but as the driver is about to be taken away, the police discover a suspicious-looking item.
What's this?
I don't know, actually.
I don't know.
The gentleman had a tube on him that's got leftover cannabis in it. So we're just trying to request to see if there's a drug swipe that can come up, and now drug swipe them out for cannabis in his system.
Drug wipes take a sample of saliva, which can show if a person has cannabis or cocaine in their system.
Take the tongue out, so I need to take the side of the tongue as well.
And after an 8-minute wait, it shows the driver is positive for cannabis. But he isn't going straight into custody. The Joint Response Team's paramedic is needed again.
Since being arrested, the patient's developed some lower back pain, so he's going to need to go to hospital to have that checked out a bit further.
Police custody won't accept prisoners if they're complaining of pain, as the driver now is.
If you want to follow me, we'll go put you straight in the back of the ambulance. Watch your step as you come up in.
Located in a pool of blood, but...
Caller states patient is intoxicated, fell, bleeding head injury, pool of blood on the floor, cold to touch, deathly colour.
In Gillingham, the JRU team have been called to help an elderly man
Tell me where you've been this evening, darling.
who's fallen over
He's been up the pub.
and injured his head.
Do you remember walking down this road on your way home? You do?
Yes,
You do?
That's right, darling. You're right.
And do you remember falling over?
I don't think I fell.
I think he was unconscious.
Okay, so these lovely two ladies found you on the floor, but you don't remember anything about that, no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't. All I want to do,
Yeah, but we've got to get your head checked.
We need to get your head checked,
Yeah.
Roy. Have you got any pain anywhere else at all?
No.
No? I'm going to just step behind you and have a little look at your head.
I don't want to go into that hospital.
All right, let me have a little
I
look.
hate that hospital.
All right, let me have a little look at your head.
I don't want to go in that hospital. But my wife died in there.
All right.
Paramedics can often find it hard to persuade people who've drunk alcohol to accept treatment.
Roy, listen, I would really like you to get that head looked at, all right? Because
I don't want to go in that hospital.
listen.
I won't go in that fucking hospital.
Listen.
My wife died in there, and I want not go in there.
No, listen. What I'm trying to say is, I can't do it here, so I'm going to get an ambulance to come here so we can get you off the ground. We can get you inside the ambulance, and we'll look at you properly. All right, I can't really do it safely out here in the street.
I'll tell you what.
You're not going.
Oh.
No, you're going to go to hospital. Get your head checked, yeah?
This could be my hand.
No, it's not. You've got to drink your life.
Head injuries can often be difficult to diagnose, so Lisa needs to complete more checks to make sure the elderly man hasn't had a stroke or is suffering from internal bleeding.
Put your hands against my hands for me.
Yeah.
Just push against my hands. Lovely. And now I want you to pull me towards you.
Lovely lady towards you.
As if you're going to pull me in for a hug.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's
Oh,
fine.
sorry.
That's fine. We're just checking to make sure your arms and your limbs and everything are moving okay, that there's no weakness, there's no risk that you've had a stroke or anything like that. Roy is not obviously quite as serious as we thought when we were driving here. Yes, there is some blood on the floor, but again, not quite as big a pool of blood as we first thought. We're going to get him up, get him inside the ambulance, and then we can assess him and look at that head better, because obviously the light out here is not great. He has had a bit to drink, but he does remember some things, and other things he doesn't remember. But that may be normal for him, or that may be the head injury. So we need to do a little bit more of an assessment, and we'll find out what's going on with him.
While they keep Roy warm, Jack wants to find out if he's been attacked.
How did you get your head injury? How did you bang your head? Did someone do it to you, or did you fall over, do you think?
I don't remember doing that.
You don't remember? Did someone do it to you?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay.
No.
This is your ambulance crew.
I don't want to go in that hospital.
No, what we're going to do...
Checks. You're going
I
to get
can't
checked.
go in there.
No.
But my wife came out. She went in there and she came out dead.
With Roy still adamant he's not going to hospital, it's time for Lisa to turn on the charm offensive.
I'm I'm going to give you a little cuddle, if that's all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're going to swing your legs up onto the bed, all right? So we're going to do that in one quick movement. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, bloody hell.
How's that then, all right?
That's all right.
And you've got a cheeky little cuddle as well, eh?
Getting Roy in the ambulance is the first step to getting him to hospital.
Roy, we're just going to give your head a bit of a clean.
Oh, am I?
Because you've got that cut at the back of your head.
Have I?
Yeah, so we're just giving it a bit, yeah. So we're just trying to see what's underneath and how deep or how serious the cut is underneath, and then we can take it from there as to what we're going to do. So we're just trying to get away and move the hair away from the top of the wound.
Thankfully, Roy's injury doesn't seem to have done him any major damage, but he still needs to be persuaded to go to hospital for more comprehensive checks. This could be the toughest part of Lisa's job tonight.
We've got a little bit of a concern that obviously you've bumped your head. Now, I know you were adamant you don't want to go to the hospital. They won't, if they don't think it's necessary, they won't keep you in, but we need to get you checked. Okay, so
I don't want to go in now.
I know you don't, but
I think of my wife.
I know.
I know.
But do you,
I know.
I want you to.
I
know.
I know. I want to go in.
But I want you to understand our concerns. If they're happy, they're going to send you home. They're not going to keep you unnecessarily.
No.
But I think we need to just get you checked in the first place. I know what you're saying, but like the lady said, you'll be back in that pub next week having a boogie. All right? So you're going to be happy if we take you to the hospital and just get them to check your head. You might not make it to the pub otherwise if we don't get that head checked out. Okay. Yeah, it's for the best. So I'm going to get out of the way and leave you with these lovely two people.
Okay.
All right, it's lovely to meet you.
Yeah.
And get that head sorted out and you'll be having a boogie next week. Roy was obviously concerned about going to hospital this evening. He's recently lost his wife, and unfortunately she passed away at this hospital that he's going to go to. So I can understand his concerns, but we've reassured him as best we can. He's agreed to go to hospital and get the head checked over, so yeah, it's a good outcome.
The joint response teams work a 24-hour shift system, which means at least 2 cars out on patrol. Back at base, another joint response unit is about to hit the road.
Give it a quick wash, quick hoover.
After Special Sergeant Jack has given the car a bit of a spring clean.
I'll give it a little hoover out.
I'll delegate. Doing a great job there, Jack.
With her police colleague having done the dirty work,
Looks like a brand new car.
Paramedic Aisha takes the driving seat.
Yeah, 01.
They soon get an urgent call.
We've got a major trauma job. Someone's been electrocuted.
It's a first for paramedic Aisha.
Yeah, I've never done electrocution before, so I suppose it's going to be an interesting one in that aspect. Seems like we've got a critical care paramedic already mobilising towards this, which is great news. See, electrocution can be very bad news. Can do very bad things to your heart, and this patient does have severe chest pain.
Electric shocks can cause severe harm, disabling limbs, damaging the central nervous system, and even disrupting heart rhythms, leading to cardiac arrest. Jack and Aisha arrive to find critical care paramedic Joe already at the scene.
If we just sit you up on the edge of the bed and we can do some checks. Sorry, are you normally fit and well?
The man was apparently repairing a broken lamp, which was still plugged in, sending up to 240 volts of electricity through his system.
Is this the wire here?
It was this one. It's not plugged in, but
Yeah.
cut it down. It didn't knock you out or anything, did it? Did it throw you across the room or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm just going to pop this around your arm, do your blood pressure, then in a moment we're going to be sticking some stickers on your chest. All right, just to... All right, that's just going to squeeze your arm a little bit.
Right, let's try and keep nice and still for us. That's it, let's try to pause here.
The man they're treating lives in the house with his parents.
This gentleman has touched an exposed wire whilst tinkering around with some things in here. He reports to us that he's received an electric shock. Luckily, he hasn't lost consciousness or anything like that, hasn't been thrown across the room, which is good things. But he has got chest pain at the moment, which is always a concern with electrocution.
Deaths at home due to electric shocks are thankfully very rare, in single figures each year. But chest pains can be a sign that the electric shock has caused the man's heart to beat irregularly, or worse, damaged a heart muscle.
So I'm just going to have a really quick feel of your chest. Tell me if there's any pain, right? And could you just cover your mouth with your hand and cough for me and tell me if there's any pain when you do that? Any pain in your chest when you cough there?
Not too bad.
Not too bad. That's it, if you just sit up nice and straight for me. Just nice deep breaths as you would normally. Right, I'm just going to have another feel on your chest as well. I'm going to put these dots. I know it's a pain, but if you can sit up nice and straight for me. Was that tender when I touched there now, is it?
Just a bit, yeah.
You sure? Because I had a really good feel earlier and you said that didn't hurt. You sure that's uncomfortable?
It's just there, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll do this ECG and then I'll have another look at that. How bad would you say the pain is if you give it a score out of 10 at the moment?
Oh.
Quite bad.
Trying to back 9, 8.
Yeah.
Oh.
So just try and keep nice and still for me. Well, in a second.
The ECG is showing some irregular heart patterns.
1 or 2 irregular beats, but that can be perfectly normal for some people. But like we said, just because of what's happened, you will need to go to hospital.
Yeah.
I know that's probably not where you want to go, but is that all right if we pop you up to hospital in a second?
Oh,
it's worse when you moved, isn't it?
Yeah.
Adrenaline's wearing off, he's feeling it now.
And you brought a drugs bag out?
I did, yes.
It's nice and still for me. It should be nice and quick.
Joe gives the man some pain relief.
Drop, scratch.
It's not clear what's causing him to suffer so much pain, so he'll need more extensive checks in hospital.
Did you say your pain's about an 8, 9? Is it worse when you're moving?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Off to the hospital now. Still having quite a lot of chest pain, but it does seem like it's more muscular, so it hurts more when he's moving, when we're pressing the area. But certainly needs to go up to hospital to have some further checks just to make sure, because, like I said, with the heart, you don't want to be messing around with extra electricity going flying through it, so just need to make sure that everything is A-OK. And fingers crossed, he'll be released later, as long as everything is good.
Kent's Joint Response Unit generally deals with incidents that require both police and paramedics. But if they're out and about, the police partner will still intervene if they spot someone committing a criminal offence. It's Friday evening rush hour, and paramedic Lisa and Special Constable Tom have just started their shift.
So it's just a car that's overtaken us doing about 85 mile an hour. Just run a check on it. It appears the MOT expired yesterday. So we'll just stop, have a quick chat, try and pull him off into the services, and just see what we've got, really. Hello!
As well as speeding, the driver has no MOT.
Okay, do you want to jump out and we'll just have a quick look at it?
And illegal number plates as well.
You've got illegal spacing there, so there's got to be a space there, so it's got to be the A's all together. You've got that. There's not a second one, so that's purposely been put there to make it read as an H. Am I right? Right, okay.
This seems to be just a police matter, but Lisa's skills may also be needed.
When I went past you, I didn't even think I was speeding, because my daughter just threw up like 2 minutes before.
Oh, bless you.
So we pulled over on the hard shoulder, wiped her, and then, yeah.
Is she all right now?
She's got motion sickness.
So the driver's getting a fine.
I expect to see those number plates changed next time I see you drive in.
And the daughter's getting something to help with her travel sickness.
There's a vomit bowl and just an Inco pad. If you put it on Little Un's lap with this side facing, it will just catch anything that she vomits up. I don't know what to say.
50 quid fine and a sick bowl. Look at that, eh? Right. No worries. Take care of yourself, mate. Stay safe.
Journey. Take care. Bye.
Job done. and just in time.
Tom's seen on the police CAD that there's an RTC car on its side out in Shorn.
All we've got is potentially 4 people in the vehicle.
And the road that we believe it to be in is a country lane out near the country park, so obviously people do drive quite fast through those lanes. Could be that they've just lost control.
On arrival, Lisa's suspicions are confirmed.
It is on its side as we're approaching, we can see. We need the police for scene safety and obviously then paramedics for anyone that's hurt.
Anyone injured at all? Anyone injured at all?
The Joint Response Unit of Paramedic Lisa and Special Constable Tom have been called to a country lane where a car has crashed and is on its side.
Have you got any injuries at the moment?
I've got injuries on my lower back.
Right, okay.
Back, my right foot, and there's glass feeding in my right foot.
Okay.
My right foot hurts. I've started braking. As I've put the brakes on, the wheels have locked up.
Right, okay. Do you need me to grab anything for you?
No, I'm just going to have a quick chat with, find out who's
Each one.
sitting where, and then we'll have a...
Yeah, okay, nice.
So where were you guys sitting in the car?
Well, I was behind the driver.
So you're behind the driver, were you in the...
While Lisa examines the driver and passengers,
Yeah. Did you all have your seatbelts on?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Tom goes to have a word with the man who phoned in the emergency.
So I was like that.
Yeah.
So I'm started reversing to
Right.
get out of the way of it. It just clipped the front of my car, but I was,
Right, okay.
I'm absolutely fine.
Yeah, okay, okay. I was going to go grab some details.
This isn't the first time the team have been called here.
This is quite a notorious country lane for cars not being able to pass each other. It appears that obviously 2 cars have come against each other. It looks like he's tried to apply the brakes. His anti-lock brakes have stepped in. So he's just tried to swerve to the left to get out the car's way and has ended up the embankment, which caused him to flip. So we've got some minor injuries at the moment. They're complaining of some pains, but they're all walking about. So walking, talking's good. And we'll go from there.
What, of the black Ford?
Yeah.
They're not in it? Down there.
Paramedic Lisa's given all 4 of the occupants of the car a once-over, and she's happy no one's too badly hurt.
They're all saying they ache a bit, which they're going to ache. I'm going to have to do like obs and checks on all of them, and they've all self-extricated. They all had seatbelts on.
An ambulance is on its way. And in the meantime, Tom can start investigating what actually happened here.
What about you doing down here then?
Just was driving back towards London Road. I don't care about the car, as long as all 4 of us got out alive, I don't care.
Just some questions that I need to go through. Okay, have you had any alcoholic beverages in the last 20 minutes? Okay. Lips around there, tight seal, and just blow like you're trying to blow up a balloon all at the same time, all right? Yeah. Yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. That should be enough. 0, that's fine.
That test has been passed, but Tom's checks have uncovered something else.
Right. So you're shown as having a revoked licence. Why would that be?
Yeah, I've been speaking to the DVOA, but I'm driving on the Section 88 of the Road Traffic Act.
So what was your licence revoked for, actually?
It was because they done the medical investigation.
Right.
And then I was trying to contact their surgery in Ilford, but I couldn't get through to them. I phoned up the DVOA, they said they'd send me further correspondence on the surgery.
Right, OK. So you are saying that you're driving with an exemption under what?
Section 88 of the Road Traffic Act 1988.
All right. So I deal with road traffic as it's not my everyday, so I'm going to have to look that up. I'm going to be honest with you.
Of course.
It's not my run-of-the-mill thing, so I'm going to have to look that up. Cool.
The man claims to have a legal reason to be driving without a licence, but Special Constable Tom isn't convinced.
Made a mess of it, hasn't he?
So he needs to investigate further.
So our national computer has shown that he's got a revoked licence. He's claiming that under Section 88 of the Road Traffic Act, that he has an exemption of whilst this is being disputed by him, that he can still drive.
The DVLA records say the man's licence has been revoked, but he's saying that he's still allowed to drive while the matter's being resolved.
So potentially, we're going to be looking at 12 points and a hefty fine and likely a disqualification. So it's quite a big deal. So that's why I want to solidify what he's saying.
An ambulance has arrived to take the 4 occupants of the car to hospital once they've been briefed by Lisa.
4 occupants in the car that's on its side, all self-extricated, all complain of lower back pain, but I can't do very much out in the cold and it's not fair to expose and examine out here. A little bit of pain down her left leg, but her legs are shaking, I think, through the shock.
In the meantime, Tom has dug a little deeper.
Essentially, my suspicions were right. The legislation that he's quoted isn't applicable in this circumstance, so that is not a valid excuse for him to continue to drive.
Section 88 of the Road Traffic Act allows people to drive without holding a licence, but it isn't applicable in this case.
Am I okay to jump in and have a chat? Thank you very much. Right, mate. I've had a look into this section 88, okay? So what you're saying is partially correct, okay? However, unfortunately, part of section 88 also states that it doesn't apply if your licence has been revoked. No. So I will have to give you a ticket for the no licence. What I've done also is arranged for your vehicle to be recovered as well, because obviously it's on its side, so you won't be able to drive it anywhere. Have you got anyone that you guys can contact to get you back home? No. I think what he's thinking is that the DVLA and his doctor have been discussing as to whether he is fit to drive, and I think he believes that during that period he can drive, and that's what this legislation says. However, what's actually happened is the DVLA have revoked his licence, and he's now trying to go to his doctor for them to say that he is fit to drive. So he hasn't got a UK licence at the moment.
Lisa and the ambulance team have now examined the driver and passengers, and they're ready to go on their way.
So 4 occupants in the car, all extremely lucky. I think from their account and the witness's account, they've gone up the bank. The car has almost momentarily paused and then rolled onto its side. So I think they've got a few aches and pains and they're going to ache tomorrow, but yeah, very lucky. Looking at that, if they were going any faster, it would have been a whole different story. Perfect job for the joint response, because obviously you've got patients that potentially have got injuries, and also you need a police presence for road closure, scene safety. We didn't need any more resources other than the 1 ambulance to be able to examine the patient. So we've not, withdrawn any further resources from the police or from the ambulance service. So yeah, perfect job for the joint response.
As I've put the brakes on, the wheels have locked up.
Right, okay.
This could be my end.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Oh, hello, mate. That's it. Keep your head up like that for us. Just keep your head back for us, that's it.
I'm just going to fully do another top to toe on you, all right?
That's it, grab that side, there we are.
Is that tender when I touch there now, is it?
Just fit there.
Urgent assistance.
In modern Britain,
There's been a big accident.
the most dramatic 999 calls
The car is now on fire.
often require not 1, but 2 emergency responders.
I'm a police officer, she's a paramedic.
In Kent, one of Britain's biggest counties,
I'm just thinking if we just cover it all.
A groundbreaking joint response unit has been formed.
Ready, set, lift.
Where both police and paramedic combine in one specialist vehicle.
You've been arrested for assault.
To answer some of the most extreme 999 calls.
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear? Shocked.
We already outdone ourselves on that one.
Face the wall? Mate, I can't believe we got him.
Coming up, attacked in his own home.
This one was bad. Where I'm holding the blade and pushing him back.
A high-speed crash ends in a manhunt.
We've now got units plotted up all around.
And a woodland walk ends in agony.
1, 2, 3.
Covering nearly 1,500 square miles of Kent, the Joint Response Unit is on standby for dual emergencies requiring both urgent police and medical care.
Police, where's the emergency?
Road traffic accidents are the third most common emergency response for the unit, as they require both the skills of a highly trained paramedic and a police officer to make the scene safe.
Okay, we have got an ambulance en route. It is an ambulance and a police officer, okay? It's a vehicle on its roof. It does say that it's gone through a wall and a fence of a house of her.
It's 11 p.m. Paramedic Nathan from the South East Coast Ambulance Service and Special Sergeant John from Kent Police are on their way to a Joint Response Unit emergency.
We've got a rollover RTC. The male's got himself out of the vehicle, but he's query intoxicated. The passerby has tried to keep him on scene, talking to him, but he's now trying to leave the scene.
So you've not only got kind of like the concern for welfare for him, okay, he's also potentially committed offences as well.
The JRU, or Joint Response Unit, can get to the scene faster than an ordinary ambulance, delivering the specialist skills needed.
Right now with someone. He's bleeding. Yeah, if he's gone across those fields, it'll come out the back of the road.
The man has left the scene of the crash, and he could be seriously injured, so he needs to be found fast.
We consider drone and dead fast, please.
NPAS, the police helicopters, are just one of the resources the cops have called on to help in the hunt, if he's not found on foot first.
There's quite a lot of resources on this. The most important thing is to get the containment on, so dogs have a good chance of tracking or whatever. Do you want to show JRO4, State 6?
As the rollover is in a residential area, there are many places to hide.
We have one patrol, stay where you are with fire. Have JRU head to the other side of the road. Suspect has not been found and he's still outstanding.
Right down here.
So keep going straight.
A sergeant is in charge of coordinating the search, and John and Nathan are assigned to a strip of land to the north of the upturned vehicle to help contain the missing driver.
Control JRO4. We're plotted up by the railway crossing. We are almost directly opposite where the car's rolled. The drivers ran off. We've now got units plotted up all around. It's a really big area to search. It's obviously pitch black, and we're waiting for a dog unit to come down and to see if NPAS is going to fly for us.
20 minutes after the call-out,
All right, the scene outside of the road. Could there's trees or something?
police believe they've contained the male within a half-mile radius, and the net is closing in.
So he's in the orchard.
Ahead.
With most crimes occurring between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., the Joint Response Unit can guarantee a busy night shift.
Can you get Romeo 01 to control, please? We've got a stabbing at Sheerness.
Knife crime is on the increase, and in 2021, ambulance crews in Kent treated over 190 stabbing victims. But it can be dangerous answering a call-out to a violent crime without the protection of the police.
Good lads.
Tonight, on duty with paramedic Chelsea is Special Constable Clive.
We've got reports of a stabbing. We believe it's a stab wound to the arm and potential slash to the hand.
A stab wound to the arm can be very serious because you've got your brachial artery in there. If it's got that, then you get some very, very serious blood loss.
So they've lost more than 2 mugfuls.
More than 2 mugfuls for us goes down as catastrophic hemorrhage.
A stabbing incident means a fast response is critical because bleeding from an artery or main vein can prove fatal in minutes.
Does it say about whether it's spurting or not?
Blood spurting or spraying from wounds. Obviously, priority number 1 is going to be making sure that the scene's safe for Chelsea to be able to work and make sure that the victim's safer as well.
If we didn't have the JRU, if I was going to this as a normal ambulance, I would not be entering the scene until police are there. So that can sometimes delay getting care to that patient. Perfect JRU job.
And especially in this type of vehicle, we're able to travel at a normal response speed.
Yeah, these cars go a lot quicker than ambulances. Love that hat at the ready.
Another police patrol has responded to the high-priority call-out.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi.
But Chelsea is the only paramedic on scene.
What happened, bud?
I've got out of the shower, come downstairs, and the door's knocked in and there's a group of boys that started asking me for drugs.
Yeah.
I said I didn't have any, and started pushing the door. I was holding on to the blade. I think they punched me in the face and they said he's got a gun.
It's gone through some fatty tissue.
Crucially, the brachial artery hasn't been severed, but with severe lacerations to his arm and hand, it's important the victim's traumatic injuries are treated quickly to prevent further bleeding or infection, and his status is constantly monitored.
How about your pain out of 10 at the moment? 10 being worst pain ever, arms and legs ripped off, 0 being nothing. Give me a number.
Give us a number. Number 8 or 9 if it was a Jimmy Fisting. 8 or 9, no worries.
Chelsea manages the victim's pain so he doesn't go into shock.
Give me a sharp scratch, buddy, stay nice and still.
She fits a cannula to administer an intravenous dose of paracetamol, while Clive joins the rest of the police to hunt for signs of the intruders.
Someone's touched all of that.
Yeah.
There's some bits missing from here. They've touched all of this. Did they actually come in then? I think, yeah, they was definitely in here. What, and there's things missing? Yeah.
Can we get CSI to come out?
A search of the house reveals more evidence.
Is this someone's hat?
Is it River Island?
No, it's an Omani one.
I don't think it is. I think it must be one of theirs.
It was right outside the front door when I got here.
There's potential for forensics. There's been some clothing that's been left behind by the attackers. And there could always be blood from the attackers if any of them have got injured by their own weapons as well.
You all right? In a bit of shock, eh?
Yeah.
Applying a temporary gauze dressing to his deep wounds is just the first step. Chelsea needs to establish if the victim's been knifed anywhere else.
Do we have a weapon at all? No.
It's been described as a Rambo 9.
And with the gang still at large, police comb the area as it's still a dangerous crime scene.
Where do we think it's going across this field? They directly outside of the road. I think there's trees or something.
3 patrol units, including the joint response team, are closing in on a suspected drink driver who's been missing for half an hour. Special Sergeant John leads a search across the fields.
Who's in the orchard?
If he's caught, it's critical Nathan, the only paramedic, examines the driver.
It's just a case of when we find him, what injuries he's got, and making sure medically he's okay and that he's fit to then for the police to deal with kind of the criminal side of things that's happened.
7-0, well detained. Yeah, can we have another unit down here?
Fortunately, they don't have to wait long.
I'll place him under arrest at this time.
We'll go check him over.
One of the patrols has detained the suspect, But there's a crucial bit of evidence Nathan needs to look at to help assess the full extent of his injuries.
If we stop off at the crash, just so I can see the car before we go to him. Looking at the car, you can be able to tell if he was wearing a seatbelt, if airbags have been deployed, whether it's likely he's hit his head on the windscreen. It just gives you a better understanding of what, if he has got any injuries, how he's sustained those injuries. So he has actually rolled it properly.
Incredibly, no one else was involved in the accident. But whoever was driving has taken the keys.
So his seatbelt's locked out, so it means he was wearing a seatbelt at least. Front airbags haven't gone off, so we'll go have a look, see how he's doing, and then go from there, really.
Give me a quick search. Go.
Caught half a mile away, the suspect denies driving the car or having anything to do with the crash.
Keys?
There's given me 3 after the crash.
Okay, but you've got the keys to the vehicle, have you?
Yeah, I'll do.
Sure, no problems.
Do you want to be medically checked over? Has you been in a crash?
I haven't been in no crash, sir.
Have you not?
No.
No?
No.
Are you happy if my colleague at least checks you over to make sure that there's nothing that we need to be concerned about? Let's let him check you over.
If you think I've been involved in a crash, then please do. But I haven't been involved in a crash at all.
Even though the suspect appears visibly drunk, alcohol and adrenaline can mask any injuries, so it's important Nathan examines him thoroughly, while John reports in to control.
Joshua JRO4, State 6.
I've been involved in no crash, so...
If you were involved in a crash, would you have been wearing your seatbelt?
I would have been wearing my seatbelt, yes.
Good. So if I roll one of your sleeves up and do your blood pressure?
Yeah, that's fine, sir.
Might not roll up. Shall we take... I'll tell you what.
I'm not going to run anywhere. I'm not going to run anywhere.
Just hold on to it, mate.
I'm not going to run anywhere.
That's right.
Thank you, boys.
While Nathan takes his blood pressure, he's suspicious that drink may not be the only factor involved.
You had any drugs today?
No drugs, sir.
No? Your pupils are very big.
They're always big, sir.
Always that big?
Always big.
Always really slow at reacting to light as well?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
No worries.
Well, sorry, sir. I may lie. Once, it's only once, I did do a little tiny bit of gear, and that's it.
Was it cocaine by any chance?
Cocaine, yes.
Yeah, have you had any cocaine today?
Only when I left work.
Because your heart's going rather quick.
It's not.
It is?
It's not.
So it's going 140 beats a minute. Can I do an ECG of you to look at your heart?
Yes. Everything's fine.
Oh, it's still going a bit quick.
Confident they've got their suspect, police will gather any evidence before he'll be taken down to the station and charged.
The custody sergeant's just doing some photographs of the car.
I've got some if you want them.
Oh, have you got some?
Yeah.
Oh, can we have a look?
Yeah.
We just want to know if the airbags have gone off.
So?
No.
So, what was it? Was you going to say something then?
No.
No. I don't know how you know the airbags haven't gone off.
I don't know how you know that.
The suspect is still adamant he wasn't involved in the accident.
If there is a major crash, it'll be more blood than that, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
3 bags full, sir.
Yes, sir. 3 bags full, sir.
Full of what, though?
So,
He'll be taken to the station and questioned. But having a JRU paramedic check him over has saved a costly ambulance call-out.
Have you got any other concerns for him other than...
Just the heart rate, really.
If custody are happy to accept him the way he is, does he need to go to hospital for the heart, or...?
If they're happy to accept him with his heart rate that fast, and potentially cocaine and RTC, then that's fine.
Right.
He's got no head injury or anything like that. Pupils are just sluggish.
Okay, and we think that's potentially because of the
drugs,
cocaine.
yeah.
Okay, fine.
Drugs and alcohol, definitely.
No problems?
A custody nurse is always on hand to keep a check on symptoms and provide further care for anyone being detained.
When you're moving around, have you got any pains anywhere?
no, apart from these that think I'm a bad person.
Definitely needs to be monitored. Giving that advice across to the police, which have passed the custody, so up to them whether they accept him in custody or we'll send him to hospital. Right, let me move this all out of the way. It was quite a good job from the joint response side. We've been able to stop an ambulance having to come down.
If custody accepts him, he'll be left to sober up before facing criminal charges.
I think it's a successful completion stats. We've got what we think is a drink driver and a drug driver as well, by the looks of it, after Nathan's assessment. No one else is injured. Carl's getting recovered now as well, so he's off to custody. Since we're high five. Right, next job.
While John and Nathan prepare for their next emergency,
Is this definitely the only stab wound, bud?
a joint response team are in Sheerness, where a victim's been repeatedly knifed in his home.
What, are those things missing? Yeah.
Can we get CSI to come out?
Special Constable Clive helps gather evidence and make sure the scene is secure for paramedic Chelsea to do her job.
You go this way as well. Just make sure that you've not been got anywhere else that you've not noticed.
Wonderful, I can't see anything.
You have a little stand up for us a moment, mate.
It's because of adrenaline, do you know what I mean? It's going to mask a lot of injuries. It's unfortunate for the gentleman, but I think it's good that we had the resources in the area that we're able to get on scene so quickly.
So, did you give me a number out of 10 for your pain?
9.
A 9?
8 or 9.
Okay.
It's going up and down.
It could have been a lot worse than what it was. He managed to fend them off pretty well, and he has got some pretty nasty slash wounds in the process, but luckily it hasn't kind of cut through any major blood vessels, and he hasn't got any major stab wounds to kind of any major organs. Definitely going to need some stitches and stuff.
Once Chelsea has finished her assessment, the police pick apart the sequence of events.
The door knocked, so I went to open it and they was asking for packet.
Went to open, was asking for packet, yeah.
So I said, look, they've got the wrong address. As I shut the door, forced the way back through. I've had hold of one of the blades and there's another 2 coming through.
Yeah.
I've fallen back, which is when they punched me in the face.
Yeah.
And they've asked me where everything is, and basically all I've got is a wallet, a pouch of tobacco, and half a spliff in the ashtray, which they've taken as well. And they weren't very happy, I don't think, but that's all there was.
Okay.
They mentioned looking for a package which would be slang for drugs, which obviously wasn't apparently at the property.
I don't know if I lost consciousness, but I saw them leaving with my scooter.
Police think the gang may have mistaken the victim as a drug dealer. And with drug use increasing by 38% in Kent between 2019 and 2020, the force's county line and gang team have been busy, making over 300 drug-related arrests.
It's quite common for gangs to target their competitors, as it were, but unfortunately innocent sort of members of the public get caught up in that just through rumours and incorrect information being spread.
While police continue their search of the neighbourhood, forensics will do a sweep of the house and the victim will be off to hospital for stitches.
Don't touch the hat. Don't touch the hat. Don't touch the hat.
And it's only the start of the night shift for this duo.
When we have a busy night, boom, 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 and all of a sudden your shift's done and you're just sitting there, and I'll be talking to my wife, like Eva that night, she'll go, oh, tell me about it. And you forget about half the jobs because
you've done so much.
Like it does get a bit mad.
Away from the towns, Kent, the Garden of England, is known for its beautiful countryside and woodlands. But the idyllic landscape can throw up its own challenges for the emergency services.
So going to a 53-year-old who has been walking his dog and has fallen over. He's in the middle of the woodland. His knee's clipped and he can't straighten his leg, so he can't get off the road.
In a quicker, more adaptable vehicle than an ambulance, Joint Response Team Paramedic Hannah and Special Sergeant Jack respond to the call.
We don't really know where he is, so obviously if he's quite deep into woodland, then extricating him could be difficult.
By the looks of it, it's a fair way in.
It's a fair way in.
It might be a bit of a challenge finding him because it's quite dense woodland.
Darland Banks is a large nature reserve in North Kent.
You see this gate here?
Oh, yeah.
There's a little pathway next to it, and it's all the way in there.
The team prepare to hike into the 80-acre woods, carrying all the medical equipment they can manage.
How strong are you feeling?
Yeah, go on.
You can take some Entonox, I suppose.
Got to try and find him now.
Somewhere in the middle of the dense woodland is the injured man, and Jack uses a GPS app to help locate him.
This gives you direction. You need to walk in. So we need to walk that way.
Okay. Stuff like this makes me think I should probably go back to the gym.
So he's 208 metres away from us at the moment.
Is that far?
There he is. You can see him.
Can you see him? Hello. My name's Hannah. I'm a paramedic. What's your name?
Simon.
Simon. What's happened today, Simon?
Right, basically I was walking the dog, lost my footing,
Yeah.
took a stumble and my legs went like an octopus spaghetti.
So where's your pain at the moment?
Left leg is totally worse, right leg is basically the knees. I've tried to get up but my legs just go into spasm and cramp up and seize.
So your knees where it should be, yep, your knees there. I'm moving your knees side to side, okay? We've got 4 ligaments that hold our knees in place. Ones go side to side, others go like that. So you might have sprained or strained your ligaments when you've fallen.
But there's no painless way to find out.
Are you okay for me to take the weight of your leg and bring it up? Lovely. And then flex it. Okay, that's painful, we'll stop. Okay. Injury-wise, I think we're looking at ligament sprain and strains, probably to both the knees, which is why we're in pain. So I'm going to get a crew and then we will make a plan from there on how to get you out. Is that all right? Yeah. Yes, he came JR01. This gent doesn't seem to have any bony injuries. I think if anything, it's ligament sprain and strains is done to his knees. So I'm hoping we're going to be able to weight bear. But obviously, I'm going to need a crew if that's okay.
Yeah, they'll be with you off break in just under a minute.
So with support, do you think you'll be able to weight bear?
I'll give it a go if there's
Okay.
more people
Yeah.
here. Earlier on,
Okay.
there wasn't. Excruciating when it happened. I never felt anything like it.
Special Sergeant Jack can relate to Simon's pain.
I dislocated my knee and he's right in what he says, it's excruciating.
But there's a far bigger problem.
We're getting him off the floor and see if we can get him out. Hopefully he'll be able to walk with assistance. Otherwise it'll be having to try and carry him out.
In Darland Banks Nature Reserve in North Kent, a man's been lying for 3 hours deep in the woodlands after stumbling and falling.
And then flex it. Okay, that's painful, we'll stop. Okay.
Unable to move him, JRU paramedic Hannah called for backup, and Special Sergeant Jack leads the ambulance crew through the woods to their location.
Okay, they come. Oh, hi. So this is Simon. So injury-wise, there's no obvious deformity to either knees. So I'm hoping with support either side, we're going to be able to weight bear.
Before the challenge of getting Simon up on the stretcher, Hannah must manage his pain.
Entonoxal, as it's better known, gas and air, is an inhaled pain relief. It helps relax the muscles as well, so it's quite good. Deep breaths in and out your mouth like you're sucking through them. I'm hoping once we're up, especially with that right leg that doesn't seem as badly injured, we're hoping we're going to be able to weight bear through the right leg to kind of mobilise us out.
Hannah believes Simon sprained his ligaments in both knees, so he'll need a lot of extra support to get off the ground.
We're going to assist you to stand, but I need you to push with your legs when we get to a certain height. Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
No.
No? What's hurting? Is it both or just one?
Both.
Okay.
Locking up.
Relax. I didn't expect trying to weight bear to be quite that painful, but we're going to try again, get him on the carry chair.
Right, we're going to go for it.
After 5 more minutes of gas and air, Simon is ready to try again.
Push the chair in for me. 1, 2, 3, push the chair.
There we go.
Nuts!
You're nuts. Do you want to position it? Push yourself.
Always better.
Yeah. Obviously, we've got our stretcher there, but we'll bring the stretcher next to you, and we need you to weight bear on your good leg and literally swivel, turn, and sit your bum down on our stretcher. All right.
do it.
All right, I like it, I like it.
Ready?
1, 2,
2, 3.
Yeah!
You fuck.
Yeah! No, don't go back on the floor, God.
Oh, jeez, up there.
It's can't.
Get that in.
I can't move my right leg.
I know.
It's all right, it's coming up, mate.
With the help of 5 people, Simon's finally up on the bed.
There we are.
Well done.
There we go.
You tried, that's the main thing, all right? We've just got him onto the stretcher from the carry chair, and now we just push him back to the ambulance.
But it's a long push back to the main road.
Ready? Which way are we going?
This is going to get a bit bumpy because there's tree roots everywhere.
It's going to get worse.
Another one.
I'm never coming up here again.
I bet you'll be up here next week once your knee's sorted.
Finally, after 10 minutes, they make it to the ambulance.
You're in.
Sorry I was in such a...
Don't be sorry, it's not your fault. So Simon will be off to hospital, probably have some x-rays to rule out any possible fracture, and then, yeah, go from there.
Kent Police, where's your emergency?
Romeo 01, go ahead.
OK, just take a deep breath. Where's the victim been wounded?
At police and ambulance control rooms, all 999 calls are categorised. A C3 ambulance call is an urgent problem like a diabetic issue that needs assessment.
Are you on your own?
A C2 is a serious condition like a stroke that needs rapid treatment.
I'm arranging deployment for you now. They won't be too long at all, OK?
But a C1 or Category 1 call needs an immediate response to a life-threatening condition like a cardiac or respiratory arrest.
We've got a C1 for unconscious abnormal breathing in Sittingbourne. If there's anyone close enough to assist, please contact control.
01, do you need help on that C1?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Coming through now, Ivor.
The JRU teams may be set up for dual emergency call-outs, but they'll also respond to a serious medical emergency if they're closest to the scene.
Where's the location? Actually in the street. Yeah.
And tonight, it's paramedic Chelsea and Special Sergeant Holly jumping on the Category 1 call, even though only a medic is needed.
A C1 at the end of the day could be life or death. It seems like there's multiple different calls for potentially the same person. This has come through as a cardiac arrest. Before that, we were going to a C2 job in the exact same place. However, before we got either of those calls, we were looking at going to a concern for welfare, also for somebody with the same name. So I'm going to have to guess and say it is the same person.
Receiving a Category 3 call and then a C2 and now a Category 1 call for the same person means one thing. Their patient is rapidly deteriorating.
Joint Response Unit will always prioritise C1 if the point is that there's a paramedic that could get there fast. Sometimes we have been first on scene to C1 calls and the police have had to do CPR whilst we wait for backup.
There, just there. Oh, Martin! Hello, bud. Hello, my name's Chelsea, I'm a paramedic.
Immediately, Chelsea can see the man is breathing, unfortunately not in cardiac arrest.
What's going on?
But it's still unclear why he collapsed.
Went up the road to have a little walk.
Yeah?
Come back and it just went bang.
You just went bang?
Straight on the floor.
Do you remember that? Okay.
While Chelsea checks Martin's vital stats like blood pressure, oxygen levels and heart rate, Special Sergeant Holly speaks to witnesses.
Does anyone know him or? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I live in the flat over there. So I live in here, but I don't know him.
Don't know him?
I've got lots of medical conditions.
Oh, how do you know that?
Caretaker.
Yeah.
Second time this week.
Pardon?
Second time.
Second time this week? And when you've had these blackouts before, do you know what they've been caused by?
Parkinson's.
Your Parkinson's.
Dizziness and falls can be common for people with Parkinson's. Due to lack of balance because of muscle weakness, problems with blood pressure or posture.
Luckily for us, he was conscious and breathing, which is obviously the best case scenario. He's just medical condition that's made him collapse. No other aggravating factors and no danger to us or paramedics.
01, a patient is conscious and talking, but can I get a crew grade 2, please? Martin?
Yeah, I think it's Forest's baby.
Martin needs emergency care in hospital.
Martin, I've got some more ambulance people here, all right? Do you normally have pain in that left hip? No. And how bad is that pain out of 10? 0 being nothing. And 8? Okay.
Martin?
Yeah?
I think we'd like to take you up to hospital and try and get this hip looked into, and obviously you've had a passing out episode. I'm just going to pop this back over you, just try and keep you a little bit warm.
No one knows how long Martin's been laying on the cold concrete.
I bet you're freezing. I've got the heating on in the ambulance, so it should be nice and toasty by the time we're...
He's lovely, isn't he? He's very thoughtful like that.
He's very thoughtful. Oh, sorry, that's my foot. That's my foot.
There we are.
Cool. Couple of bumps. Pop your head up for me. I'm just going to swap out. This isn't as comfy. Put your head back down. Is that okay? I'm going to jump out. Yeah, do you mind?
After 3 different 999 call-outs, Martin's safely off to hospital for a thorough examination.
All right.
And the crew head off to their next job.
2-1, sorry, I never updated you earlier. We really outdone ourselves on that one. 2 jobs for the price of 1.
It was 3 jobs, so I'm well impressed with you. 3 jobs in 1 hit. Outstanding work. You got a key for it up though?
Let's see what we can achieve.
Awesome. Thank you, my love. Take him out.
Kent, the gateway to Europe, has a network of over 5,000 miles of public roads and is home to 4 major motorways. But an accident on one of these key arteries often requires a combined police and paramedic response.
How far is it?
Okay, so we've like
10 minutes if that.
On their way to a road traffic emergency is Special Sergeant John and paramedic Nathan.
We're currently going to an RTC where someone has collided with a central reservation. So, police side, we're going to go there, see if we need any other resources. From an ambulance side, we'll go assess the patients. Oops, I had a crash there.
With the car on the busy M20 motorway, there's a huge risk of multiple casualties if it's hit the barrier and spun across lanes of traffic.
Coming up on the left here.
Yeah. Who's here?
Truck.
Great, I'll hide behind there.
Critically, the passengers are out of the car and seem unhurt.
Okay, right, we'll all get the other side of the barrier.
But with traffic flying by at speeds of up to 70 miles an hour and the car straddled dangerously at an angle across the hard shoulder, there's a risk of another high-speed collision. So the team work quickly.
What happened then?
Just control the wind, innit? Just blew her up. Luckily, we were this late.
With gusts of wind across the 3 lanes of the fast-moving motorway, John needs to get the car safely off the road before there's a much bigger accident. He calls for urgent backup, and police colleagues organise a traffic calming measure, using traffic cops with Special Constable Tom and paramedic Lisa to help.
Going to put a rolling road in just to give the crews there a bit of protection and obviously members of the public a bit of protection.
A rolling road is a slow manoeuvre the police use to reduce traffic speed to a temporary stop. But it's not an easy procedure and is only used as a last resort.
Don't take the absolute.
And then you get people like that don't understand what a rolling road is.
What we'll do is I will weave between the lanes and bring the speed right down. So what I'll start to do now is bring it right down to a stop. So it's the only safe way to actually put a closure on the motorway, and hopefully everyone will get the message that they are not too far. JL01 then, we've got the rolling road on, so you should be safe for there.
Now the traffic's under control, it's safe for John to check if the car is entirely on the hard shoulder. and there's no danger of it rolling or causing any further accidents on the road.
Is it?
No, it's just onto the hard shoulder now, so should be able to let it out in a sec.
All safe, he can breathalyze the young driver.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. So that's 0, which is great. Okay, so lovely.
A negative for the driver, but a positive result for the team. Now the road is safe and a potential catastrophe has been averted.
What we'll do, we'll arrange recovery, okay, and then be on your way.
Compared to regular ambulance staff, paramedics are degree-level medics with more highly skilled training and expertise in critically ill and injured patients.
We are off to a grade 1 backup for a confirmed heart attack. There's an ambulance crew on scene. They've done an ECG. They've determined it's a confirmed heart attack. We've been requested to come along for paramedic support.
A patient is suffering a heart attack, and an ambulance crew needs the help of a paramedic like Nathan, trained to administer cardiology drugs and manage high-risk medical conditions. And time is of the essence.
7 minutes is the Category 1 response time, so we're just coming up to it now.
Category 1 calls need to be responded to in an average time of 7 minutes, and a JRU car can travel at the same high speed as a police pursuit vehicle.
7 to control, please.
Special Constable Clive reports in.
Yeah, CCAM's got a C1 confirmed cardiac arrest. We're just backing up a ambulance crew at the moment.
With the risk of his heart attack progressing, the patient needs to get to hospital urgently for life-saving treatment.
What's your name, sorry?
Billy.
Billy. Billy. Pain out of 10 at the moment.
It's painful.
Painful, that's fine.
Oh, you leaving it? Leave it. Came on about 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Crushing pain. It radiates down to his back and down his left arm. I got home from work. I just didn't feel good.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, it always takes your breath away.
Just going to get a line in quickly.
With no time to lose, the first step is to fit a cannula, which Nathan will use to administer life-saving medication.
Keep the arm nice and straight for a sec, sorry, mate.
And every minute counts.
Did you say I was having a heart?
So it looks like you are, yeah. A heart attack can be life-threatening. It could lead to a cardiac arrest, which will obviously lead to death. Where's the tingling?
My toes.
So just try and slow that breathing down for us. With a blockage in your heart, time is critical. Just gonna pop this by your nose a second.
In Raynham, North Kent, paramedic Nathan from the Joint Response Unit is assisting an ambulance crew with Billy, who's having a heart attack. But the specialist cardiology hospital is 30 miles away.
So every 5 minutes, your blood pressure's gonna go off. You're gonna keep squeezing on your arm all the way to hospital, just every 5 minutes.
Oh, my God, that's gonna go.
Yeah.
Nathan has to keep Billy stable, reducing the risk of his heart attack leaving permanent damage, or worse, suddenly progressing to a cardiac arrest where his heart stops completely.
Has that pain eased a little bit again, or is it still there? That's fine. At the moment, we have given this gentleman aspirin, ticagrelor, anti-sickness, morphine, all help with pain relief and relieving the symptoms of a heart attack.
Authorized to administer a number of drugs to reduce his pain, Nathan gives him another dose of morphine, helping to reduce inflammation and stress on the heart.
Hi, it's Nathan on ambulance 467. We are about 10-15 minutes away. Obviously, if it is a blockage, that's stopping the blood supply properly getting to perfusing the heart. So the quicker we get there, the quicker they can remove the blockage and relieve it and get blood flow back to that section of the heart. So yeah, time is kind of the essence. How's that pain now? Is it eased off a bit? Sorry to wake you a bit.
It's not nice.
Not nice, no, sorry.
CCAM, The South East Coast Ambulance Service receive over 2,000 emergency calls a month for cardiac chest pains, and swift action can be the difference between life and death.
I'll give you another spray of GTN, all right? So if you open your mouth again for us, lift your tongue up. GTN just helps relax the muscle tissue in simple terms. So if there is a clot there, helps release all the vessels around it.
You've probably worked it out, Nathan, but we're stuck in traffic at the moment because the road works. Nothing I can do at the moment.
With 14 miles still to go, a traffic jam is the last thing Nathan and Billy need right now.
We don't get any warnings as to what roads are shut or some traffic down to one lane. If you're sat on blue lights trying to go through it, you're not getting anywhere, unfortunately. Hi, it's Nathan on 467 again. Just to let you know, we're still 10 minutes away. Unfortunately, the M20 is down to one lane, so we're stuck in heavy traffic.
With a blockage to the heart, it's critical Billy reaches the operating theatre in the recommended 90 minutes or less, and statistics show that every 10-minute delay reduces the chance of survival.
Do you want any more of the spray? Yeah.
Obviously, try and manage his pain as best as we can. The side effects of the pain relief is that it lowers blood pressure, it makes you quite tired, sleepy, your breathing starts to slow down a little bit. So it's just a fine balancing act between managing his pain and making him worse when his observations are getting worse anyway.
I've got his blood pressure cycling every 5 minutes, and then we've also got the ECG. Every time there's a slight change on the ECG, it automatically prints out again for us. Just compare it, so the first ECG we have, and then the latest ECG, just to see if there's any increase or decrease in the elevation.
His blood pressure started to trend down a little bit.
A very low blood pressure significantly reduces the amount of blood the heart can pump around the body. But Nathan is just focused on keeping Billy alive.
Road should open up now, so we should be a little bit quicker getting there now, all right?
I can hear you talking, it's just struggling to
reply. That's all right. How's that pain out of 10 at the moment? Yeah. 6 or 7, okay. So just pull into hospital now, all right?
The unit's quick response for an emergency paramedic and Nathan's cool head means Billy's arrived without any further complications.
I think we've just parked up. We'll wait for him to come around. So, be a bit cold as we go out, all right? Sorry for any bumps as well. I do apologise now.
Now he'll be in the hands of the specialist cardiology team, and it's the end of the shift for Nathan.
When I left him, he was still chatting away, still in pain, unfortunately. He was just going into the theatre. In an ideal world, he'll recover quickly and he'll be back out doing what he'd normally do, fit and healthy, as you can be following on from something like this. Bit of aftercare from the community teams, hospital teams and stuff like that will hopefully increase his chances of having a positive outcome.
I was holding on to the blade and it punched me in the face and he said he's got a gun.
One, two, three.
Did you say I was having a heart?
So it looks like you are, yeah.
Police! Urgent assistance!
In modern Britain,
There's been a big accident.
the most dramatic 999 calls
The car is now on fire.
often require not one, but two emergency responders.
I'm a police officer, she's paramedic.
In Kent, one of Britain's biggest counties,
I'm just thinking if we just cover it all.
a groundbreaking joint response unit has been formed,
Ready, set, lift.
where both police and paramedic combine in one specialist vehicle
You've been arrested for assault.
to answer some of the most extreme 999 calls.
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear? Shock.
We already outdone ourselves on that one.
Face the wall? Mate, I can't believe we got him.
Coming up, a diabetic man is in a coma.
Neil, can you hear me?
A suspected kidnap.
I was unconscious in the back of a stranger's vehicle, over.
What the?
And a car thief crashes at high speed.
They've hit that, I think, are roughly about 70 plus.
The South East Ambulance Service and Kent Police Joint Response Unit attend over 5,000 incidents requiring urgent police and medical assistance every year.
What shows state 5? Can you change my call sign to 07, please?
It's 8 p.m. and JRU Police Constable Ben and paramedic Lisa are called to an incident on a residential road in Chatham, North Kent.
It's a 3-vehicle RTC in quite a built-up road, really. It's a 30-mile-an-hour road. Believe that somebody has made off from one of the vehicles. We don't know exactly who. There's also, at this time of night, 8 o'clock at night, there's quite a few pedestrians walking up and down this road, going to the local takeaway, so just hope there's no pedestrian involved as well. It's this perfect job for the JRU because of patients with injury, scene safety, patient safety. It works, having all of us in one place.
Jesus Christ. Oh, bud. Right, what have we got? So, this chap,
Yeah.
he's driving with this car.
Yeah.
He's parked it down the road, gone to the shop, left the keys in the ignition. Come out, it says he's seen him flying down the road. He's run down here, found this accident.
The driver of the stolen car has fled the scene, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake.
Those sort of vehicles are believable to be stationary. That's when something's into the wall and the metal fence, but the fence is protruding into a gap in the electric box.
A nearby house and critically its gas meter have been damaged.
Chris, I think you might need a skipper down here, mate. Purely because of the structural. This would be just the wall, but it's depending what the foundation's like.
Structural damage to the house means that this will be a long night for all the emergency services.
So I've just spoken to one of the firemen. The car that's against the house over there, the fire brigade have checked. There's some gas meters and an electricity cupboard. The door of the electricity cupboard is broken. They are going to triple check that in a moment.
If gas is leaking, this could mean serious danger and could trigger a lethal explosion. They also spot another danger.
But they're just making the car safe. I think they're trying to detach the battery.
The batteries in cars are highly flammable, so this, combined with the potential gas leak, could spell disaster. It's critical that the fire brigade make the scene safe before the JRU can start their work in earnest. The average response time for a Category 1 emergency call-out for the JRU is just 6 minutes, a whole minute faster than the national target for Category 1 calls. And that minute can mean the difference between life and death.
Detective on board car on a Category 1 call in Lordwood. 47-year-old, unconscious, ineffective breathing.
JR04? Yeah, can you put a CAD on, please, for a public cardiac arrest?
It's midnight, and Special Constable Tom and Paramedic Chelsea are on their way to a call-out in Lordwood, Kent.
The information that we have is that she is unconscious and ineffectively breathing. So we're looking at potentially a public cardiac arrest. These are jobs that the JRU quite frequently will attend, because if it's a public cardiac arrest, other than obviously dealing with the patient, you have to consider the environment. If we're in public, we're going to need probably a bit of scene management. that kind of scene gets a lot of attention, and so the police are a very handy ally in jobs like this.
04, go ahead.
We've got a call about a silver VW sat. I'm just waiting on further, but just due to the location, potentially linked to us.
Yeah, thank you.
About what?
Yeah, female was unconscious in the back of a stranger's vehicle, man.
What?
So
we've got a call.
We've got another call coming in. We don't know the circumstances of it at the moment.
The two separate call-outs are possibly related.
So we've had an update from the police that they've got a separate call for an address on the same road for a female in the back of a car unconscious. So chances are these two calls are going to be linked.
So it looks like the crew are at the scene now.
The JRU arrive to find the woman unconscious in the middle of the road and ambulances in attendance.
Hey. This car? Cool. Yeah. Let's just get her up. What's her name? Do we know? My love, we're going to get you up and get you onto the stretcher, all right? Are you able to sit up?
In Chatham, North Kent, Joint Response Team Ben and Lisa are dealing with the aftermath of a high-speed crash involving a stolen car. After checking for gas leaks and other deadly hazards, the fire brigade declare the scene safe.
And I spoke to your chap there, and he said that you're happy that the house is safe for the gas meters and stuff.
The gas are them two there on the left-hand side. No, not really took a hit. The electric's the one that took a hit,
but that's all right.
It's okay.
That means Ben and his fellow police officers can finally start their investigations.
Which one's got who's got it?
And there could be a lead.
Right. Sorry, mate. Have you got footage, yeah?
One of the nearby houses has CCTV of the crash and possibly the suspect on camera.
Can you do me a favour? So someone seemed to run from the car. Can we walk up and see if there's any CCTV or any of the shops that may have this male going to it for me, yeah? At the moment, I'm looking at a male who's I think he's about 6 foot, quite stocky, wearing black trousers with a t-shirt or a top, not too sure, mate. All right? Yeah. Thank you. I mean, we've asked some residents if they've got any cameras. There's some Ring doorbell footage, which is fantastic, because Ring doorbells pick up instantly what happens. So it shows a car coming from the location behind you there, straight down here at speed, and then lose control, fishtailing, so the back end goes, and it collides with there. There's a pedestrian you see walking probably a couple of seconds before the car's impacted. Thank God he wasn't anywhere near as such, because if he was, he'd be dead. The speed impact of that crash, it would have killed him instantly.
The CCTV footage taken from the Ring doorbell camera of the residential house is shocking.
So I've just seen the CCTV, and from what I've seen, there was a pedestrian literally within feet of this. So had he been a couple of seconds earlier, we'd be looking at a fatal.
The footage shows how near a pedestrian came to losing his life. And importantly, now the police have a vital lead.
On the CCTV from the shop, which your colleague, wherever he's gone, Chris has got, there's 3 that get out.
Police officers have also managed to track down more footage from another CCTV camera.
Male jumps out of there. He's about 6 foot, quite a stocky bloke, and he runs off, he ends up down that left side. Yeah. How they've survived that, God only knows. They've hit that, I think, are roughly about 70 plus, easily.
The footage shows not 1, but 3 men running away from the near-fatal crash. One of the men then runs back to retrieve something.
Is that the one who's...
He's the one that's got out of this. So the bloke's parked it up, left the keys in, him and a skinny man got in, and you see the car come down there.
But there's 3 that got out of this.
I think that big lad got out of this side.
Yeah. And I think it was the skinny lad that got out that side, but there's definitely 3 that get out, and you see them on the pavement over there, and then they all go that way.
How are they not injured?
Well, the one that was in the front gets out and he's standing like this, but that could just be smoke from the airbag.
Yeah, exactly.
Knowing now there were 3 people in the stolen car, Lisa turns detective to see if there's any physical evidence left behind.
Have we actually looked inside to see if there's any sort of blood or anything? And has he Oh, there is a little bit of blood on the back seat, guys. I didn't realise at the time there was 3 in the car, so I didn't look at the back. They're on the back seat.
Traces of blood gathered at a crime scene can be used as forensic evidence by extracting DNA in the lab.
Chris, are we seizing this for forensics? I would consider the airbag forensics, mate.
Any blood, hair or fibres left on the airbags will also be considered evidence and will be analysed.
Just having a look on the back seat, there are a few spots of blood and there's some tracing of blood on the side of that front seat. So whether that's where the person in the back is bleeding and has grabbed hold of that, or it's may have come from the person in the front. But there's nothing on the airbags, but I think they're going to seize it for forensics and evidence, and hopefully we'll be able to get some more answers.
It's just how somebody's got out of that car is incredible. It is a high impact incident. You know, hopefully when we seize that vehicle, due to the fact it has got stuff in there that potentially could be of forensic value to us, we'll locate whoever's taken the car and then they'll be brought to justice.
On the CCTV we've seen from different angles, we see 3 men get out of the car. One of them stands at the footpath on the opposite side of the road, bending over. There are spots of blood on there. Then on the CCTV you see him cross back to this side of the road, and there are again little spots of blood going up the road. Nothing too heavy, so maybe something to suggest either a small cut to the head or a nosebleed, but obviously the guys are going to swab those because it's not raining, so it's perfect conditions. We might be able to get something from that.
The evidence gathered will hopefully lead to tracking down those involved. Just a few miles north, Tom and Chelsea are investigating another car-related mystery. This one involving an unconscious woman found in the street.
We've got a radial. Yeah.
Early reports suggested a possible abduction after she'd been seen in the back of a stranger's car.
It's a grey Vauxhall Insignia that she was in.
Special Constable Tom needs to get to the bottom of what's gone on.
Is this your car?
This is my car.
Right, okay, so you've driven here, and then what's happened?
So what happened, she was saying somebody nicked her car from the petrol station.
Right, okay.
And then she said, can you drop me home? I said, okay.
Right, and someone's stolen her car from the petrol station, right? JR04, that Passat that was mentioned, who does that go down to? Is that the potential female that we believe this might be?
Jet Romeo 4, that goes down to Foreman.
Right, initially confusing. The Insignia has come across this female in a lot of distress, saying her car has been stolen, and she was on the phone to the police at the time, so far.
Now thinking this wasn't a kidnap, Tom hopes the 999 call centre might corroborate the driver's story.
It's all very weird.
Yeah, we spoke about quarter to midnight. She's asking for a lift home. It was obviously explained to her the police weren't a taxi service.
Oh, okay.
She was then crying, and then she was asking a male for a lift home. She then got into that vehicle with that male. The call taker then spoke to that male who said that he'd drop her home.
So you've got here, you were on the phone to the police, and then what's happened there?
And then when I pull over here, I ask her what number she lives. So
Yeah.
I open the door if the parents come out.
Yeah, sure.
And the police officer, they told me she lives alone.
Right.
And then I said, she's not talking, she's not moving. They asked me if she's breathing or not.
Right, okay.
I said, her stomach pulling out. She's
Yeah.
breathing.
So how has she ended up out here? Have you pulled her out of the car, or?
No, I did not pull her. They pulled her.
Oh, they've pulled her out. Okay, that's fine.
More details about the woman have been uncovered by the 999 operator.
And I've just spoken to the initial call taker. She was arrested the other day for EBA in that silver VW Passat. She has then got in a taxi to go and collect her vehicle from the forecourt of the garage. She then found herself stranded there because she couldn't find her vehicle and it's been recovered. This is when I believe the male in the vehicle that you gave us has given her a lift home, and in doing that, she's gone unconscious in the back of the vehicle.
Right, okay, that makes more sense.
The driver of the car turns out to be a good Samaritan, trying to help the woman who was arrested the night before for EBA, or driving with excessive breath alcohol.
Have we got any update? She's really drunk. Right, okay.
Tom, come up here a second. Do you recognise her at all? Because
I've potentially got an email with a
I've been to
photo.
her a few times before and I can't think of what her name is.
What's your name, sweet? What's your name?
Oh, there she is.
That's the one. She's been like this every time.
It turns out the woman is familiar to the paramedics for her issues with drinking.
All good, mate?
Yeah, that's all fine. Thank you very much for giving her a lift. I know you didn't have to, but...
Being a human being, that's all.
Yeah, no, that's it, mate, that's it. Cool. Right, thank you very much for your time.
Thankfully, this was just a case of a stranger simply trying to do a good deed.
2 weeks ago, I applied for British citizenship, and they told me I have to, if I see someone need a help assistant in this country, I have to do it, to be honest. Yeah. Trying to be as good as I could. If I see someone in the road need a help, I will definitely help them out.
So we've managed to get there in the end. She definitely needs to go to hospital, so she's going to be treated for a high level of intoxication, I think, rather than a cardiac arrest, which is better than being in a cardiac arrest.
The vehicles the Joint Response Unit use are much faster than ambulances, which means the JRU teams are often the first to the scene for a Cat 1 life and death call. The team can often resolve incidents swiftly and prevent the need for further patrols and ambulances.
Yeah, go left.
6 p.m. and Special Sergeant Jack and Paramedic Aisha are the JRU team called to a Category 1 emergency.
Coming as a cardiac arrest for an adult 60-year-old male. He's now going on as a diabetic coma.
A diabetic coma is a life-threatening medical emergency caused by blood sugars that are either too high or too low. Left untreated, it can be fatal, so the JRU are called, as Aisha is the nearest available paramedic.
I will be there in 5.
Thank you. I mean, it does say diabetic coma as well. Whether or not they were in a diabetic coma and now obviously not breathing, I'm not sure. But that's all we've got. But there is a crew just behind your back.
Okay, amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So anyone with diabetes, if their blood sugars go too low, it can cause them to become unconscious and completely unresponsive. You need glucose for every bodily function. So if that drops too low, then it can cause you to go into cardiac arrest. So you need to get there and try and resuscitate this person. Hello, my love. Okay. All right. Let's get in there. Hello, sweetheart. What's happened?
Well, just sit down a minute.
Is he breathing? He is breathing. What's his name?
Neil.
Neil, can you hear me?
Although he is breathing, Neil is unresponsive.
Can you hear me, darling? So how did we end up down here?
He sat down to eat his tea,
Yeah.
and then he just went like that.
Oh, pupils are good.
2 minutes later, the ambulance crew arrived to help.
Is he diabetic?
Yeah.
Let's do his sugars.
And has this ever happened before?
No.
He's type 1 diabetic, isn't he? And he's taking all his medication as he should do.
Yeah.
he just... 31.
31 on the dot. What's high for him?
So he's normally mid, lower teens.
Okay.
To 20s.
All right. Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Neil has a dangerously high blood sugar level of 31 millimoles per litre. Normal sugar levels for a male of his age should be between 4 and 7.
So at the moment, this gentleman's sugars are very high, which is likely the cause of his unconsciousness at the moment. So we're going to get a cannula in. So yeah, once we've got some access to his veins, we can give him some fluids.
Intravenous sodium chloride will help balance Neil's blood glucose levels and hopefully restore consciousness.
You laid him on the floor, right? He didn't fall? Didn't hit his head or anything like that?
He was just sat in the chair.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Neil has learning difficulties and lives with his sister and brother-in-law who were with him when he collapsed.
Do you check his sugars often?
Yeah, every twice a day, yeah, in the morning.
And they were fine this morning?
The levels are high, they're always high.
They're always high. All right. And was he complaining of feeling unwell before this?
He's
He's handicapped.
Oh, okay. And how does that affect him daily?
I think it's all right then, he goes to work. And
So it doesn't really affect him then?
only that he can't add up and verse with people and that doesn't sort of remember much.
Right, okay. Only because, when he comes around, if they try and talk to him and he can't talk, then that changes things. That's the only reason I was asking.
He could talk before.
Just popping this up your nostrils, my love.
And you say he took his insulin not that long ago before dinner?
He does have high blood sugars, whether that's the reason for the unconsciousness. It's difficult for us to know. We're just going to be doing lots of checks on him, trying to figure out why he's unconscious. Running some fluids, it might help, might bring him round a bit more if it is because the sugars are too high.
Neil is unresponsive. If he doesn't come round soon, it could result in permanent brain damage or even death. Over in Chatham, North Kent, paramedic Aisha and Special Sergeant Jack have been called to a life-threatening medical emergency. 60-year-old Neil is in a diabetic coma and unresponsive.
Neil, can you hear me?
You all right, Neil?
Neil?
Neil, can you give me a squeeze of the hand?
Oh, amazing.
Oh, nice and strong, mate.
With his blood sugars stabilising after receiving intravenous fluids, Neil starts to come around.
Neil, it's the ambulance service. You're all right, lovey? That's it.
I think we may need a little trip, my love.
Yeah.
I'm afraid so.
See what's gone on today. So we've given this gentleman some fluids and he's started to respond to us now, which is a really good sign. Indicates that it likely was the high blood sugars that's caused him to become unconscious. So we are going to do another check on his blood sugar. We're going to get him up onto a chair in a minute and see where we are. Neil, I'm checking your blood sugars on your hands. There's going to be a sharp scratch, my love. 1, 2, 3. Well done. 26.7, so...
His blood sugar levels are slowly coming down, but they're still 4 times higher than normal.
Right.
Can I take her to the Lake District?
We need to get you checked over, but as long as things keep getting better like they are, then I don't see why not. But that will be down to the hospital when they look at you, all right, darling?
Neil's worried about his holiday plans, but his next trip is to A&E.
Just sitting up. I'm not going anywhere, just having a sit. And I'm going to put myself behind you. There we go. I've got a little needle in it.
How are you feeling sitting up, darling?
You
A little bit better. Okay. All right, darling. I'm going to do that blood pressure, all right? So it's going to squeeze your arm a little bit.
Oh. Don't be sorry.
Why are you apologising, darling?
Look, your sister's here.
It's all right.
I think you just gave everyone a little bit of a scare.
Yeah.
What the life out of me.
Oh, bless.
But you're back with us, aren't you, Neil?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, so sorry.
Don't apologise. We're just glad that you're up and talking to us now.
It's my fault.
Oh, it's not your fault, darling.
Yes.
Why do you think it's your fault, my love?
Because I caused a lot of problems.
Oh, no, you don't.
Should we get you sitting on one of our chairs?
I'd have to.
All right, put your hand on the back of my elbow and then have a seat. Oh.
Look at you.
Is that better?
Lovely.
That's lovely. No one says that about our chairs.
Bless him.
Am I okay to take that wire off? Yeah, we're not going to be like shooting straight
No.
off like that, so you'll give you time to get yourself together a bit.
Okay. Oh.
Where are you going? There's no arms on the chair.
Neil?
Neil, my love.
What happened? Neil, squeeze my hand for me, darling. Neil? Hello, darling.
Back again?
Keep falling asleep on us, my love.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
I apologise.
You've got nothing to apologise for, Neil.
I do.
No, you don't.
It's my fault.
No, it's not, darling. Just this sometimes happens when you've got diabetes.
I love you all.
Yes, we love you too, Dick, but you've got to behave yourself.
Oh,
You're not a troublemaker, are you?
I'm not going to die, mate.
No. We're going to look after you, not on our watch.
Okay.
All right.
Do you secretly eat sweets in your bedroom?
I've got biscuits in mine.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
All your secrets are coming out now.
Come away.
We're not really sure why he collapsed when he got in the chair. Sometimes some sorts of illnesses, infections, anything going on with the heart, neurological conditions can cause sugars to go up. Having just done his blood sugars again, they have started to go back up despite the fluid. So any kind of infection will cause sugars to go up. Blood tests, scans in hospital is going to probably get the full works to try and figure out why sugars keep going up despite our interventions. Hey.
Can you see what's going on now?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit?
I can see fish and chips on the table.
You can see fish and chips.
It's my fault.
What was it that you ate, darling? What was the naughty food?
I can't remember.
You can't remember. Should we get you into a bed on the ambulance, darling, so you can have a lay down?
Yes, please. All right.
Wouldn't say.
Can you see sunshine?
I can see the cold.
You can see. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Neil will undergo further tests at hospital to rule out any underlying issues.
He's in good spirits despite what's just happened to him. A really lovely patient to deal with. 1, 2, 3. Well done. And then we're going to have a little dance and a seat.
I can feel a party.
You can feel a party? So I haven't had this exact situation. Normally once we treat with fluids, the sugars do normally stay down. So that's why I'm thinking there's probably an infection or something causing those sugars to go up, not just the naughty food that he's eaten.
Not all emergencies require police backup, but more often than not, Aisha needs her joint response police partner alongside. It's a new shift and a new police partner for Aisha.
So we've had a report of a fight involving a male that's unconscious but breathing on the floor. Further reports suggest that he's now sort of up on his feet, but we're still going to make way and find out what's gone on and see if he needs any medical attention, especially if he has been unconscious at some point.
She's teamed up with Police Constable Tom, and they're called to a roadside assault in Rochester.
So a patrol that's on scene have given an update that he's got a significant cut to his hand and forehead.
It's a perfect job for the Joint Response Unit.
Well, you've got the medical side being him and his injuries, but then you've also got a police side of things because someone's obviously done something to him to cause them injuries and obviously put him on the ground unconscious.
My main concern on the way to this is the head injury. Obviously, a hand injury, although it could be significant, the head injury is the one that we're going to be concerned about that, you know, could potentially be life-changing or even fatal.
Last year, the Kent JRU attended hundreds of call-outs involving assaults.
Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
Clive.
Clive. My name's Aisha. I'm a paramedic with CCAM. What's happened today?
Well, I went out. I've been out all day with my boy.
Yeah?
We've had a good day.
Good.
You know me.
Yeah. Just going to feel your wrist while we're talking. Yeah, just going to feel your wrist.
Idiots, yeah?
Yeah, of course. And what's happened? Have you been punched, kicked?
You got punched.
Punched.
Punched. I fell down the floor and bound.
Okay. So is the injury to your head from the punch or from hitting the floor?
Hitting the floor.
Hitting the floor. Did you lose consciousness?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
But then I'll come round.
Okay, all right. Right, I'm going to do some observations, darling, then I'll get a good look at that injury. If you've been knocked unconscious, I'd always recommend a trip up to the hospital to get checked over. Potentially they might want to do a scan.
Okay.
So I'm just, because obviously we're not on a truck, so I'm just going to have to request a truck to come to take you. All right. JR01 control. This gentleman has been knocked unconscious, not unconscious any longer, but will need to go to hospital. So could we have a grade 2 backup, please?
Roger, grade 2 backup on his feet. I will get some ID as soon as I can.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much.
Whilst Aisha attends to the head injury, Tom takes witness statements to try and find the attacker.
So then, what time did you leave there?
Clive left before us. We left probably about 20 minutes before.
Okay. And where was you leaving to go? Go home?
Yeah, we were going home, yeah.
And where was Clive going, do you know?
He'd left to go home.
Oh, he'd go home as well, yeah?
All right, we're just trying to light in your eyes, darling. All right. Any alcohol today?
Yes.
Yeah, that's all right.
Today.
That's all right.
My
It just,
boy.
yeah, it just changes things with a head injury. We've got to bear that in mind. All right, darling. How are you feeling at the moment? Any headaches?
No.
Dizziness? No? Good. All right. Always good when they're no longer unconscious. He's been drinking alcohol today, which confuses head injuries a little bit, so just to be precautious, up to hospital. Potentially to have a scan on the head. I still need to visualise the injury. Good chance that's going to need stitches or glue or something from what the police officer said, but check that over and have a truck here soon to take him up there. But so far, observations are okay.
Aisha takes off the makeshift bandage applied by one of the witnesses so she can get a proper look at the injury.
I'm going to give that a little bit of a clean. All right. But yeah, I think you're definitely going to need some potentially glue or stitches or something in that. You sure you've got no pain? Is it not even stinging?
Nope, nope.
You sure you don't want any pain relief at all?
Nope. I don't need that, mate.
Hard as nails.
Ex-Scotty.
You had blood coming from your ear. Where's that from, darling?
I don't know.
Okay.
Bleeding from the ear after a head injury could indicate internal trauma to the brain.
It's definitely a reason to go and get checked out at a hospital. We don't like seeing blood coming from the ears, so to make sure there's nothing further going on inside that we need to be concerned about.
So then what's happened next?
Yeah, we was walking down to go home and he's then come over and started having a go at my partner. Telling us that we needed to get off of their road.
Okay.
And then when Clive got to us, that's when they started screaming and shouting and everything again. He basically tried defusing it.
Bless him, seems like all he's trying to do is help the situation. He's ended up getting hurt.
Yeah. Ran back towards him and punched him.
Yeah, was it just the one punch? Yeah. And he's fallen to the ground?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you think the actual head injuries from where he's hit the floor?
Yeah, so where he's hit the floor that hard where he got knocked out straight away.
How long was he unconscious for?
A couple of seconds.
Couple of seconds, and come back round, got himself up. All right.
Because I put him straight in the recovery position.
Well done.
Is there any CCTV? Yeah, there is.
The attack has been caught on CCTV, which will be key to identifying the suspect.
We've got two really good witness statements, and it just provides a much bigger sort of evidential package when we now go and arrest the suspect. And now when he turns around and most likely says, I didn't do it, we've got two brilliant witness statements and CCTV to say, actually, you did, and you're coming with us.
If there's any issues, anything, please give us a shout. We'll see what we can do to help. All right?
Go and get him, boys. There's no excuse in any sort of circumstance, especially this one. 3 people have just gone for a beer on a Sunday, watching the football, and they've come home and the poor guy's been assaulted. So yeah, there's no excuse for it, and it's definitely something we stamp down on as Kent Police as quickly as possible. Hence the really quick response to it, and they're off now, hopefully to go and nick the bloke.
While police officers go to find the offender, the ambulance crew arrive to take Clive up to hospital.
So Clive is on the ambulance now. They're going to be reassessing, doing another set of observations, make sure nothing's changed in the time that I've been with him. And then they will be popping up to hospital as long as he still consents to that, so that he can have some further assessments in hospital.
Blood pressure is 144 over 94, and the blood sugars were 6.3.
So not much more for me to do here now the crew has arrived. Make sure that they're up to date with what I've done so they can hand it over to the hospital.
And something like that, you could be looking at time inside, which me personally, I think that's where they probably belong after doing something like that.
Every 22 minutes, someone is killed or seriously injured on UK roads. Road traffic collisions, or RTCs, are one of the most common incidents that the Joint Response Unit attends.
Julie Romeo 04.
It's 11 p.m. and the JRU are 7 hours into their 12-hour shift.
So, we are off to an RTC rollover in Longfield, which is sort of Gravesend way.
Special Sergeant Jack and Paramedic Nathan are called from their base in Rochester to a crash close to the village of Longfield.
Single vehicle RTC by the sounds of it. 33-year-old male, rolled his car, back pain but out of his vehicle.
More than 200 of the 5,000 incidents the JRU have been called to in the last year have been RTCs.
So he's got himself out of the vehicle, he's got cuts and bruises to his arms, and then he's got neck and back pain, which are quite common in RTCs, especially a rollover. The concerns are if he's not wearing a seatbelt and stuff like that, and then also the speed of the impact as well. So all stuff we'll look for when we get there to see kind of what the mechanism of his injuries are.
Jeez up, man, there's loads of... It's either lots of people or trapped people. You have to go primary for?
In Longfield, paramedic Nathan and Officer Jack have just arrived at the scene of a single vehicle crash. The fire brigade are already at the scene, but the injured driver urgently needs the specialist help of Nathan, the first paramedic to arrive.
All right, mate.
Chap's mate's dragged him out. He's
Yeah.
in the back of the train.
Okay.
So far, we're
No
just
worries.
giving some oxygen, but
No worries.
so far, yeah.
Tiago, I'm Nathan, a paramedic.
The driver has been waiting 15 minutes in freezing conditions for medical help.
What's happened, mate?
I remember the car returning.
Yep.
I think I must have fell asleep.
Fell asleep behind the wheel, you think? How did you get in the back of the van?
Oh,
You walked and then kind of...
I was on the grass.
Yeah. And did you collapse down in here? Did you lie down?
Just because my back was really
Yeah.
and I couldn't stand.
Miraculously, the driver has escaped through the window of his upturned car and crawled in the dark into the back of his friend's van.
Has your friend just come across you?
We were playing football together.
Oh, nice.
When he came down the road, he saw my car.
Yeah.
Although the driver claims he fell asleep at the wheel, Nathan's police partner Jack must piece together events that led to the crash.
He thinks he's fallen asleep behind the wheel. As a result, he's crossed onto oncoming traffic, missing cars, hit what is potentially a tree stump or something over there, which has probably woken him up, and he's rebounded onto the other side. There's a bit of a verge and he's gone up it and the car's just ended up on its roof. It's an electric car, so there's lots of batteries in there, so the fire service are just trying to make sure before they flip it, nothing's going to leak out of it and it doesn't just spontaneously combust, because that would be a very bad day out.
Where's the pain at the moment?
My neck.
In your neck. And if you had to score the pain out of 10, what would you give it?
8.
8, no worries. Strange question, you haven't wet yourself at all?
I hope not.
No, that's fine. And are you able to squeeze your bum cheeks?
Yeah.
All fine, good. Wiggle your toes?
Yeah.
Perfect. There's no loss of sensation or feeling in your legs, which is a good sign. I'll be back in just a minute, mate. I'm just going to get you some pain relief.
No one else involved, single vehicle collision, injury to himself and himself only, nobody else, which is lucky. Once he's in the ambulance, we'll ask him to provide a specimen of breath just to make sure, as we do with everyone.
From what he's saying, he fell asleep behind the wheel, which means he hasn't tensed up at all for the impact. But quite a modern car, so it's got quite good impacts. And, oh, 1 second. Juliet Romeo 04 CCAM, can I get a grade 2 backup, please?
Yeah, grade 2 all done for you, over.
Lovely, thank you very much.
A grade 2 backup means an ambulance is needed for a serious, though not life-threatening, medical emergency for urgent transportation to hospital.
Have you ever had gas and air before?
Yeah, when my wife was
Pregnant. You had a go? Yeah. Who hasn't? So, we'll give you some of that. And what I'll do is I'll pop a little needle in your vein and look at giving you a bit stronger pain relief through that as well, all right?
Gas and air is a gas comprised of oxygen and nitrous oxide used to reduce severe pain.
Might make you feel a bit woozy, a bit tingly around the lips and stuff, a bit like you're drunk. Okay. That's fine. That's it. That's the noises we want.
While they wait for the ambulance to move him to hospital, Nathan discovers a potential problem.
Just relax this arm down for me. Sorry, where's that hurting?
My right arm really hurts.
This.
I think it's broken.
So, feeling it, it doesn't feel broken.
Okay, that's
So feeling along the bones here, they're all in line.
Okay.
And you're not wincing with too much pain. It all seems muscular.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna set up a cannulation, give him some stronger pain relief. Sharp scratch, sir. There we go, that's all in perfectly. So just gonna put in some IV paracetamol. So I'll let that run through while I draw up some morphine and some anti-sickness to give him. It's a roof, there's loads of holes in here, it's perfect. Never had such a good place. Little like mini hospital in here, it's perfect.
The driver had an incredible escape when he crawled out of his crashed car into the safety of his friend's van.
To be fair, better place to be in here, out of the wind, out of the elements. It's exactly on the cold, wet grass is normally where we find people. How's that pain feeling now?
My arm.
It's still hurting.
But now he faces another move, which won't just be a challenge for him, but for Nathan too.
So he's going to need to be conveyed to hospital, so we're just trying to get his pain under control, and then hopefully that will coincide perfectly for the ambulance arrival.
The ambulance crew arrive, and with a neck injury, the biggest risk is moving him into the ambulance and causing more damage.
So I think we're going to be self-extricating. Okay. So we've had a decent amount of pain relief. Pain's now down to a 3 out of 10 in his back.
Okay, cool.
Do you want to roll to your side? That's it. Bring your legs down the side, that's it. You've done this before. That's it.
Well done.
Where's that pain?
On my right hand side.
All down your arm there?
Oh, on the back.
Oh, down in here?
No, lower.
Take a deep breath in again. Perfect. Is it? There, sorry mate. All on the shoulder blade, on the scapula.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it, don't do more than you can.
Okay. Well, we're here to help you, so you can grab hold of me if you need to.
Good, he had a slight bit of muscular pain in the back there, where he seized up a little bit. But it all seems muscular sort of pains, which is good. So we're going to lie down flat now. One more bit, that's it, perfect.
Having got himself out of the van and into the ambulance, there's still one more test the driver has to pass.
Perfect. Test result is 2. Legal limit is 35. So well under. Right.
But even a pass doesn't mean his worries are over.
He will likely still be dealt with for falling asleep behind the wheel. Luckily, he hasn't injured himself and anybody else. Luckily, the injuries haven't been more severe. So he'll probably get issued with a ticket, so a traffic offence report, and from the traffic offence report, one of our team, they'll review it and decide the best course of action. It might be a fine, it might be points, depending on what offence specifically he's given the ticket for.
I was tired, but I didn't feel sleepy, but then I woke up when I crashed into something. Now in my mind I'm thinking if I press the accelerator or the brake when I hit something, because it felt like the car never, I was going forever. You look at the state of the car, it's very badly damaged. It looks like I'm all right, considering everything, so it's a big lesson for me.
The 60-mile-an-hour road, if he had been doing 60 and it'd gone a little bit further into the bushes and hit a tree and he'd stopped dead there against a tree, it could be a completely different outcome for him.
A rollover accident at any speed can cause catastrophic or even fatal injuries, so it was a lucky escape for this particular driver.
My love, we're going to get you up and get you onto the stretcher, all right?
What's his name? Neil, can you hear me? What's happened? Have you been punched, kicked?
You got punched.
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 What's happened, mate?
I remember the car overturning.
Yep.
I think I must have fell asleep.
How they've survived that, God only knows. They've hit that, I think, are roughly about 70 plus, easily.
Police! Urgent assistance!
In modern Britain,
There's been a big accident.
the most dramatic 999 calls
The car is now on fire.
often require not one, but 2 emergency responders.
I'm a police officer, she's a paramedic.
In Kent, one of Britain's biggest counties,
I'm just thinking if we just cover it all.
a groundbreaking joint response unit has been formed,
Ready, set, lift.
where both police and paramedic combine in one specialist vehicle
You've been arrested for assault.
to answer some of the most extreme 999 calls.
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear? Shocked.
We already outdone ourselves on that one.
Face the wall?
Mate, I can't believe we got him.
Coming up, a driver found unconscious at the wheel.
His pupils are not moving at all.
An escaped cow causes havoc.
I don't want it to run at me.
And a race for a baby in serious trouble.
That's a C1 for a paediatric fitting.
Kent's Joint Response Unit saved time and money by having dual emergency services in one high-performance response car.
JR01 Control, being asked to attend a police CAD in Dartford. Could you pop it through?
Since 2019, the unit's responded to over 12,000 incidents requiring urgent police and medical assistance.
Just putting that through now, over.
Amazing, thank you very much.
It's 7:50 p.m. Paramedic Aisha and Special Sergeant Kevin are called to an incident in the middle of a residential street.
So there's a report of a male and female that have been arguing. It's going down as a domestic incident. An elderly lady is in between them trying to break them up. It could potentially escalate into something more serious if the description of the male is white skin, white and black top, and then the female, white skin, wearing all black. We've arrived at the incident and we're just in a direct location that we were given. There's no one about apart from a few people playing basketball.
The couple have disappeared, but then something else catches Kev's watchful eye. A car crosses their path with its lights off.
Stick your sirens on me. Just gonna have a quick chat because they need to have their lights on.
And just when they think the car has pulled over,
We're going to actually stop.
it's off again.
They look like they are about to...
Yeah, Juliet Romeo 1 priority.
Go, Kev, go, 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 go.
Stop!
While Special Sergeant Kev chases on foot,
Juliet Romeo 1 priority, mate, I'm making off. Come and get your phone, mate.
Paramedic Aisha assists alongside in the patrol car until the runaway disappears down the side of a house.
Where's he gone?
Unfortunately, they are a little bit quicker than me, so they managed to get away. But at the moment, I've got other units en route to see if we can track these males down.
"23 miles away in the Kent countryside on the outskirts of Faversham, Paramedic Daniel and Special Sergeant James are chasing another fugitive. But this one has 4 legs.
We're on our way to assist some colleagues to a cow which is on the carriageway. But we're going to go down there and assist them so we can get it back to its field and move it on.
Move it on! That was so bad. That was so bad, James.
Reported to be on a 60-mile-an-hour road, a loose cow in traffic is a danger to everyone.
If it gets hit by a car, I mean, it can cause quite a bit of damage to the car and obviously injure the people inside. If it bolts for anyone, it can cause injury. So for the welfare of the animal and obviously the safety of the public, it's quite important to go into it. I hope she'll get it back in the field. I think the stakes are high. So.
Oh, no! James, stop it!
A single crewed officer at the scene has been trying to contain the animal.
Oh, yes, the cow, or the bullet escaped from the impromptu pen I've got. I'm just after it down Faversham Road towards grazing.
Where on earth can they be? I'm just half expecting this bloody ball now to be running in our direction.
As they near the location, finding both cow and police crew is proving tricky, even with a second unit called in to help.
No.
No.
You come from this way?
Yeah.
Because driving down, I can see flashing lights over there.
We've literally come straight from, so...
We'll follow you.
A phone call back to the farm I ran. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any cattle.
And we can't find this cow or this other unit, so
4444, you should have an image of that male.
either we've not gone far enough or they're not where they say they are. So we're just going to follow these until we find a cow.
A few minutes later, they find their escapee on a busy country road leading to a dual carriageway.
Oh, it's not a bull, is it? That's a cow.
With police cars blocking both ways.
I don't want it to run at me.
The cow is cornered and looking ready to charge.
I was going to panic.
Over in Dartford, Special Sergeant Kev is still trying to catch his two-legged runaways.
He's jumped a fence in someone's garden.
It's all right, well, can we go back to the car?
Yeah, of course.
Juliet Romeo 01.
Kev checks into control.
Yeah, it's a white male, dark bottoms and top tracksuit, black trainers.
I think the other one had light hair.
Just need to secure that car.
Oh, God.
Within minutes, extra patrol units and police dogs are at the scene, with reports coming in of a male hiding behind some houses.
Right, mate? Yeah, that sort of direction. Between the shops and over a fence.
The police try a containment move to trap the runaway driver. But that leaves paramedic Aisha alone on the street with the abandoned car.
Kev has gone off in pursuit of the young boys, so I'm going to stay here, make sure they don't come back to the car. So hopefully Kev will be back soon with an update.
Make sure camera's got updated description.
In Dartford, a driver has been on the run from the police for over 10 minutes, leaving Joint Response paramedic Aisha watching over the abandoned car.
There was a male seen by another crew making off towards that way, so I just assisted doing a bit of an area search, hopping over the fence, seeing if we could locate him.
While other officers continue the hunt, Aisha's Joint Response colleague, Special Sergeant Kev, returns to examine the car for evidence.
Just seeing if there's anything stashed in the car that can identify them or identify why they've made off from police. At the moment, there's not really anything in the car that suggests why they've decided to do a bit of a runner. It could be something simple that the driver was potentially uninsured on the vehicle and they were a bit worried about that, so they've done a runner for that reason. Were they carrying something on their person that was illegal?
The search of the car is inconclusive, and the driver still at large.
I am sort of pushing 40 now. He's like mid-teens, early 20s, and he's a little bit quick. He's quite lightweight because he's in trainers and tracksuit, and I'm in full body armour, and you're probably talking a good, extra couple of kilos of weight, maybe a few more than that. And unfortunately, he is the first person that's managed to get away from me. So I'll let him have that one. If I see him again, I might be a little bit fitter, and he probably won't get away.
But even though the young man managed to outrun him this time, the hunt is not over.
The male decided to run into a bit of a dead end, drop his phone, which I'm now going to seize as evidence. So we'll now take that. So if you want it, you can come back to the police station to collect it.
It's a crucial bit of evidence, and the police will use the phone to help track down the driver. In Graveney, near the North Kent coast, paramedic Dan and Special Sergeant James have located the cow causing havoc around Kent's roads. Working with 2 police units, they attempt to trap it between the 3 patrol cars.
I was going to panic.
I don't want it to run at me.
But the animal has other ideas.
No, so as you can see at the moment,
The horse is trying to outsmart the police officers, but...
The cow.
Sorry, the cow. Look, he's done it. No, look.
The cow walks straight past the car blocking the road.
Come on, in your car. How have you let that get through?
So paramedic Dan, along with the 2nd Police Unit, race ahead.
Uh-oh. No, he ain't gonna jump over, is it? Surely not.
Attempting to box her in.
Oh dear.
We've got contact from the farmer, so we've got to just try and keep containment of it. Obviously, we are quite close to a dual carriageway. We can just try and contain it with the cars. Obviously, it's better the cars get kicked than us.
It's key they stop the cow. So the 2 cars attempt a dual stop maneuver.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead,
Hello.
he's you got a cobalt on that one.
Just walked through the middle of 2 cars, took both our windmills out. We were just, oh, we don't care.
We just keep it in a circle, I think.
But after 30 minutes of life on the open road, the cow decides it's had enough of going around in circles.
Knock down the ditch.
She's in a field. So unusual. You just can't write it, can you?
Just as her owner arrives.
Evening. Are we the farmer? Yeah. Oh, hello, farmer.
It may have taken 3 cars to see Daisy home, but at least a dangerous collision was avoided.
So really good news. The cow was obviously returned to its field. She made her own way back after obviously playing on the road for a little while.
Good job, guys. Well done.
Animal incidents happen occasionally. I'll probably count on one hand over the last couple of years the amount I've been to. Obviously, there's a nice job to deal with, really, isn't it? It's you know, no one's shouting and swearing at you. It's a job where, although she might not have been as compliant as we'd like her to have been, it was a job well done.
The Joint Response Units have the skills to attend to almost any type of life-threatening incident, from road traffic collisions to domestic assaults.
Yeah, we're going to for an RTC. So can you have a cab with me, please?
Yeah, of course, that's no problem at all.
3 minutes into their shift, Special Sergeant Hannah and Paramedic Nathan are called to a report of a driver lying unconscious.
I think it might be down in that car down there.
Juliet Romeo 01, control over. 01, control over.
No.
What's gone on? Yeah, they have crashed.
Any masks?
The car's smashed into a lamppost and the driver's out cold in his seat.
You all right? What's your name?
Let's sit you up, sir.
The man's unresponsive. Nathan has to quickly determine what's wrong.
Just go quickly check his sugar levels and then see what we can get from him. He responds a little bit to pain. Sorry, sir. 5.2, that's fine. I'll pop this in your ear.
Satisfied he's not in a diabetic coma, Nathan checks his blood pressure and body temperature.
How are you feeling, sir? Yeah. You want to grab me the drugs bag out the back?
Have we got it?
No, the red. Oh no, I haven't got a drugs bag, have I?
Got it. No.
There's a problem. Nathan is only just on shift, so he doesn't have all his paramedic drugs available yet.
Unfortunately, we've just started shift, so haven't been able to grab any drugs or anything yet. So we can start giving him fluids and potentially something called atropine as well, just to hopefully speed up his heart rate a little bit.
Worried about the driver's low heart rate, Nathan calls for backup.
I'll just go lie down a bit, mate.
Juliet Romeo 03, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to put in a grade 1 because I haven't got a drugs bag or anything yet.
No worries at all. Get a crew on route to you now.
A grade 1 backup means Nathan needs an ambulance urgently.
Apart from being unconscious, he's a little bit hypertensive.
And time is critical. The Joint Response Units have a base in Rochester, ready to respond to emergencies across the county.
Everyone, evening. We're not too far from your Pennington Heath CAD. Do you want us to go make a first and I'll let you know what's going on?
Oh, yes, please. This 15-year-old with a dodgy leg. Popping it through to you now.
Jumping on the call today are paramedic Alex and Special Sergeant and trained nurse Helen.
There is a young lad that appears to have broken his leg. We're going to go over and then Alex can do his first assessment and see if we can help this young lad. So he must have been in an awful lot of pain.
Yeah, he's got a possible dislocated knee. His dad's on scene apparently as well. They've tried to get him up to put him in a car and take him to hospital, but he's in too much pain apparently to get there. So we're literally just down the road from this one. So what we can do is go and sort his pain out, do an assessment.
Yeah, he's worried.
What's happened then, sir?
I don't know if he's just standing there or whether he's walking, but he's sort of like when he come out at a funny.
Was he just? Were you with him when it happened? Were you? Or?
No, I wasn't. I tried picking him up, but now he's gone into a bit of a hot spot.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good angle, isn't it? I can see that from here.
While the team have a closer look, paramedic Nathan has called for emergency backup to give drugs to a driver found unconscious at the wheel. But whilst waiting for the ambulance to arrive, the man regains consciousness.
All right. How old are you, sir? So your heart has been going really slow and your blood pressure's dropped as well. So I think we're gonna have to get you to hospital, all right?
Minutes later, the ambulance arrives.
So Brady at 34, blood pressure is like 50-something. I don't think he'll be able to walk yet. His pupils, to start off with, were just freeze and just fixed and not moving at all. So I don't know whether he's definitely had, he's had some sort of like cardiac episode or something, whether it's caused by drugs or not.
Although the immediate medical emergency is over, the police investigation is just beginning.
I've got his ID, so we know who he is.
And 2 more special constables are briefed by Hannah.
He's, from what I've understood, been driving up here, hit the post. You can literally see the marks where he's gone straight in, but he's completely unconscious, out of it.
But whilst examining the car for evidence, Hannah makes a discovery.
Have you got any drug swipes?
Yes.
He's got a small quantity of cannabis in his bag.
Lovely.
So joint has been rolled with cannabis. Yeah.
Cannabis in the car doesn't mean he's been driving under the influence, but he'll need to be tested.
So he's just going to be drug swiped at the earliest opportunity to see if he has got any cannabis or any other drugs in his system. Obviously that could be an indicator as to why this gentleman has crashed.
Before they can test his saliva for traces of any illegal drugs, the police wait for the all clear from paramedic Nathan.
Yeah, you do your bit.
Right, so what I need you to do is I need you to get your tongue and roll it around your mouth, or like against your gums and all against the lips, all right? Poke your tongue out for me, wide as you can, wide in the mouth as you can.
So it could be drugs and alcohol related. He's only doing a couple of miles an hour apparently when he's crashed, so it's unlikely to be trauma related. Might be mental health related, a bit of psychosis maybe, could be some swelling from previous injuries. I'm not too sure really what's causing it.
After completing the saliva drugs test, it's time for a breathalyzer.
Right, so I also require a specimen of breath off you, okay? Failure to provide a sufficient specimen of breath may render you liable to arrest, all right? Nice deep breath. Seal your lips around this tube for me. Seal your lips around the tube.
But the driver fails to comply with instructions.
Okay, are you going to provide me with a sample of breath or not?
Yeah, but mate, you can breathe, so you need to just blow into there.
You've got 100% oxygen levels.
Okay? Because they've said you are able to do that. Okay? So what you need to do, you need to blow into that tube. Go then, go, nice deep breath, and blow. Ready?
And seal your lips around that
go.
tube.
Blow.
Blow. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Insufficient. You need to keep going until I tell you to stop, all right? Right, are you going to provide me a sample of breath or not? We'll try it. Okay. If not, you get arrested, we take you down to custody and we get you on the evidential sample there.
The driver appears to be making things difficult, but they give him one last chance.
Right, are you ready or not? Right, deep breath.
You've got to blow.
Seal your lips and blow. Blow.
You're
No,
sucking.
You're not blowing, you're not blowing.
Just lick him.
Time is 6:01 and I'm arresting you failing to provide a roadside breath sample, all right? You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention main question. Something you may later on. Jet's been arrested under Section 4 of the Road Traffic Act. He's not provided a sufficient sample of breath, so we're going to take him back to custody once he's been to hospital and get him on the evidential breath test.
The driver's now under arrest, but he'll still need to go to hospital.
There's no reason he couldn't do that. He did start doing it and then he just stopped.
But first, Nathan has to work out just how to get him out of the car.
So we have two options. We can either you can get out yourself, so we can help you out, but you do it yourself, or we have to get fire out and they're going to have to cut your roof off.
Oh, that's a good angle, isn't it? I can see that from here.
In Maidstone,
Hello, mate. Is it Tom?
Paramedic Alex and Special Constable Helen are in a park to help a young lad who can't move because of the pain in his twisted knee.
What's happened, mate?
I've landed on it and it just came out.
So you landed on your knee?
I didn't even land on it, I just literally landed on one way and it came out.
Were you playing tennis, were you?
No.
Oh, okay.
With a dog.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Have you dislocated your knee before?
Nope.
No, so how much pain are you in?
I'll give it a 9 or 8.
9?
Yeah.
A dislocation occurs when a bone slips or pops out of a joint. Not only is it extremely painful, it will need to be treated so it doesn't cause damage to ligaments, nerves, or blood vessels.
Could I get a grade 2, please? You haven't had gas in there before, no?
No.
So it's what they give people when they have babies. It might make you feel like you're a bit drunk if you pop that in your mouth. You're in charge of it, mate. As much or as little as you want. As soon as you stop breathing it in, though, it wears off very, very quickly. I think what we're probably going to do, I'm going to see if I can get a quick needle in your arm, if that's all right, give you some morphine to help with the pain, and then we'll probably look to see if we can straighten your leg, and it looks like it's dislocated, and actually just by straightening your leg, we might be able to manipulate your kneecap back into place, and your pain will go instantly.
Great thing for a runner.
Oh, you're a runner, are you?
Yeah.
How old are you again?
15.
15.
Normally, Tom's kneecap glides over a groove in the joint, but because it's now sitting off at an angle, Alex needs to get him more comfortable.
Keep sucking on that.
Does it feel like it's helping?
Right, rest back and relax because you're going to get woozy. Just enjoy it. It's lovely stuff.
All right. A sharp scratch, mate. All right. 1, 2, 3.
A dislocated knee is painful, so Alex attempts to fit a cannula to administer morphine, which acts on the central nervous system.
Where your hands are so cold, mate, your veins have disappeared.
When the body is warm, blood flow increases, dilating the veins and making them easier to find.
Not doing a very good job today, am I?
But after waiting for over 40 minutes on a cold court, finding Tom's are proving impossible.
Oh my God, veins just work.
Dodgy workman blames his tools, that's why. That's it, keep going like that for me. I want you to take really, really deep ones.
Alex's best option for pain relief remains the gas and air.
If you feel like you're about to pass out, that's okay. Nothing bad's going to happen, I promise, all right? Just having a look at it to assess to see if there's any possible breaks at all. It looks like quite a simple dislocation of the patella. So we're just going to get him some sort of as much of the ends knocked into his body as we can.
Once Tom's inhaled enough pain relief, Alex chooses the best time to straighten his leg.
Keep going.
Tom,
Big
this
breath.
is going to be a little bit uncomfortable, all right? So keep
Yeah,
going on
move
that gas and air.
quickly, keep going.
That's it.
Good lad. Keep going.
Just relax the leg for me, relax. There we go.
Alex pops the bone back in place.
Your knees back in.
I didn't realise that. I was
Yeah?
asleep.
It's wonderful.
That's good.
isn't it? It's
That's
that
good
gas
stuff,
and
that.
air.
So your kneecap, as you probably know, was sort of round here. Yeah, so it was displaced laterally. I've just straightened your leg
funny,
out
isn't it?
and I've popped it back in and you'll be fine. But how's your pain now? So if you're 8 or 9 out of 10, Can't feel it now. If I'm pressing that, does that hurt or?
No.
No? Good. We've done our job. So we've straightened his leg out, realigned his patella, so his kneecap back into normal alignment. His pain's now pretty much gone. We're just waiting for an ambulance to come to convey him to hospital.
A dislocated knee can take up to 6 weeks to heal, but there's a risk of it happening again if it's not had the chance to rest and repair properly.
I'll try and sit on that then.
Yeah, that's
Get your bum as far up it as you can.
So Tom will have to take it easy.
High five for that. Well done.
Well, thanks. Don't like compliments.
A driver has been arrested for failing to provide a specimen of breath after crashing into a lamppost. He needs to go to hospital, but says he can't move, and paramedic Nathan has given him 2 choices to help get him out of the car.
You can get out yourself, so we can help you out, but you do it yourself, or we have to get fire out and they're going to have to cut your roof off. That's the 2 options. Give me your hand.
I can't.
Well, you've been moving it freely a minute ago. Where does that hurt? In your back. Jet Romeo 03 CCAM, can we get fire running to this for them to cut him out of the car, please?
Yeah, of course, no worries at all. I'll give fire a call now for you.
Lovely, thank you very much. He's complaining of back pain as well, and can't get himself out of the car, so we're just waiting for fire to come now to cut the roof off.
Whilst they wait for the fire crew,
Any like weed or anything?
the driver makes a confession.
So he's just said he's had fobs on my
So when we arrived, he was slumped over the wheel. He has come round a bit since then and admitted that he has had alcohol and he has had drugs.
The fire brigade has arrived to extract the driver, who says he can't get out of his car.
We're staff for a full removal.
No, perfect, thank you. Lovely, thank you very much.
So we've got 2 fire engines. Firefighters are currently taking the roof of his vehicle so the ambulance can instruct him. We've got 3 paramedics, we've got 3 police officers here. So all of us are here just working with this one Mal trying to get him out of the vehicle and obviously sort out the scene.
Oh, we're going to be cutting that glass above your head. Yeah, that's all right.
Nathan's job is to keep his patient calm and still.
Exactly, that's the big worry. Yeah, so that's the biggest issue, isn't it? So in a minute, what we'll do is we're going to put a hard board down behind your back, pull you up onto it, and then lift you across onto our bed. All right? You're going to end up with a convertible now, all right? There we go, we've got a smile. Won't be long now, all right? Just focus on wiggling your toes. We're going to get the roof off now, all right? Yeah.
30 minutes later, they're finally able to carefully remove the driver.
Fire have cut the roof off nice and safely, and managed to extricate him from the vehicle nice and safely as well, so it's all been done in a nice, timely manner.
In the ambulance, the crew check the driver over to try to work out if there's a medical reason for his behaviour.
I feel that.
Yeah, feel that?
I feel that. See?
He is feeling it now. So he's got feeling back in his legs, which is a good thing. So he's going to go to the hospital, have some scans done, and go from there, really. It's a difficult one. It was just after they arrested him that all of a sudden his legs wouldn't work and his arms wouldn't work. So before that, he'd mentioned nothing about it. So whether that's just coincidence or whether that's actually something to do with it, we'll leave the hospital and the police to decide about that.
The JRU teams are made up of around 20 special constables from Kent Special Constabulary and a similar number of paramedics from the South East Coast Ambulance Service.
Looks like the rain's coming down, so might be a few RTCs out there.
And they can sometimes find themselves working shifts with colleagues they've never met before.
No, never crewed up together before, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Luckiest lady in Kent right there.
We'll see. Hopefully it'll be a good day.
It's 2 p.m. and the beginning of a 12-hour shift for Joint Response Team Special Constable Tom and Paramedic Aisha.
Just a slow start.
Yeah.
Just the build-up for everything going absolutely wrong later on, probably.
I'm sure it will. There's a call coming to both ambulance and police. A car has crashed into a stationary car, we believe. So we've got a 31-year-old male who was the driver. Currently saying that he has chest pain and lower back pain, and the road is blocked. So certainly one for both of us.
Oh, is that it? Hello, you all right?
Good blimey, wasn't expecting both.
Oh, I know. What's happened then?
Vehicle 1, which is the
Astra.
Oh.
Someone's walked in front of him on the crossing.
Right.
He's braked
Yeah.
hard. Vehicle 2's hit vehicle 1. The only injured party is the one in the black car who's complaining of it.
Right, okay, we'll go.
All right, get some stuff together.
It appears the driver of a black Mazda came off worse in a 3-car pile-up when he braked at a pedestrian crossing.
Hello, mate. Hello. What's your name? Nigel. My name's I from a Paramedics. Right. Where are you hurting at the moment, Nigel?
I've got a back problem anyway.
Okay.
In the lower back, I've got a fractured bulging disc in my back. I initially jumped out of the car.
Yeah.
And then just the pain hit me in my back, my right shoulder, and here in my chest.
Okay. All right. I'm going to come around the other side of the vehicle and feel down your back. Is that okay? Yeah.
A further spinal injury could result in permanent nerve damage or even paralysis, so it's crucial Aisha examines Nigel further. While Tom investigates the man who rear-ended Nigel's car.
Because you've been involved in the road traffic police, I'm going to be requiring you to provide me with a specimen of breath here at the roadside. So, long, hard, continuous breath. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yep, that's fine, thank you very much. Okay, so we'll just wait for this result to come back.
Right, so I want you to try and keep nice and still for me. I want you to tell me if there's any sharp pains when I'm pushing on any of the bones. I know it's lower, but I'm going to go down the entire spine, okay? Okay. Okay, all right, darling, all right. So we've got to be very careful with the spine, so going to keep him in the exact position he is at the moment until we get a crew here with some immobilisation kit.
If Nigel has damaged his spinal cord, he's at risk of permanent paralysis. In Kent, between 2020 and 2022, an average of 4 assaults a day were committed against the police, whilst attempting to arrest offenders or protect the public.
Romeo 04 Seacam, could you assign us to CAD 4763, please?
Yeah, we'll just upgrade for you now.
And today, it's JRU team, Paramedic Nathan and Special Sergeant John called to assist with an aggressive man.
So we are on way to a patient who has been tasered by police. When police have turned up, he's pulled out a weapon and then he's tried to assault the officers, and they've deployed their taser. When a taser's deployed, it releases these barbs, and they'll then go into the skin, and then they create a circuit to conduct the electricity through the body. Other units are already there, but Nathan's going to hopefully remove the barb, and then the patient will hopefully then be conveyed to custody.
Police tasers in the UK deliver up to 50,000 volts of electricity in rapid pulses over 5 seconds, designed to stop and stun dangerous and violent suspects.
Yeah, not bad, thank you.
A police patrol unit and an ambulance are on scene.
Just good. Take the barbs out. Yeah.
But Nathan is the only qualified paramedic to remove the taser barb or fishhook type dart.
Whereabouts are they? Just obviously there and then... Oh. A second. Sorry, I'm Nathan, by the way. I should introduce myself first.
The man is also wearing what's known as a spit hood, a breathable mesh hood to stop the police from being spat at or assaulted.
Sorry, it's going to hurt a little bit.
And under arrest, he now seems calmer.
Sorry, mate. No, that's stuck in. It's going to have to go just to have a little cut to get it out. No, it's proper wedged. Okay, that's it. It's hurting him too much to pull it. Back of the van.
The suspect will have to go to hospital to get the barb removed.
You guys able to convey to them?
Yeah, I can do if that's
excellent.
You're happy with that.
And JRU Special Sergeant John will accompany him in the ambulance.
Anyone who goes to hospital is technically a prisoner guard, so it will always be 2 officers regardless of kind of what they've done or what's happened.
Give us 2 minutes, mate. They'll hand over, then you get seen by a doctor. All right? And then you know the score after that, don't you?
At all times, he will have the 2 police officers by his side.
So when the suspect's going to custody, they're asked a series of kind of medical questions to make sure that they're fit and healthy to be in custody. So, yeah, he has to be medically cleared by the hospital, and then he can be taken back.
And on arrival, it's important the suspect's checked before being released, because he could be held for up to 24 hours in the custody suite while police wait to press charges. Paramedic Aisha has called an ambulance crew to help move a driver with a potential spinal injury after a car crashed into the back of him. While Tom gets the breathalyzer results of the driver who was in the car behind.
The test has come back that you've blown 55. Okay, the legal limit is 35. So at the moment it is 14:33. So you're going to be placed under arrest, failing a roadside breath test. Okay, you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something you later on in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. The reason that you're going to have to be arrested is to secure and preserve evidence.
While they wait for the ambulance crew to arrive, Aisha prepares to give Nigel Entonox,
Right.
a mixture of oxygen and nitrous oxide.
It works very quickly, it also wears off very quickly. So if you find that you're not liking how it feels, you can just stop inhaling it and it will wear off.
After checking he's okay to be moved around, Aisha also examines any other symptoms of physical trauma
And whilst that blood pressure's going, just keep it as relaxed as you can.
and bruising from wearing a seatbelt.
I'm just going to feel across your chest, all right? Does that hurt to press?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's quite a good demonstration, really, that the 2 of us being in one car. So we've got patients being treated medically, and then we've got a drink driver that I was able to sort of interject quite early on. Take a step to the left for me, please. Thank you.
While Tom has dealt with his driver, Aisha has a problem with hers.
Is that helping your pain?
A little.
Yeah.
The gas and air she's given him isn't taking the edge off his pain.
So we're going to try and get something a bit better going.
Time for something stronger.
So this is morphine, very good for severe pain, and this gentleman's saying that he's got 9.5 out of 10 pain. It's all right, sharp scratch, my love. Amazing. Right, so in a moment, with our assistance, we're going to try and get you out as carefully as possible, all right? If I go behind him to help him try and get out as straight as possible, and you guys try and get him out from the front, yeah? So, we're going to, whilst trying to keep you back as in line as possible, try and just move your hips a bit straighter. Yeah.
Aisha and her colleagues must keep Nigel's head, neck and spine completely aligned to prevent any further damage to his back.
Three, just slowly stand up, all right? Yep. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Well done. Amazing. Well done, Nigel.
Turn with me.
Well done, Nigel. Right. Now bum straight down. Okay. Just take as much of that gas and air as you need, Nigel. Is that really painful?
It is when you push it.
It's not hurting to breathe, though, no?
It's off to hospital, where the doctors will do a CT scan on Nigel's back to find out the true extent of his injuries.
Yeah, I think perfect JRU job. Lots for me to do, lots for the police officer to do. This is exactly what we're here for.
Respond to a C1 emergency.
That's a C1 for a paediatric fit-in. Rochester.
Every month in Kent, more than 4,000 999 calls are categorised as C1, meaning a patient has life-threatening injuries or a time-critical illness. 8:30 p.m. and Special Sergeant John and Paramedic Chelsea are heading to a Category 1 call for an 18-month-old baby having a seizure.
With plitting, Our biggest worry is going to be kind of their airway. All the time they're fitting, they've not really got a patent airway going on. They're not getting the oxygen they necessarily need, and in turn their brain's not getting the oxygen that it needs.
In a Category 1 call, the JRU need to respond within 7 minutes.
We're 2 minutes away.
They get to the location just minutes after the call.
Let's go.
Hello, you right? Okay. Who's upstairs with him? Okay.
Hello. Hello. Oh, hello, little one.
The baby is no longer fitting, but Chelsea needs to check he's out of danger.
And what's happened?
He threw up about 30, 45 minutes ago. And then we brought him up to wash him. And then he started shaking quite a lot.
Whole body?
Yes. So initially I thought, oh, it might be because he's cold. But then he went into the bath and the bath was obviously quite warm.
Okay.
And then he continued afterwards.
Have you been checking his temperature throughout the day? Has he had a fever at all?
We haven't done a formal test, but he has been quite warm to the touch, but we've been treating it with Callout.
The family have given the baby a children's liquid-based paracetamol designed to relieve pain and fevers. But now, Chelsea needs to see if it's taking effect.
Hey, little one. Can you open your eyes for me? Oh. Okay, it's going in your ear, little one. Hello. Who's all these strange people? I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 39 too. Let's get all this off of him.
39.2 is very high. A baby of 18 months would be expected to have a temperature of 36.4, nearly 3 degrees lower.
Sounds like he's potentially had a little, febrile seizure because of his temperature being so high.
A febrile seizure is a fit caused by a fever and can be common in small children. They're usually harmless, but Dad tells Chelsea about a worrying complication.
I think the only time he had sepsis in it when he was little, he had to spend a week in hospital.
Because he had sepsis?
Yeah.
What was the sepsis from? Do you know? Where was the infection?
So he had, the breast tissue was swollen when he was born.
Okay.
Sepsis is the body's extreme response to an infection and can cause organ failure and death. But even if it's treated, it can leave the patient feeling unwell for months, even years afterwards.
Okay.
So Chelsea takes no chances.
I'm going to recommend a little trip up to the hospital to be checked out tonight, just because obviously he's had potentially a little seizure. He's never had one before, and his temperature is quite high. So just to be checked out by the doctor. Yeah.
Just 8 minutes later, an ambulance crew arrive.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hello, how are you?
We're just going to head down.
How are we? Can you head down?
Yeah, we can go straight out to the truck.
Oh, so.
I think he's had a little febrile. Yeah, he's had ibuprofen inside the ambulance, as well as he had paracetamol indoors. They both work together quite well to bring down temperatures. He's a lot more alert than when he was indoors. So just be a little trip to hospital and get seen by a doctor.
How are you feeling, sir?
Stop!
What's happened, mate?
I've lain on it and it just came out.
Okay, all right, darling, all right.
I don't want to run at me.
Police!
Urgent assistance.
In modern Britain,
There's been a big accident.
the most dramatic 999 calls
The car is now on fire.
often require not one, but two emergency responders.
I'm a police officer, she's a paramedic.
In Kent, one of Britain's biggest counties,
I'm just thinking if we just cover it all.
a groundbreaking joint response unit has been formed,
Ready, set, lift.
where both police and paramedic combine in one specialist vehicle
You've been arrested for assault.
to answer some of the most extreme 999 calls.
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear? Shocked.
We already outdone ourselves on that one.
Face the wall.
Mate, I can't believe we got him.
Coming up, a shooting terrorizes a sleepy village.
They have got guns pointed, so do exactly as you're told.
A country walk ends in agony.
1, 2, 3.
And a very lucky escape.
If he'd gone head-on into that lamppost, then we'll be dealing with a fatal.
Rural Kent, with its picturesque villages, isn't without its dangers.
Where's the emergency?
Anyone close enough to assist, please contact control, over.
So when someone calls 999,
I am short of patrols. I will see if I can get someone to attend, over.
the joint response units must be ready for anything.
This poor guy's been laying on the floor for so long, and it's very much appreciated.
Juliet Romeo 07 Patrol.
Juliet Romeo 07, go ahead.
C-Cam, I've just had that come through. Would you like us to start making way to that?
There have been reports of a shooting in a small village in the Kent countryside, and a JRU team has been requested for medical support.
Yeah, that's all safe, thank you. But obviously, stand by for FIM assessment.
What's a FIM?
FIM, Force Incident Manager. So they are an inspector based at Force Control Room who will look at incidents and assess them to see what sort of response is required. For example, something like this, where firearms will be involved.
Kent Police Special Inspector Tom and Joint Response Paramedic Willow from the South East Coast Ambulance Service have been asked to meet at a rendezvous point with armed officers.
We got it initially as patient's got a leg injury, so something was thrown at him to injure his leg, but has now reported that actually he's been shot.
So for us, in terms of the police involvement, it's because there's a firearm involved. If someone's got a gunshot wound, if that's hit an artery, that's potentially going to be fatal for them and could even turn into a murder.
So Foxtrot 4 are 1 minute from the RVP.
The priority is for a firearms team to go in and make the scene safe.
Once the threat's been neutralised, units such as myself and C-Cam will be called in to deal with casualties, to deal with arrests and that sort of thing. The priority for us is to keep our distance until we're given the green light to go in, because the last thing we want to do is get shot.
The first concern is to avoid further danger to the public and to themselves.
Sometimes it can be quite brutal and it can be quite difficult because you've got a patient that's potentially dying. But if I can't get them alive, I can't treat them.
There's no other information on
That's all right, I found it.
How far are we from our RV?
4 minutes.
The rendezvous point is just a few miles from the scene of the shooting.
I think we're meeting here. I think we're just meeting here. So RVP point.
I'd say the firearms are already here.
Gun crime in the UK is rare, and this is a first for paramedic Willow.
But actually in Kent, especially, like we don't see a lot of gun crime at all, do we?
I mean, I've been in Kent Police 11 and a half years now, and I've been to a total of 2 firearms incidents, this being the second.
Shootings and stabbings are far lower in rural areas than the big cities, but Kent Police, like every other force, have a firearms team who's always ready to deploy.
So we've got a rest team going, and they're going to be going, but they're going to be kind of hanging back a little bit.
Cool.
So, yeah.
So it's getting them neutralised. Have we got to confirm whether there's a firearms licence on the premises or not?
I don't think there is.
If we follow up the behind, once they've neutralised, we can then deal with casualty, and then we can bring the van in if need be.
What's happening, just so I can let them know?
Sorry?
What's happening now?
So they're going in first. We will follow in as medical.
With the firearms team already in place, the JRU has the green light to move in behind them.
who do we need? Is it life-threatening? Is it safe? Essentially, is the first thing we're going to be looking at. Jobs like this kind of escalate very, very quickly, and as soon as you mention the word gun, nobody can risk it, so we'll take it very, very seriously. So, hence why you have, you know, a massive presence from all different sorts of managers and resources.
The shooting has reportedly taken place outside one of the houses on the estate. The suspect is thought to be hiding somewhere inside.
So, the 2 unmarked cars are the police cars, and the car with the blue lights going is the dog unit.
Because firearms haven't given us the OK to go and it's seen as safe, we're having to wait currently, so...
Of course, if shots are fired, then we will need to move in imminently to save life and limb. They will see Cam.
The JRU team get the call to move to the front line.
I've never seen that before, so firearms in balaclavas.
Tactical firearms officers have taken up position.
I'd just be warned that they have got guns pointed, so do exactly as you're told.
With eyes on the suspect. Shooting incidents are fortunately rare.
Can anyone respond to a C1 emergency?
That's a C1.
Unlike the 30,000 cardiac arrests which happen outside of hospital every year.
Broadcast, any patrol able to assist with a C1, got cardiac arrest in a public place, your call sign, over.
Special Sergeant Jack and Paramedic Nathan are going to a Cat 1 call, which indicates immediate threat to life.
So we're going to a train station for a cardiac arrest.
A cardiac arrest is when the heart stops beating, blood stops flowing to the organs, and the person stops breathing.
03. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to give you a scene update as soon as I get there. We're going to be first on scene and we'll jump on CPR. So as soon as I can give you an update, I will.
Without help to start their heart, they will die. It's different to a heart attack, which is when the arteries supplying the heart are blocked.
Platform what? Which platform? Which platform? Which one? This one down there.
But a heart attack can lead to cardiac arrest. The call came in just minutes ago. The man on the floor has no pulse. The team need to move fast. Nathan prepares the defibrillator to try and shock his heart back to life.
Do you want to get the pads out, mate?
Pads on?
Yeah.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
But it takes time to set up. And in the fight for life, every second counts.
Oh, mate, where are the pads?
Just setting up.
The man is stuck under the seats, and the team needs space to start CPR while they wait for the defibrillator to charge.
There you go.
Not waiting for the pads, paramedic Alex starts immediate chest compressions to try and restart his heart.
Just chuck the whole thing.
Alex, need anything else?
Just update control, mate.
Control, CCP running, yeah?
Yeah, probably, mate.
Yeah, we'll update, mate. I'll jump on the chest.
Right.
The defibrillator is fired up.
Everybody clear, shocking.
Take over, Alex.
Take that for us. Right, stand clear. Everyone clear?
Yeah.
Shocked.
At Chatham railway station, a man has gone into cardiac arrest, and paramedics have used a defibrillator to try and kick-start his heart.
Can we get a size 5i gel as well?
Everybody clear, shocking.
I got a pulse. Yeah, I've got a pulse. He's breathing.
Tell Darren to get that trolley and stuff ready.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Darren, get a trolley and a scoop ready, mate. Trolley and a scoop.
Cheers, mate.
It seems to have worked.
Got a good end tidal. We've got rest of 15 at the moment.
The patient's heart is beating again, but he's still in a critical condition.
He's making good respiratory effort. So, pupils are freeze.
In order to give life-saving drugs as quickly as possible, Nathan's colleague Alex drills into the patient's shin, so drugs will go straight into his bone marrow.
So we've had, what, 2 shocks, was it, or 3 in the end?
2 shocks.
2 shocks.
See what his blood pressure is.
We're doing that at the moment.
Yeah. Does he have a radial?
He's got a very strong pounding centre.
Yeah. I think let's hold off fluids then.
His heart is gaining strength.
We're just mind driving that off.
We need to push the trolley up further.
Move the light back closer.
While the paramedics work on keeping the patient alive, Jack has been busy looking for contacts of loved ones.
I found a wallet, but it's got no driving licence in it, so he's got no date of birth. But I found a letter that's got his home address. So they're going to get some officers there, firstly, to tell next of kin, secondly, so they can get down the hospital, and thirdly, so we can find out any details about them that we need.
When patients are in cardiac arrest, they're not breathing, their heart is not beating. For all intents and purposes, they are dead in that moment.
He's not out of danger. The crew need to get him to hospital urgently.
His heart could stop at any time. It's still a really critical position to be in.
The Kent coastline and countryside is a dog walker's paradise. But sometimes a day out with the pooch doesn't end up as planned.
Got an address. It's actually in a field, I believe, from a cattle grid. A member of the public's got their foot stuck.
Special Inspector Scott and Joint Response Paramedic Aisha are on their way to help someone who's been injured while walking his pet.
Is it a male or a female?
Male.
A male. So he's fallen over, and he's got his arm stuck.
Oh, his arm stuck?
Yeah, fractured arm.
I don't know if he's got anything stuck. I think they're just saying that there's a cattle grid on the way out.
Right, so he's not got stuck in the grid?
No, I don't think he's got stuck in it. I think he's just fallen and fractured his arm.
So essentially we're on our way to a male that's fallen over in a field, potentially he's got a fractured arm. Unknown sort of level of injury at the moment. He may have obviously obtained other injuries, but say when we get there we'll assess the situation and we'll go from there.
He's out in the elements at the moment. It's kind of raining on and off. The call came in 45 minutes ago. So any patient that's getting cold, that's going to make them deteriorate even quicker.
In a village in rural Kent, a woman has been shot. As they wait for the suspect to come out, the firearms officers are standing by.
I'll just be warned that they have got guns pointed, so do exactly as you're told.
Suddenly, reports come in that the victim who's been shot is being brought out. And the police are asking for a medic.
Right, so keep your distance.
JRU paramedic Willow has been called in to help the victim.
Shotto.
Willow, hello.
Unfortunately, he's just taken a couple of shots to her leg today.
Okay.
So I put the field dressing on, that's stemming and bleeding. Obviously, it has been bleeding.
Okay.
She's been fine. She's a little bit upset, but she's been fine.
Any other patients?
Not this time.
No, okay. Just come have a seat over here for a minute.
While Willow assesses the injury,
Have a seat there for me, okay?
a manhunt is underway.
Could you describe the person who shot you in the best detail you can? What does he look like? Is he a bit tall, short?
I just felt a pain in my leg and I looked down, so I can't say.
Yep.
No, so we're trying to get a description of the offender, but she can't really remember too much. That's as good as it gets, unfortunately. So we believe we've got an active shooter in the address, given the fact that the other lady's got a shot to her leg. The firearms are trying to encourage the guy to come out. If you look up there, they're utilising the drone to try and keep an eye on what's going on, see if they can get a better vantage point. If there is potentially a firearm involved, last thing you want to do is put an officer in harm's way, whereas the drone is out of the way and you can see everything, and you can wait as long as need be for him to come out.
Can I have a quick look onto here, if that's okay?
Willow inspects 2 wounds on either side of the woman's leg.
I don't do a bloody operation, do I?
Well, it all depends. If the bullets come out, no.
It appears the bullet has passed clean through the leg and crucially missed any bones.
So it's going to be hospital.
Oh, I'm going to a panic attack.
No, don't panic. Listen, you're absolutely fine, okay?
No, with my teeth shattered, I'm going to go.
Yeah, well, don't have a panic attack. We're all here, aren't we? You've got me, you've got the police, all right, you're absolutely fine. I think she's still got a lot of adrenaline going through her body, so she had a bit of a panic attack in the car. Just try and relax, okay?
All right. I know there's a lot that's happened. It's all quite a massive shock, isn't it? Okay. But your leg can be fixed. Just an update for you on this job if you want one over. So the lady does appear to have 2 puncture wounds just below the knee on her left leg. There's no active bleeding and no critical hemorrhage at all over. So she's absolutely fine. It looks as if a bullet has gone in just beside her knee and come out on the other side. I think she's been incredibly lucky in terms of where the gun has hit her.
She is lucky, but the fact the bullet went clean through shows how dangerous it might have been.
It's not been identified what she was shot with. I'd imagine by the wound that's going to be a very light calibre weapon. But yeah, for now it's just a waiting game.
Suddenly, more than an hour after the shooting, the standoff appears to come to an end.
Is anyone able to go forward to the OSD by the red vehicle there? There's a prisoner.
Is he surrendered, has he?
He's come out there for arresting somebody. So
OK, right.
He's going to need taken away from where they are.
The man they believe fired the shot emerges from the building.
The good news is one male's come out without further incident. He's been arrested for various offences. He will be taken off to custody and interviewed in the morning.
The injured woman is on her way to hospital.
You shouldn't hate anybody in this world. But do I hate someone that done this to me tonight? Because yes, I do. Because that is cruel, that is evil, that's nasty whoever done this to me.
Fortunately, she's not in any danger, but only because the bullet didn't hit any vital organs or arteries.
The injury, to look at it at face value, you think she's got a couple of scratches, or like a small puncture wound. You wouldn't necessarily associate that with a gun. Gunshot wounds, it comes down to luck really in terms of where they hit you. If they hit you in the wrong place, within minutes, seconds, you could be dead.
Right, Skipper, are you happy for us as JIUs to stand down and... Right, OK. Right, thank you. For now, it's just a case of searching the house for any potential evidence, and we've left the local policing team to get on with that. So for us, it's back on patrol.
In Chatham, JRU paramedics have managed to restart the heart of a patient who had gone into cardiac arrest, but they urgently need to get him to the intensive care unit.
They're just discussing HEMS, whether HEMS come to assist and take him somewhere. As I say, it'll either be Medway or William Harvey given the traffic. That's why they're looking at HEMS so far.
HEMS, the helicopter emergency medical service, is on standby as the patient may need to be put into a coma to prevent brain damage.
Can we plumb into the main oxygen?
We're not at the moment, but we can do.
So let's plumb into the main.
It's down there.
We're not trying to stop someone from dying, we're literally trying to bring someone back from the dead. And that's what we've done for this patient. He was dead and we brought him back. We have got the helicopter coming, HEMS, because they can provide a kind of higher level of care. Time is absolutely of the essence at the moment.
1 hour after 999 was called, the patient is taken to hospital with a HEMS helicopter trauma team in attendance.
They've sedated him. They're now going to take him up to the nearest suitable hospital. Definitely not out of the water yet for him. He's obviously had a lot more trauma to his body with the CPR, with the other query heart attack as well. Not sure if there's anything else that's going on. So he's still very much a time-critical patient and needs definitive care.
A man who's been walking his dog has fallen and broken his arm. The incident has happened in a field on the fairly uninhabited Hoo Peninsula, 9 miles from Rochester.
How do we get in?
Luckily, the JRU vehicles are 4x4s that are designed to handle off-road call-outs. They can get to places standard ambulances cannot.
First time off-roading in these. I got stuck on a field in an ambulance once. I had to have a load of people trying to push us out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was really wet. It was in the middle of bloody winter.
A team of paramedics trained to operate in hazardous environments has arrived just before them.
Hello, you all right? Not too bad.
This is Dave.
Yeah, lovely.
Dave has humerus fracture.
Humerus fracture, yep. You've got a broken humerus, the bone in the upper arm, quite a big, thick bone.
Do a few checks, get
Yep.
some drugs on.
Absolutely. Do you want me to try and cannulate for you?
Yeah.
Fractures of the humerus can be incredibly painful. Even just breathing can hurt. So Aisha's first priority is to give Dave intravenous pain relief before she moves him.
Bad arm's the left one.
Left one, I'll go for the right then. Right. Oh, bless you, darling.
Dave's arm muscles have reacted to the break in the bone by going into spasm.
Let me just get to this arm, sweetheart. I need to try and get a cannula in.
Dogs.
Oh, bloody dogs.
Oh, God.
Should we get some gas and air?
Gas and air is a mix of oxygen and nitrous oxide and works as a short-acting painkiller.
Very good, good drug. You've got to make sure you haven't been deep sea diving recently?
No.
No.
I apologise now if I swear.
Don't worry, you swear as much as you want.
Aisha wants to give Dave stronger intravenous pain relief. But Dave has been lying outside in the cold for over an hour, making it difficult for Aisha to get a needle into his veins.
Sorry, darling. Gonna have to go again with that one. I need some tape.
Yeah, do you want red one, isn't it?
Yeah, please.
When a first attempt to cannulate fails, the patient can tense up, making the next one even more difficult.
Relax your hand. Your fingers are tense. There we go. I know it's not easy. I'm stabbing you. Got that tape still?
Yep.
Brilliant, thank you. All right, go third time lucky.
The second attempt fails, and with the temperature dropping, unless they get him moved soon, his condition will become critical.
Or female. I'm not sure if you heard you called.
Lovely, thank you very much.
In northwest Kent, Joint Response Paramedic Nathan and Special Sergeant Jack are responding to an emergency call from a Lifeline company, a service for frail and disabled people when they need emergency help at home.
It's going to be these here, isn't it? It's 86 as we just arrived.
The only information the team has is that the woman inside is an epileptic and her seizure detector has gone off.
We are going to a fitting.
There's no answer.
Hello, ambulance.
Nathan needs to get in to check the woman's condition because a prolonged seizure can sometimes be fatal.
Key safe.
Fortunately, the emergency services have been given the key safe code for just such an emergency.
And it's from a lane. Callback 1, answered, can hear patient making noises but not responding.
Hello, ambulance.
Now they just need to find a lane.
Anyone there? No. Hello. Oh, cats. Sorry, little cats. Hello, my love. It's the ambulance service.
They find her, but she's not responding.
Hello, my love. Hello.
15 miles away on the Hoo Peninsula, Dave has fallen and broken his arm while walking his dog.
So what happened? Did he just pull you or?
Yeah, he's a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah.
So he's run round the back of me, so
Yeah.
he's pulled my arm up my back. But he'd also run round my leg as well, so when I tried to step out of the
Then you've landed on your arm.
I've landed, fallen backwards, but my arm was underneath my body.
Oh, not good.
And I knew straight away.
JRU paramedic Aisha is trying to inject painkillers, but has been unable to find a vein. And Dave's temperature is dropping, making the procedure even trickier.
Really good veins.
You've been out in the cold.
A third attempt is made, this time into Dave's ankle.
Is that Internox helping, Dave?
To everyone's relief, the needle has gone into a vein, so Aisha can attach a cannula.
All right, so that's some paracetamol in. That'll start working really quickly.
Dave is immediately given pain relief, but paracetamol isn't strong enough to deal with the pain Aisha knows is to come.
Have you ever had morphine? No? So very, very good pain relief. Makes you feel like you've had 1 or 2 gins, maybe a few more. We had to make sure we get some pain relief on board. I think he hasn't had morphine before. I'll go 3 meals to begin with, see how we go. So that we can then splint that arm, pull it, get some traction on it, get those bones back in a more neutral position so that we can relieve some of his pain. Going to give you an anti-sickness and some of the really good stuff, all right?
Morphine can make a patient feel sick and dizzy, but it's essential as Aisha wants to realign his broken arm while he's lying on the ground.
Right, those drugs are in.
No, it will do, love. Don't worry. What doesn't seem right?
Any of it.
No, you're doing well. You're doing all right. It's just where the drugs are all going through your body. Okay? You've never had morphine before.
Okay. It's all right, darling. You'll start to feel a bit more with it in a moment.
Dave's wife, Deb, is on hand to help relax him as the painkillers get to work.
So waiting for pain relief to kick in so that we can get on with putting traction on that bone, because without the pain relief it would be absolutely excruciating.
Dave, get you up off the floor very soon, all right? Yeah. And get you straight onto that bed, all right, buddy, to get you nice and warm.
Another dose of morphine is needed.
She's doing really well. So, yeah, quite a tricky one. Don't you swear as much as you want. Nothing we haven't heard before.
Dave's now had 7 milligrams of morphine. The maximum paramedics can give is 20 milligrams.
So yeah, we're going to give it a bit of a tug and then put a bit of pressure on it.
Enough about sex offers, but what about the arm?
With the morphine kicking in, it's time to attempt the realignment.
So we go on 3. 1, 2, 3.
You feel that pulling?
Yeah.
Need a bit more?
The broken bone is pulled apart against his spasming muscles, which are trying to hold the bones in place.
Nearly there, Dave.
The bones are back in alignment,
Well done, love.
and Dave can finally be helped to his feet.
Ready? 3, 1, 2, 3.
Well done.
Alright, get on that stretcher.
It's all right, I've got you.
Yeah, no, I'm not. It's just a bit tender.
Yeah.
To say the least.
That's it, lift.
One is mine.
Thank you very much for this.
You are very welcome.
When they get to A&E, Dave will be x-rayed, and the bones may have to be reset again under anaesthetic. But at least he'll have a nice warm bed.
The only thing you've got to apologise for is for not doing it on a nice warm day.
Back in Gravesend, JRU paramedic Nathan is treating a 32-year-old woman who's had a seizure and is unresponsive.
You'll pop this in your finger, my love, all right?
While Nathan checks Elaine's oxygen levels, Special Sergeant Jack has been looking for clues to help.
Right, here we go. These are May's dates. Was not well, had a headache, been busy all day, no seizures. Been sick.
It's a seizure diary.
What day are we today? Sunday. In bad pain, Nath.
Diaries are kept by many epileptics to try and work out what triggers their seizures.
I'm going to do your blood sugar and your temperature, all right, my love? Hello? It's the ambulance service. You've had a seizure.
Suddenly, Elaine regains consciousness without medical intervention from Nathan, but he still needs to do more checks.
Just going to pop this in your ear a minute. I'm just going to do a small drop of blood from your finger, OK? It'll be a sharp scratch.
Some people with epilepsy have back-to-back seizures, so Nathan is checking Elaine's temperature, blood pressure, and blood sugar levels.
How many cats do you have? 2. We shut the door before we opened your door, all right? They're all fine. They're just in the other room. Have you been feeling unwell at all?
Got a kidney infection.
Oh, you got a kidney infection? Oh, yeah.
Infections that cause high temperatures can trigger a seizure.
How long's that been going on for? A week, oh, bless you. Do you find you normally have more seizures when you got the infections? Yeah. Oh, bless you. What's your normal plan after having a seizure? Do you go to hospital? Do you stay here?
I normally stay here.
Normally.
Unless I have more than 4 or 5.
Oh, OK, that's fine. No worries.
I am known to have back-to-back.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, bless you. And you've just had the one today? As far as you're aware. Is there any way of checking? Does your machine tell you how many?
My lifeline normally goes off.
Yes, your lifeline's gone off today. That's why we've come out. It's a good little bit of kit you've got to call us. How do you feel now? Do you feel your normal self after a seizure? Yeah? That's... And that's normal for you after a... Yeah, all right. So all your numbers are OK. So what I'll do is I'll do a bit of paperwork, and once we finish the paperwork, if you're still feeling like you are now, we'll leave you here. If not, it'll be a little trip to hospital, all right?
Thankfully, Elaine's vital signs are normal.
Oh, shut up, phone.
Oh, that's mine, sorry. That's all right. Sorry.
Elaine's been coping with epilepsy since she was just 13.
I can't work because of my seizures. I used to do caring for a little elderly lady that lived next door in a wheelchair, and I couldn't do it anymore because seizures got in the way. I used to go to college. They got in the way. I really want to be a nurse, but that gets in the way. It is difficult. It's part of my life, though. I've adjusted to it.
What's the rabbit's name? Babe.
Elaine's pets, 2 cats and a rabbit, are company for her.
How old's your cat?
Don't like cats, don't touch them. I don't like looking at them, I don't own them. Draw the line. Cats is a big no from me. Dogs, love them. Sorry. I won't be horrible to them, I just don't like getting scratched.
And Jack's tolerance to cats has reached its limit.
Oh, mate, I need to get out of here, my nose.
Jack and Nathan are confident that Elaine is out of danger.
She's back to her normal self. We're happy to leave her here. It's safe for her to stay here, even though she lives on her own. She's got all the safety measures in place. Leave her with some worsening care advice of what to do going forwards. Take it steady and to call us back if any symptoms change. And failing that, if she has another seizure, her alarm will go off and we'll be notified anyway.
As night rolls in, the number of accidents on the road increase by 40%. Getting to a collision quickly can be the difference between life and death.
On the A2, Gravesend, right off, airbags, blood everywhere.
Oh, we'll go. When did this come in? Oh, it's literally just come in. Yeah, car.
A crash has just happened on a busy dual carriageway near Gravesend.
Control, Juliet Romeo 03.
Go ahead.
Do you want to show us running to that RTC?
Perfect, thank you.
Joint Response Paramedic Nathan and Special Sergeant John head there on blue lights.
All yours, obviously the crew on now, so let me know where that.
Will do, thank you very much. We're 5 minutes out.
So we are currently going to an RTC on the A2 by Gravesend. We haven't got too much info at the moment. Just there's amount of airbags being deployed, lots of blood everywhere, so it could be anything. So we'll go and make a quick assessment. Obviously, it's on the A2. It's a fast road, so we need other units to help slow traffic and make a safe working environment.
A car is facing the wrong way down the A2, and its back end has smashed into a lamppost.
Is the guy still in the car?
On the A2 dual carriageway near Gravesend, joint response officers are dealing with a high-speed crash.
Is the guy still in the car?
You've got blood coming from somewhere. Is it all right if I have a little look? You've got a nice little split on your forehead.
While Nathan checks the driver, John tries to work out why he crashed.
Quite a nasty crash. He's obviously lost control and spun around, and you can see from the damage to the lamppost and to his car that it was a reasonably high-speed accident. I think he's really lucky to walk away. Crashing into a lamppost, I don't think he's gone straight on. If he'd gone head-on into that lamppost, then we'll be dealing with a completely different scene and probably a fatal.
And a closer inspection shows just how lucky the driver was.
Bank is really steep. All it would have taken is probably another half a metre and he would have tumbled down, rolled over and then probably become trapped.
Just assess him at the moment. He's got a nice little head injury, so probably be conveyed to hospital.
Oh, no worries. I'll keep the money for you then. Thank you very much.
Were you wearing your seatbelt?
Yeah.
How fast did you...
No.
Just got to check. Did your airbags go off?
No.
No, that's fine. Has your stereo come out or anything? Yeah, it has. It's probably your stereo that's hit your head then. You any pain in your neck?
No pain in the neck.
No?
It's just head in my hand.
I would suggest you go to hospital for that head injury.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look at your car a second, okay?
Yeah.
So check over the vehicle just to see kind of what the damage is to the inside the car to work out kind of what injuries he's likely to have. His stereo's come out, so it looks like that's whacked him in the face.
That's my life.
Was it just you in the car?
I was meant to come.
Oh, were you? Oh, no. Well, I think you'd be going off to hospital now.
Yeah, so he's very fortunate considering he's in a bit of an older car, doesn't have the same sort of safety equipment as modern cars do. For the medical side of things, have you had any drugs tonight? Did you ever take cocaine? No. No? No, that's fine. Any alcohol or anything?
I think I had a drink last night.
He's at the moment in the back of the ambulance, being assessed by the paramedics, and he'll be going to hospital once they do a clean of his wounds. We breathalyse before he goes as well to see if alcohol was a factor in the crash, and the officers here will follow up with see if there's any offences.
The breath test is negative, so there are no driving-related offences.
So just talking to the officers in the back of the ambulance, the male's been arrested for a domestic incident.
The driver will still be going to hospital, but with a police officer, and will be taken to custody once he's been treated.
So it looks like the male was either wanted or had breached his bail, but he's been arrested for criminal damage.
Kent is one of the largest counties in England, bordered by the English Channel to the south and London to the north. Tonight, JRU paramedic Daniel and Special Constable Tom are in Greenhithe, just 23 miles from central London.
Ourselves and the ambulance service just had about 3 or 4 calls about a car crash, potentially a female patient with chest injuries, trapped because they can't open the doors.
An injured motorist trapped inside her car will need both a police and paramedic response, and the team is only 5 minutes away.
This is a prime example of quick patient care, but again sort of helps our divisional colleagues, our response officers, from picking that up.
As they arrive, it seems a car has hit a parked vehicle.
She's still in the car, is she?
Around the other side. Around the other side.
Hello, you're right.
The driver is unable to free herself.
No, that's all right. Just relax, okay? Tell me what's happened.
I don't know what happened.
What is the last thing you remember then?
I don't know.
It's fine, no worries. What do you suffer with? What medical conditions?
And I've got a thing in my heart here. It's a loop recorder because I was getting palpitations and a blackout.
Okay.
But I haven't had nothing like that for a long time.
A loop recorder is a small heart monitor fitted under the skin to record the heart's rhythm.
Bang, I hit the steering wheel on this side. I'm in so much agony.
Fine. Was you wearing your seatbelt?
Yeah.
You know, that's good.
While Dan checks her over, Tom focuses on traffic management.
So at the moment, I'm just sort of like keeping the scene safe for Dan, just so he can crack on and get on with what he needs to do.
How are you feeling at the moment?
When I breathe, it hurts.
When you breathe, it hurts,
On
okay?
this side.
You're down that side, yeah?
I feel sick as well.
Yeah, but if you're going to be vomit that way. My first thing noticed that she was very anxious, very emotional, very upset, which I completely understand.
Oh.
Tom?
Yes, yeah.
Do you know where the Entonox is in the back of that?
Entonox, is it just that, yeah.
Is that blue bag, yeah?
Yes, mate, yeah, I'll have a look.
I'll tell you what, Tom, get the square little red bag, the drugs bag.
Drugs bag as well, yeah?
Yeah, mate. Yo.
How's this one for
That's
you?
it, mate.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Entonox is a short-acting painkiller, more commonly known as gas and air.
Oh, and Beth? No, I haven't yet. She reckons she's hit the steering wheel because of the force, and she sits quite close because she's quite short. Whether or not she's just done a couple of rigs and that. I've had her feel of her collarbone, it all feels fine. So it's just, she needs an X-ray of her chest, really.
An ambulance has been called to take Bev to hospital, but until it gets here, she needs something for her pain. Dan injects paracetamol straight into her bloodstream.
How long have you been a carer?
3 months.
I can do your job.
Bev had just left one patient and was driving to another when the accident happened.
I couldn't believe it. I just looked like it happened. I pulled my handbrake off, I took my seatbelt off, I panicked, and then I realised I couldn't move. My left side was in such agony.
How fast was you going, Beth?
I don't know. I couldn't be going fast. I've only just left Swanscombe to my last customer, to going on to a customer into Dartford. So no, I wouldn't have been doing that. I would have been doing under the speed limit. I would have been doing under 40.
As the ambulance crew arrive to help, Bev begins to recall the moments before the crash.
I just remember a bang, and I thought, what?
You know, it sounds like you might have blacked out, Beth. It does, all right? We'll get you an ambulance. We'll check the heart out completely, all right? I think she's blacked out the wheel. Now, she has a cardiac monitoring, 24-hour tape, so she's got some ongoing heart issues. Am I pushing, Beth? Am I pushing?
Yeah,
There we go. All right. Whether or not that's the cause for her to faint at the wheel, I won't know. Unfortunately, when she gets to the hospital and have some blood tests, they'll be able to work it out.
Now Bev is safely out of the car.
I don't think it will quite pass the MOT.
Tom's priority is to clear the road to let the backlog of traffic through. Once inside the ambulance, the team checks on Bev's heart.
Because we're cleaning, she's had a blackout at the wheel. The reasons for blackout are endless. It could be something, could be neurological, could be cardiac. The list is endless. So we're just doing an ECG because we know we've had a blackout. She's got cardiac history, just to rule out any serious heart problems.
Before she goes to hospital, Tom needs to eliminate drink driving as a cause.
Just going to get this fitted, all right?
We don't automatically assume they are drunk, or I don't have any indication to believe she is, but we still do it as a routine just to make sure.
Big deep breath. A little bit harder if you can. Has it done it? It's done it? Yeah. 0.
I told you.
I know.
I don't know.
Grab hold of that.
What?
That's your souvenir.
That is your souvenir for tonight, as well as a smashed up car.
Is it right off?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it ain't. It's my baby girl.
Is it?
Bev's car may be a wreck, but all her health checks are looking good so far.
To go to hospital, get a full workup, and they'll better hopefully work out what's happened to her. Less police cars here, that's a massive saving, a massive benefit to JRU.
Bloody operations are on.
Urgent assistance.
In modern Britain,
There's been a big accident.
the most dramatic 999 calls
The car is now on fire.
often require not one, but two emergency responders.
I'm a police officer, she's paramedic.
In Kent, one of Britain's biggest counties,
I'm just thinking if we just cover it all.
a groundbreaking joint response unit has been formed,
Ready, set, lift.
where both police and paramedic combine in one specialist vehicle
You've been arrested for assault.
to answer some of the most extreme 999 calls.
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear? Shocked.
We already outdone ourselves on that one.
Face the wall?
Mate, I can't believe we got him.
Coming up, a 12-year-old hit by a car,
We'll slide that in, yeah? 1, 2, 3.
a driver apparently suffering a seizure,
And what have you been doing today?
Come back to work.
and a catastrophic fall.
Definitely made a really good clean at hospital.
Kent, one of Britain's largest counties and gateway to the continent. A network of roads connects the busy ports to the rest of the country. With 4 major motorways and hundreds of smaller roads, accidents are all too common. Around 900 people are killed or seriously injured on the county's roads in a year, making it the most dangerous place to drive in the UK.
One Catastrophic could potentially divert you to a Category 2 call coming in. We've got a 12-year-old hit by a car.
Joint Response Paramedic Daniel and Special Sergeant Jack are on their way to the scene.
Just given the nature of a 12-year-old, have you got any other units that are nearby? Mate, come on.
HEMS, the Kent, Surrey and Sussex Air Ambulance Service, is also on its way, and part of Jack's role will be to get the onboard team to the crash site.
Isolated head injury, HEMS to continue. Fine. That might not be a nice head injury then.
No. So I ain't gonna lie, Jack. The last one, when I was hit by a car, died.
Yeah.
On scene.
I remember that one.
So
I remember that job.
I'm actually sweating. I can actually feel a cold sweat. It just brings back a lot of memories, a lot of flashbacks. When I get there, I've got to try and put it in the back of my mind about to treat this child.
The 12-year-old is still lying injured in the road.
Do you want to go and get HEMS? Yeah. Go down there. Yeah. There's a field gate. That's where they've gone before. All right.
Jack immediately heads to the landing point so he can bring the air ambulance team to the accident. An ambulance crew who arrived just moments ago have reported a hematoma, a swelling to the back of the head. Daniel, who is also a trained operational commander, takes control of the scene until the specialist doctors and the HEMS team can get there.
I tell you what, shall I get some swabs and that ready, just so I can dab it and clean it?
He urgently needs to examine the seriousness of the boy's injuries.
So what I'm going to do, we're going to roll him so I can look at the back of his head. Oh, I'm coming in. Where are we thinking it is? Is it right behind?
I've had a quick feel, it's not actively bleeding anymore, but I've not seen how big this cut is.
All right, so just move out the way for the helicopter, all right? Keep going that way.
Half a mile away, Jack is clearing the makeshift landing.
Trying to make sure the kids don't get killed.
Should we go to Matt's first, because then I can look at the back of the head while we're at it, yeah? Because I can look at the head and then I can slide that in, yeah?
On 3, 1, 2, 3.
You see a lot, because it's all congealed, isn't it, around the hair.
If it's a subdural hematoma, a slow bleed to the brain, it can lead to permanent disability or even death. So Dan needs to stabilize Alex's condition. Meanwhile, Jack has picked up the HEMS trauma team.
Yeah, sure. Did you guys get the story?
It's now 30 minutes since the accident.
You want to jump out?
afterwards reports of a male who's gone to the drive-thru to order some food, and he's presented to be confused, slurred speech, so they were a bit concerned about him.
When you hear kind of confusion and slurred speech, your first thought is potentially stroke. It could also be something like low blood sugars.
This is exactly the sort of call Joint Response Paramedic Chelsea and Special Sergeant James are teamed up for.
At this point, we don't know whether he's drink driving, taking any drugs, or if indeed it's a medical episode.
The only information that they got to go on is from a witness who spoke to the driver.
I really don't think he's under the influence.
No.
He seems like a major diabetic something or other.
Could you smell alcohol or anything?
Not at all. Something's not right.
Okay, we'll go and have a look. Thank you very much. Cheers, thanks for your help.
The roads are busy, and a driver who's unwell is a major concern for the team.
If they smell alcohol on that, you know, they would have told us. It's not looking; it's looking more medical. So we're going to go and check it out and see if he's okay and if we can offer him any assistance. He's not in proper control of the vehicle. If he crashes his vehicle into someone or a solid object, he's going to hurt himself or members of the public. And they've given us his company name, which is sign written on the van. His direction of travel when he left was in that direction, so I think that's a good start to look. All right, so we'll have a look. Do you know where the estate is? No. So I believe we're looking for a van. That's it, isn't it? Okay.
The van matches the description. And the damage to the wheel confirms their suspicions.
Hi buddy, you all right? Just switch your engine off for me. How are you feeling? Yeah, okay, because we've had a call. Someone's a bit concerned about you. Yeah, just about your manner of driving and all that. Obviously you've clipped your wheel. How are you feeling? You had anything to drink today? Any alcohol? No. Any drugs or anything? No, okay. This is my colleague here, she's a paramedic.
Hi, my name's Chelsea. Can I check your blood sugars?
Yes.
Are you diabetic at all?
No.
No? Have you eaten today?
Yes.
How are you feeling at the moment?
Fine.
You feel alright?
Yeah.
Yeah? You seem a little bit dazed.
No, cool.
Do you know where you are?
Yes.
Yeah? Where are you?
I'm a best today.
And what have you been doing today?
Come back to work.
Yeah? Been at work all day? Yeah? What's a finger?
He's presented a bit dazed and a bit spaced out, but I can't smell any alcohol or anything like that. And usually at this point, to be that drunk, you would smell it. Obviously, that doesn't negate drugs or anything like that. We're not sure if it's medical at the moment, so Chelsea's doing her checks, and then we'll go from there.
Do you want to pop your jacket up? Do you want to pop it up here? Just so you don't get all dirty, do you want to pop it up here? What have you got in your jacket? It's quite heavy. You got a bottle of something in here. What's in here? Where is it? It's on the inside pocket. Yeah. Have you had this today, bud?
On the North Kent coast, Joint Response Paramedic Dan is still treating the 12-year-old boy hit by a car. As the most qualified medic on the scene, he's leading the team until the specialist helicopter trauma doctors arrive, having been picked up by Special Sergeant Jack.
Do you want to jump out?
They'll now take the clinical lead.
If it's all right, we're going to get him straight on the trolley and then in the back.
Yeah, I was just going to put that on there. Yeah, mate.
But first, Dan will supervise the boys' move to the ambulance on a vacuum mattress, especially designed to help move patients with suspected fractured bones.
All right, guys, we're going to lift him up now and put him on the stretcher. I am going to need a little bit of space just for a second. Is that okay? We've got it, all right?
Ready, set, lift. Well done.
let's just get straight on the back of the truck, just given where we are.
I'm just going to put your head, okay?
The HEMS doctor's main concern is the hematoma at the base of his skull.
You got no pain in your neck? Stand up. That's all right. Let me unstrap you for a second, then so you can move your arms.
The boy has also got a suspected broken pelvis.
Can you lift this leg up for me? No. Okay, what if I do it and you shout when it starts hurting? Okay?
Please don't lift it up.
Okay,
please.
just relax. Where does it hurt exactly?
On my groin, like underneath.
Okay, but you can move it, yeah? Okay.
I think so, a little bit.
Yeah, okay, doing really well. I'm just gonna summarize, and he's gone over the bonnet and he's flew from the crossing to where we found him.
Yeah.
He stumbles, he remembers all that. There is injuries, he's got back of the head, hematoma towards the left side, and this a little bit undifferentiated left hip pain. He's been stable throughout, and we are now in 43, so a sort of 45 minutes from incident.
Yeah. The initial assessment is positive. The only question now is which hospital is the best one for the next stage of his treatment.
My thinking is Medway, but
hell of a mechanism, but it's not time critical.
no, I don't think it's.
There's no evidence that he's code red, so
Yeah.
I think if you're happy and you're happy,
yes.
I'm very happy with that.
We're looking better than what we originally thought. So he's complaining of some pain in his pelvis, or probably it will require an X-ray at hospital. And he's still got this sort of hematoma, so a bit of swelling, a bit of bruising, and that to the back of his head.
Don't think we need to fly you anywhere today, okay? You will be concussed for some time, but you should be okay though. Yeah, you might
makes me laugh.
Yeah, you might feel a little bit confused. The lights might bother you. You might be a bit repetitive. Okay, darling.
The doctor on the air ambulance has assessed him. She's happy that he's going to go to the local trauma unit, which is Medway, where they'll get some scans and they'll work out if he has got any breaks and go from there. But all in all, good job.
They're going now, so unless you want to be washed away by a helicopter, back behind the goal.
Well done, boy. And I think it all worked out good time-wise. Us getting there and you going to get HEMS and that.
Yeah, perfect timing, yeah.
I feel more relieved,
yeah,
if I'm honest.
That it wasn't more serious, absolutely.
No, I've dealt with something similar that unfortunately wasn't a good outcome. So, considering this job was a better outcome, I'm happy with how that went.
Yeah.
Paramedic Chelsea and Police Sergeant James have discovered vodka on a driver they thought was suffering from a medical condition.
Have you had this today, bud?
Okay, you've got open bottle of alcohol inside, okay, and you've been reported to have been driving without proper control of the vehicle, and you've got clear evidence of that, of hitting your tyre, okay. So I require a specimen of breath here and now at the roadside, okay. I must warn you, failure to provide or a positive result may render you liable for arrest. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You ever done one of these before, buddy?
No.
Deep breath in, long continuous blow till it tell you to stop, okay? So deep breath in, perfect, and blow. Harder than that, keep going, 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 stop. Okay. Okay. Okay, buddy, the time is 19:46. You're under arrest for driving whilst over the prescribed alcohol limit, okay? So I'm just going to pop these on you, my friend. Just pass me your hands. There we go. Had a fair drink, haven't you? You're very over the limit. You okay? You okay? Yeah. Cool. Just lean up against our car. Good, just a steady him.
Yeah, cool. What did he weigh?
154.
Ooh.
So blew 154.
The driver's blown an astonishing 5 times over the legal limit of 35.
So we weren't sure whether it's medical or indeed drink or drugs. In this case, it's obviously alcohol.
I don't need you to...
You do, because you're a bit unsteady on your feet.
Yeah,
you're in
we don't want you to
handcuffs.
fall
'Cause if you
over.
do fall over, you can't put your hands down.
And then you might have a head injury as well. You don't want that.
It's quite important to get this chap off the road and obviously prevent harm to himself and the public. I mean, that curb that he's evidently hit and punched his tyre could have been a person. So it's really important that we deal with this on the roadside. We're just waiting for a local unit patrol car to convey this chap to police custody.
As every minute passes, the alcohol is taking more effect.
And what's your date of birth?
27.
Yeah.
28.
27, 28?
Yeah.
That's not a date of birth.
27.
Yes.
27.
Yeah.
28. 28. Do you understand?
No.
That's not his fault. He's doing his job. Good man.
Thank
Good
you.
man.
Thank you. Appreciate that. He's obviously intoxicated, but he's happy, aren't you, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't fall out of the car.
Mara, not Amara. What's her name?
Chelsea.
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 So close yet so far.
Chelsea. She's
I know. Do you know, there's so much paperwork to do, isn't there?
Exactly.
You are? What did you say? Oh.
Definitely thought you called me beautiful then.
Just in time, the local cops arrive.
Oh, right, do you want to jump out? We're going to go in this car, be a bit more comfy.
And Chelsea's new admirer is heading for a night in the cells.
Oh. Bit all over the place. There we are.
I'll follow you to custody.
Yeah.
We'll make a plan from there.
Sounds good.
Cool. This is the highest I've ever seen anyone blow. Before today, I think the highest I've seen anyone blow is 103, and he blew 154. And that is over 5 times the legal limit. So that's a lot of alcohol.
Good day, my friend.
The Joint Response Unit of the South East Coast Ambulance Service and Kent Police attend more than 5,000 incidents every year, and the daylight hours offer new and different challenges to the team. It's 2 p.m. and the start of a 12-hour shift for Joint Response crew members, Special Constable Jack and Paramedic Aisha.
No worries, first job of the day.
In their high-performance response car, Aisha and Jack can reach the scene far quicker than an ordinary ambulance.
Don't make me undertake you.
At least they can if other road users don't get in their way.
Give him a load of bullhorn. Still none the wiser. We've just been asked to head down to Maidstone to a female who's fallen down approximately 10 stairs, hit her head, potentially broken wrist as well.
Depending on how she's fallen, she could have hit her head quite hard. Our biggest concern would probably be bleeds on the brain, so there's potential for it to be quite a serious injury.
Unexplained falls can be foul play, so having the police there is essential. But if nothing criminal is involved, then Jack has another role.
Generally you need 2 people to get people up off the floor, so I can sort of help get them up off the floor while Aisha sort of assesses her injuries. Hello.
Hello, ambulance.
Falls are one of the most common causes of life-changing injuries.
Hello, my love, you all right?
Oh, darling.
And severe head wounds are considered the most difficult to treat.
What's happened, my love? Okay, let me just feel your wrist. How did you fall, do you know?
I just missed the first step.
Okay, so you didn't feel unwell, dizzy or anything? And you don't know if you've lost consciousness at all? You don't know, okay. Did you land on your head, do you know?
I think so.
Yeah. You here on your own? Okay, it's all right, sweetheart. Right, don't need to be scared. We're here now.
It's with these potentially critical injuries that the knowledge of the JRU paramedics comes into its own.
I can already tell from that injury that you're going to need to go into hospital, my love. I'm going to assess it properly in a moment. I'm just going to ask a truck to come so they can take you into hospital. Juliet Romeo 01 Control, could I ask for a grade 2 backup for this lady? Going to need a truck to convey her to hospital.
Yes, certainly you can.
I just need to do some tests because you've hit your head. Can you just look where my nose would be if I wasn't wearing a mask? I'm going to shine a bright light in your eye. I'll just try and keep them open for me. Wonderful. Okay, brilliant. Very good. And who's on the throne at the moment? I know these are really stupid questions. It's just because you've got a head injury, I just need to ask you these silly questions.
I know. My favourite person in the world. Absolute Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah. Brilliant.
This is the ridiculous thing about it, that I reached inside the cellar door to get a carry bag to put some rubbish in. I missed the first step and I just lost my footing and I fell to the bottom. But I'm only upset because I'm here on my own and
it's just scary, isn't it?
Yeah, and this arm really hurts.
I'm sure it does.
While they wait for the ambulance to take the woman to hospital, Aisha checks her over for any other injuries she may have sustained in the fall.
That all feels okay? Yeah.
She's got a really sort of deep cellar, like a sheer drop with steps, and the steps were really old concrete steps with jagged edges on each one. She missed the first step and then has gone down 9 of them.
To alleviate her immediate pain and keep her condition stable, Aisha gives her Entonox, a mix of oxygen and nitrous oxide.
Thank you.
Tight seal, nice big puffs. That's it, that's the noise we want to hear. So use as much of that as you need. If you're starting to feel a bit funny, a bit sick, you don't like it, you can stop and it'll wear off really quickly, all right?
With the arrival of the ambulance crew, Aisha prepares to brief them on what they have to do before the woman is moved to hospital.
I've got a head injury here. I need to clean it to properly assess it. It doesn't feel boggy at the moment, but obviously there's quite a bit of blood loss there, and an obvious fracture to this left wrist. We need to properly assess this head injury, so we're going to move on to the ambulance where we can try and clean it a bit better, get a good look at it to see what we're actually dealing with, and then it will be off to hospital for her. They'll probably want to do some kind of head CT and make sure that there's nothing going on inside, like a bleed on the brain or anything like that. Are you going to be able to do these 2 steps, darling, or do you want the towel lift down? They're quite big steps.
In Maidstone, Joint Response Paramedic Aisha is preparing to move a patient with a serious head injury to hospital.
Come and have a seat here.
But before they move her to A&E, Aisha wants to take a closer look at the damage she sustained when she fell down a flight of steps.
We'll start having a clean of the head. I'm going to set up some IV paracetamol.
Special Constable Jack is also on hand to assist.
Right, I think my handiwork might have fixed your glasses. Although you've got a big scratch on the lens, I can't do that much about that. Right?
Right, my love, so this is some paracetamol we're going to pop in.
Aisha hopes intravenous paracetamol, as well as gas and air, should be enough pain relief to take a closer look at Sophie's head.
Yeah, it's definitely going to need a really good clean at hospital, this wound. Yeah, and sorry, darling, I know it's painful. Oh, sweetheart. Not only that, I think you've got half your cellar in there as well.
Have I cut my head?
So you've got one here. Yeah. It's a bit of a decent cut. You're going to need some glue or stitches in that for sure. I'm just trying to see if there's anything underneath all the hair that's kind of dried with the blood. I think it's just this one on your head and your front of your head. How's your pain at the moment, Sophie?
You can say rubbish.
Yeah, we won't be offended.
Rubbish.
Right. We can give you a little bit of morphine, darling. We'll go gentle with it, so at 114.
Adrenaline can mask the initial pain, but the body's natural pain relief can wear off after a short time.
She's been amazing, you know, considering broken wrist. really painful to have a broken wrist, and the amount of blood must have been really scary. When you're on your own, you see that much blood, it must have been terrifying.
The woman's broken left wrist will be out of action for a number of weeks.
Are you left or right-handed? Left. Oh.
Having completed her checks, Aisha hands over to the ambulance crew.
So I'm going to leave you in these wonderful people's hands, Sophie. All right. You're very welcome. Hopefully this...
It's really nice to go to jobs like that, especially as a police officer, because sometimes we don't get to see the finest side of people. And she was more than thankful for all of our help.
You take care. It's lovely to meet you. It looked like a lot of blood, but, you know, heads do bleed quite a lot, unfortunately. But hopefully she'll be home later. Fingers crossed, as long as those scans are all right.
Right, see you later.
Very nice. It can take a bit of time to heal, but it could have been a lot worse for her.
The Joint Response Unit is set up to deal with situations where both police and paramedics are needed.
I've got one male, age around 16, light brown hair, bowl cut, dark tracksuit. Other two males wearing balaclavas, look similar in height and age.
But in an emergency, they can answer calls for either service if they're the nearest responder. And this is more of a police job for Special Constable Tom and Paramedic Daniel.
We've had a report of 3 males in balaclavas just trying to steal some bikes from a bike shed.
Across Kent, up to 1,200 bicycles are reported stolen every year.
A member of the public has phoned it in, reporting that they can see these males trying to break into a shed. They've now left the immediate area, so we're just going to go and have a look around, see if we can find them.
A few hundred yards from the reported break-in,
If you take the right down here, mate.
Tom spots 3 lads matching the description.
Bowl haircut, that'll be in. I reckon that's them, mate. Lads, say who you are for us. What have you got in your pockets? Well, at the moment, 3 of you match the description for people involved in a potential bicycle theft up at the train station, all right? So at the moment, you're all being detained. 3 young lads, one's got a bit of a bowl haircut, all wearing dark clothing, and one's got a hood up. So pretty much, I'd pretty much say stone bonker, yeah?
Tom needs to double-check these are the suspects before he can search them.
Juliet Romeo 01. Yeah, I've got 3 lads stopped, not far. Has anyone else got anyone's detained at all?
No.
With 3 suspects to hold on to, Tom is in need of backup. As night falls,
410 come across this RTC saying that there's males hanging around the area who the crew believe are hostile. They're requesting police for that as well as the RTC. Proceed with caution, over.
dealing with gangs of young men is all part of the job for the police side of the Joint Response Unit,
Yeah, that's all received.
which can help in freeing up the paramedics when someone is badly injured.
We've just had an update of an RTC. There's 7 males hovering around and 1 male potentially entrapped in 1 vehicle. So whether there's any more vehicles, they're all in the same vehicle, or they were just witnesses, we just don't know until we arrive. The crew that are on scene now are just holding back for police backup.
Special Inspector Andy and paramedic Alex arrive to give help, but step into a hostile scene.
Sorry, I think we've got one in the car.
Get your fucking camera. Fuck off. You fucking not. Why are you putting up? You ain't filming nothing. You're not filming nothing, mate.
Andy immediately tries to defuse the situation.
Mate, listen.
Put them away.
You guys need to calm down.
No, we don't.
We need to help you. Mate, listen.
Why did you call the police officer? Did you get bullied at school or you trying to help me?
Oh my God.
Facing a group of angry men, Andy and Alex call for backup.
We've got 3 young males who are intoxicated and quite verbally abusive. We've got 1 male that's possibly entrapped in the car.
It's unclear why the group don't want the police or paramedics near the car to help out their injured friend inside.
Are you gonna listen? He has gone over the railings.
You don't have to shout.
JR03 CCAM, could you assign us the CAD 28, which JR07's on, just to assist for a police side?
Responding to the call for help is a second Joint Response Unit with Special Sergeant John and Paramedic Nathan.
He just called up for further police assistance because the males are being aggressive and abusive towards them. Drink and drugs is involved. Apparently the crew said that they could see quite a bit in the car, so that's probably why they're quite irate and don't want anyone there.
The team are only 1 mile from the scene.
Doesn't matter how close you can be, it can feel like minutes and hours when you want your colleagues to turn up, so we always try and get there as fast as possible.
9 miles away, backup has arrived for Special Constable Tom, who stopped 3 young lads suspected of breaking into a shed to steal bikes.
It's right, it's just an extra pair of hands, because for me, searching 3 of you, I wasn't on my own.
Is that how it works then? Is that how they do it?
No, that's fine, that's fine, that's right. I wouldn't be doing my job if, if it was your bicycle that was in the lockup and there was people trying to nick it. Hello mate, you're right. I think they pretty much match the description, so and they're coming from that direction. Right, matey boy, do you want to come stand over here? So I'll just leave your bag there for a minute. You want to just take your hood down for us, please? Right, if you just want to stand and face the wall, I'll have to get my stepladder out to search you, won't I?
The 3 men deny being involved, but Tom needs to make sure they have nothing that ties them to the break-in.
Right, if you just keep your hand down for us, please, mate. What have you got in your pockets, That's right, just keep your hand out. Calm down. You're not very good at listening to instruction, are you?
It's a ski mask.
Ski mask?
Yeah.
You going skiing, are you? I've heard the mountain ranges around all right.
My head's...
Right, of course you are. OK, no worries. Not to conceal your identity for stealing bicycles.
Why would I still...
That's right, mate, stand there. Keep facing the wall, keep your hand down, all right? So we found a balaclava in his pocket, or ski mask. Obviously it's not illegal to carry that, but when you're putting things like a call from a member of the public that they're acting suspicious trying to break into a shed, wearing a balaclava, we stop people wearing a balaclava. It's not illegal, but it paints a picture. Fine, yeah, if you want to take a seat back on the wall for us, mate. So I'm quite satisfied that these probably can likely be the lads involved. We come across other goods. Obviously got grinder, some long Rizzlers, so they could be trying to look to steal hard-working people's items to try and fund their drug habits. But we'll have a look into it a little bit more, find out who they are, and go from there.
Despite Tom's suspicion that these are the suspects.
No, because we went to the bike bit first, and there was no, I think it's just going to be an intel job, I think, really.
There's not enough evidence to make an arrest.
There's no tools or anything, is there? So, it's, yeah.
But it is a chance to give them some advice.
You're walking round, matching the description of people that have been seen by members of the public, right, potentially trying to break into a shed, okay? Whether you're up to no good or not, right, you're walking around balaclavas in your pockets. Yeah. It ain't that cold.
Valley's a shady though, isn't there?
We know where you live, all right? So if we get any similar calls tonight, we're going to be coming around knocking on your doors, all right? Cool. They're probably not going to bother. Likely kids at that age, they're chancing what they can get away with and what they can't. And now they know they're not going to get away with it.
But yeah, no, it was a good stop, safe stop, spun it around quickly, didn't handbrake it. Drive to arrive, isn't it the old saying, isn't it? Drive to arrive.
Wow.
There's a lot of vehicles.
There's a lot of vehicles and a lot of damage.
A second joint response team have arrived as backup for an emergency involving a young man trapped in the wreckage of a car. The gang of aggressive men who were preventing emergency services from doing their job have now left the scene.
We haven't got a driver at the moment, so we're just trying to work out who that is. But obviously it does raise the question of why he's not remained at the scene.
With the help of a fire crew, paramedic Alex can finally access the passenger.
Keep your head still for me.
So at the moment the fire trucks, they're just getting him out so that he can properly be assessed. And then once we can get him in the back of the ambulance, obviously he can go for a proper assessment. And then we'll obviously determine what the level of injuries that he's got are. Witnesses have reported saying is that the car's hit this roundabout behind us and it's gone straight over the top of the roundabout, so obviously got air, and then just landed the other side of that roundabout. And obviously we've got one person injured that's within the passenger side, and one driver which is unaccounted for at the moment.
The man has been trapped for more than an hour, and the rescue crews have been left with no other option but to cut him out.
I've got his head now. Cool. Let me kneel here. Right, keep nice and still for me, because now you're going to have lots of hands on you, and we're going to pull you towards the top here, okay, onto a board. Have you been drinking tonight? Yeah. And how much have you had to drink, roughly?
10 bottles.
Okay.
In North Kent.
That's it, just... You've got the bed behind you, babe.
A man trapped in car wreckage has finally been freed.
So, fire have cut the roof off to extricate him, so we're going to move him across onto what's called a longboard, pull him up onto that, and then we're going to put him on the bed. Right, I'm just going to move your body a little bit, okay? Deep breath. Deep breath, there we go. That's it. Hospital's only 5 minutes away, so we'll leave him on the longboard to get him to hospital.
You need to straighten that leg for us, mate. No, it hurts.
Where does it hurt? In your back when you straighten your leg. Does your leg hurt at all? Okay.
Joint Response Unit Special Inspector Andy can now search the car for evidence of the missing driver.
There are stuff, as you would imagine, when people travel in their vehicles, they will leave, personal effects in the vehicles, which obviously can trace back to them. You also leave DNA, which we can do swabs and get details there. At the moment, we're looking at who the registered owner is of the vehicle, where they live, and then potentially then some fast-track actions off the back of that to try and identify that driver.
You want to press the button at the end to go up? Perfect, thank you. At the moment, he doesn't really want to speak too much as to what's happened. I think he's trying to protect his friend who was driving.
You've got my wallet.
Pardon?
You've got my wallet.
We've got your wallet?
He's got my fucking ID.
Who has?
That's my ID, man.
Okay.
So try and keep nice and calm, deep breaths. You're doing amazing. Well done. He's complaining of chest pain and slight back pain, but he was wearing a seatbelt. Airbags were deployed. He's had some alcohol tonight, so I'm sure once that's out of the system, he might feel a bit more achy.
I'm going to get you in the back of the ambulance, mate, all right, and have a look at where your injuries are. I'll give you some pain relief.
Paramedics often need help from the police side of the joint response team, but it can work the other way too.
He's off. If you driving, John, no drive is boring.
So, am I going to live? Am I not going to live?
Yeah. Do I need to say upon my prayers and ring my mum? Mum, I love you.
Oh, John's driving. It's my will updated.
This is no ordinary 999 call. The request for help has come from a local police station, and Special Sergeant John and Paramedic Alex are on their way.
We've had a call from officers that have arrested a female who is intoxicated. She's had apparently a bottle of Bailey's, and she's unconscious due to the alcohol, we believe. So we'll see what her sort of level of consciousness is when we get there. Rule out any other causes like a head injury, or she could be diabetic, for example, and have low blood sugars, but obviously we don't know that until we get there. So I think they're asking for us to come and sort of medically clear her or check her over.
Bottle of Bailey's and unconscious in custody. That's a lot of Bailey's to drink.
That's sickly, isn't it?
Oh, crikey, she's on the floor.
You right, fella?
Hello guys, all right.
The woman has collapsed outside the custody block, and 2 officers and the custody sergeant are trying to bring her around.
So she was brought in after a domestic incident.
Okay.
Basically, I was aware that she was they were struggling to get her on the van, so we come outside.
Okay.
And she's basically been unresponsive to voice commands and to pain.
The police officers became increasingly worried about her condition after her arrest.
Once we checked that we were satisfied that she was breathing regularly and normally, she's been placed in a recovery position.
Yeah.
I've literally just sort of come out because I'm chasing you guys up.
Yeah.
Seeing that you'd arrived.
No worries.
Has she actually been sick?
Okay. Now, let me check her over. Even from your side, if it is just alcohol related, you still want her to go to hospital. Okay. All right, no worries. We'll get an ambulance running in.
Nice and calm.
Can you hear me, sweet? Open your eyes for me.
It's all right. Stay nice and calm for us. Okay. Put it out your mouth. If you need to. All right.
We'll just check her blood sugars while we wait for the ambulance, just to rule out if it is them that's... Yeah, as long as you guys are happy. She's on her side, she's in the recovery, she's breathing okay. I think she's hyperventilating, so... Yeah, no, that's, I think, just we'll get her on straight onto
do you need another kit?
What, sorry?
Do you need the kit?
No, just the crew to come in, if that's all right. You're all right. Oh, the custody skipper did open the gate. It's her hand. She's going to take a little drop of blood. I think she's sort of forcibly trying to make herself sick at the minute, so... Especially as nothing's actually come up.
With the arrival of an ambulance, Alex briefs the crew before they take her to hospital.
Essentially, she's been arrested, she's intoxicated. Custody don't have a nurse here, they've refused detention, so she's going to have to go up to Maidstone to be booked in. I think, shall we roll her onto a bum and then we'll sit her up and then we'll try and stand her. Just going to move your leg. Just going to roll you over. Should we try and sit you up? Come on then, 1, 2, 3. That's it. So that heart rate's about 110 and blood sugars were 4.9. I literally only been here about 2 minutes before I saw you, so. Luckily an ambulance wasn't too far, so they've agreed to transport her to hospital with officers.
Guys, one of you has to be in the ambulance with her.
That's fine. I think we're just down to intoxication. Then is sadly now having to go to hospital, and then once she's discharged from A&E, she'll be brought back to custody. But no concerns at the minute, so everything else we've done is check back okay, so I think it's just intoxication, so we'll let her sober up a bit at Maidstone, and then she'll probably come back to you guys, I guess. So.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, thanks for coming out.
Cool, no worries. Not a problem at all.
Don't think we need to fly you anywhere today, okay? You will be concussed for some time, but you should be okay.
You seem a little bit dazed.
Listen, why did you come and police officer? Did you get bullied before or you trying to help me?
Oh my God.
Right. It's a ski mask.
Police! Urgent assistance!
In modern Britain,
There's been a big accident.
the most dramatic 999 calls
The car is now on fire.
often require not one, but 2 emergency responders.
I'm a police officer, she's a paramedic.
In Kent, one of Britain's biggest counties,
I'm just thinking if we just cover it all.
a groundbreaking joint response unit has been formed,
Ready, set, lift.
where both police and paramedic combine in one specialist vehicle
You've been arrested for assault.
to answer some of the most extreme 999 calls.
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear? Shock.
We already outdone ourselves on that one.
Face the wall.
Mate, I can't believe we got him.
Coming up, a world turned upside down,
Stay nice and calm, we can get you out of there, all right?
multiple challenges for a fitting baby,
She's got like water on the brain.
and out on a bender.
What have you been drinking though? Beer, wine, spirits? All of the above.
Kent's joint response units are in a unique position, monitoring both the police
Control here, can anyone respond to a C1 emergency?
and ambulance control rooms
C1 emergency patient not breathing, cardiac arrest in a public place, your call sign, over.
to make the decision whether an emergency is suited to their combined skills.
Juliet Romeo 01 Control, CAD number 5603, RTC just coming in. Do you want to pop us on it?
Yeah, no worries. I'll let the dispatcher from Midway know over.
In the north of the county, paramedic Aisha and Special Police Sergeant Hannah are heading to a road traffic collision.
Patient trapped in a car upside down and smoking, 1 mile, car leaking,
More information comes in as they travel to the scene. It's clear that this will need both specialists.
So perfect early job. As a police officer, I can obviously assess the scene if there's been a crash, deal with traffic, I can assist the paramedic if we're first on scene with any injuries or preservation of life.
There's a lot of factors that can determine how injured this person's going to be. Are they wearing a seatbelt? How fast will they go in? This has the potential to be quite a serious job with significant injuries.
Fire are on scene. If they've got police crew there, I'll help you out when you need.
As they arrive, the fire service and beat cops are already beginning the rescue. The car has hit a wall and flipped upside down.
Let me know what you need from me.
Yeah. Is the patient conscious?
Aisha is updated about the trapped man's condition.
Hello.
He's just saying he's complaining of chest pain at the minute, and he said this guy's ex-paramedic, so he's doing good.
What's his name?
Charlie.
Charlie.
Yeah.
You're all right.
Doesn't really remember what's happened. Doesn't remember if he was wearing a seatbelt.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you find him in this position?
It's exactly like this, yeah. So whatever time the fall was, he was able to look at his car. He's got no neck pain, he's got no head pain. He was able to breathe and stuff, it's fine. He's just got a bit of pain in the left side of his chest.
Okay.
It doesn't look deformed, I've compressed it and everything.
Well, brilliant. Thank you very much. I'll get in there and... My name's Aisha. I'm a paramedic. All right? I'm just going to feel your wrist. Okay, darling, just stay nice and calm. We're going to get you out of there, all right?
The fire service begin to work out how to free the man from the wreckage, especially as there's always a small chance the car could catch fire.
What are you going to want out?
So I'm going to want to do stats, blood pressure. Just going to listen to his chest first.
No way.
There's going to be a lot of adrenaline going round, and you might not be feeling some injuries, all right?
Heart rate 68 and you get 99.
Fantastic.
A second joint response unit is arriving. Police Constable Martin's job will be to help work out the cause of the accident.
Is there some contributory factors? Is it a medical episode?
Local beat officers have already found out some crucial information to help this investigation.
His wife said that he was meant to be on his way home from his AA
Ah,
and thinks
Okay.
he might have relapsed.
okay. That's evidential, but that needs to be explored.
At night, most violent incidents attended by the JRU are fueled by alcohol.
Let's go and see this man on the floor.
Tonight, it's a man who seems to have had too much to drink who requires their services. Special Police Sergeant John is teamed up with paramedic Alex.
Some teenagers who were passing by have found a gentleman on the floor in an alleyway, not really making much sense, can't really understand him. All they can understand is that the patient has said he is high and that he is going to F them up apparently. So sounds like he's being fairly aggressive and yeah, delightful gentleman.
Intoxicated people can turn nasty in a moment. So knowing a cop has got your back is reassuring for paramedic Alex.
He is actually genuinely rolling around on the floor.
Yes.
Hello, guys.
Does anyone know who he is? Hello, mate. You all right? It's the police and the paramedic. Do you need an ambulance? You got blood on you. You've cut your knee.
Stinks of alcohol, so I don't know if it's drugs or... You had a bit to drink today, mate? Yeah? I'm a paramedic with the ambulance. You're looking like you've got a few injuries. We need to check you over.
You've cut your hand as well.
Yeah?
Yeah, look on your hand there.
So you come to the boot of my car where we can have a seat and there's more light and I can clean your wounds up, can't I?
No, you can't stay in the alleyway, no.
We've got to help you, haven't we? Can't leave you like this covered in blood.
The inebriated man isn't being aggressive, but he's not being helpful either.
Because you're drunk, I don't think you've got the capacity at the minute to make decisions for yourself. Because otherwise you would have taken yourself home and sort of rolled around on the floor.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry, you said I'm drunk.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And his plans to get himself home, safe and sound, are vague to say the least.
I'm waiting for about, my old man is going to be, he said 30 minutes, but I'm assuming it's probably going...
Where do you live? Locally? Nearby?
I'm not obliged to tell you.
Mate, I'm trying to help and we want to make sure you get home safe. Listen to me, okay? We're going to call your dad to see how long he's going to be because we can't leave you here. But what, is he in your phone as dad or what's his name? Don't call me a dickhead because I'm trying to help you, okay? And I'm not going to have you call names to me.
Help me?
It's a simple question. What's your dad's name? Because we can't find him in your phone unless you tell us his name.
No.
Unable to even remember his dad's name, it could be a long night for everyone. In North Kent,
What's your dad's name? Come on.
Joint Response Paramedic Alex and Special Police Sergeant John are trying to contact the father of a man who's intoxicated, injured, and making no sense.
What the fucking told you?
Oh, you got it?
Yeah. What?
We're just going to give him a call now.
Give him a call?
Your dad?
Now that's sorted, John can finally speak to his dad.
I thought he's just very drunk. Does he live locally there? Are you on your way here? Oh, okay, cool.
Have you had a good day, though?
It was a good day, but until fucking...
Does he normally live with his girlfriend, but she's just thrown him out?
From the sounds of it, he's had an argument with his girlfriend, and I think that's probably why he doesn't want to go back there.
Oh, when we had a fucking, like an argument. Oh, well, you fucking didn't fucking put the fucking toilet seat down.
What have you been drinking today? What have you had to drink?
Alcohol.
What have you been drinking, though? Beer, wine, spirits?
All of the above.
All of the above.
That could be why all his worldly goods
I'll get these. Look, I'll get these. I'll get them.
have ended up on the floor.
I'll put them in this bag for you, yeah? That's a pebble. Bless you. I think it's going to be best, yeah, if you get a bit of a check over, okay? Because your dad's not going to be able to come and pick you up. You've got nowhere to go. It's cold.
We're going to have to take him to hospital, but I think because he lacks capacity.
That means he's unable to make decisions, so the team has to call in another JRU in case he resists going in the ambulance.
So he's intoxicated. He's very up and down. We're taking him to hospital.
You go to hospital, have a check out, and then I think your dad's going to come and pick you up from hospital.
The fact that this patient doesn't have capacity means that it's down to us as clinicians so to act in his best interest.
Let's go then, Carmen.
All right, we will do when the ambulance gets here.
But just as they thought they'd managed to persuade him,
Why do you need the fucking ammo?
he begins kicking off.
Look, don't point your finger at me. Huh? Put your fingers down, don't point at me. I'm here to help you.
Do not.
Now you're starting to be silly.
So he will be forcibly removed and taken to hospital.
Unhand me. Unhand me. Unhand me. Unhand me. I want my Becky.
Yeah, it's in the bag. At the moment in time, you're under arrest for being drunk and incapable.
Paramedics don't have the power to do that, obviously. It's useful for us to be able to use our powers of arrest to get into a safe space, and then they can be given the appropriate treatment they need.
We've tried to be pleasant with him. We've shown him a lot of respect, and he's been quite abusive to us, to the point now where he's now in handcuffs, just so the police can manage him more safely.
Once he's in the ambulance, things calm down.
Right, take a seat, please. Thank you. We'll go into hospital, okay?
It's taken 2 cops, 4 paramedics, and an ambulance to finally get this man to see sense and to hospital. Fire, ambulance, police, and 2 joint response units are fighting to free a man from a badly damaged car. Just over 15 minutes ago, the driver was on his way home from an AA meeting when he hit a wall. His car rolled over, landing on its roof.
Mommy's gonna go mad.
I'm sure she'll just be glad that you're alive.
No, why don't you fucking MOT today?
It's a bit of metal, it doesn't matter. You're what's important.
Aisha takes the lead in treating the trapped driver.
So at the moment, he's got pain in his right arm, pain in the left chest. Can't feel any actual chest wall injury. Got good air entry, good sats. Can't feel any obvious breaks on the arm, but I can't visualise it. Yeah.
It's vitally important the driver's clinical state is monitored carefully. So Aisha checks his carbon dioxide levels and gives him oxygen to help his breathing.
Do you want me to get the oxygen open?
Yeah, go on, thank you. Have you ever set up oxygen before? No. That's all right, I'll talk you through it.
Having a pair of competent hands to help out is a boon for Aisha.
You want to turn that dial at the top until it says 15. You need to make sure that's inflating, so pull the bag down. Just make sure air's going into the actual bag. We want to put a bit of oxygen on you at the moment, all right? Just because you've been in a big trauma, we need to, my love.
I haven't had a chance to talk.
Do you want to give me your hand, darling? I can help you.
Don't get the arm caught up in that seatbelt there. Let me hold that out of the way.
All right, do you want to try and sit up? That's it, well done, darling. Right, if you're going to stand, you need to do it really slowly. Do you feel dizzy?
Incredibly, once free of the wreckage and with the help of the oxygen, the man is well enough to move the final meters to safety on his own.
Nice and slow, all right? If you don't think you can do it, then we'll just sit here.
The driver has escaped with just minor injuries.
Possible, I think, fractured arm. Jim, our CCP, has checked for chest injuries and abdominal injuries, and he's happy. He's done an ultrasound and he's happy. So the gentleman's crawled out the car, and we're just going to try and get some pain relief on board, and I think we're going to breathalyse him as well.
Fucking show that car.
You're very lucky. Have a seat here for me.
To help his immediate pain, 1,000 milligrams of paracetamol goes straight into his bloodstream.
All right, darling, for this to work, we need you to have a seat and just straighten your arm out a little bit. I know you're in pain.
You know, really lucky, really, the minor injuries that he's got. So, considering he's gone into a brick wall here, that's, yeah, he's come off very lightly.
But it's not the end of his ordeal.
There is a strong smell of alcohol.
Have you given one of these before?
Yeah, mate. Been to an AA meeting.
Oh, okay.
No worries. So what I'll ask to do...
I'm an alcoholic.
Have you consumed any alcohol tonight?
Probably a little bit.
Okay, when was the last time you had any alcohol? Have you had any alcohol in the last 20 minutes?
Is it? Your reaction time isn't as quick with alcohol on board, so you know, potentially he hasn't responded or reacted as quickly as he would have done had he not had any alcohols.
Take a deep breath. See your lips. Go. Stop. Perfect, mate. Thank you very much.
Now, the moment of truth.
Well, mate, you've provided a positive specimen of breath, okay, which showing you over the limit. So the time's...
How much over the limit?
17 minutes to 11. You're currently under arrest for driving or so prescribing a limit of alcohol.
Oh,
Very nice to say,
whatever.
but may harm your defence if you're not mentioned. Waiting
Oh,
question.
don't be...
Something which later on in court, if you do say maybe given down.
Swear you're winding up.
Come on, let's calm down. You've been in a really serious accident and everyone's here to help you at the moment.
Half with him.
Mate, they have turned up to help.
Yeah, I'll turn that off from there.
Listen, fuck off, will you?
Oh, come on, don't get yourself in even more trouble, all right?
I'm not in any trouble anyway.
Well, you have been arrested for drink driving, so don't make it worse.
He could have killed himself, could have killed someone else. He'd lose his licence potentially, obviously. Sometimes they can put orders on to help people as well, but that's the discretion of the court. There's a lot of defences, it's early doors, but we've got to just do what's right.
The initial reports about what the driver has been up to tonight proved to be correct. And his belief that he's only had a little tipple are wide of the mark.
Now actually blew 53, so actually, yeah, quite high.
In fact, he's 1.5 times over the legal limit of 35.
Looking at the state of the car and the position he was in the car, I thought he was bound to have more injuries, possible spinal injuries.
Good job.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, thank you for all your help there.
It's all right. Dive straight in.
I don't know how he's crawled out of that.
No, I don't know how he crawled out of that either.
Hello there. We got a problem, like, you know. The guy in the shop is shouting at us. Where you going, brother? Stay, mate. Stay, yeah? You fucking prick. Yeah? I'll teach you a nice lesson, brother, yeah? You fucking think I'm prick. He is racially abusing us. Yeah, can you listen to that, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear this.
The guy came in our shop for parcel. The dad is 68 years age old and he's panicking as well. Can you send someone, please?
Yeah.
Special Sergeant Hannah and Paramedic Aisha are on shift.
Let's go.
And have picked up the job.
So we're going to a shop. So Mal's gone to collect a parcel and there's been some kind of disruption and this gentleman has started being racially abusive to the shopkeeper. I believe a member of the public is having a panic attack.
Now, this is a really good JRU job because if an ambulance was to go to this on their own to deal with a person having a panic attack, it does sound like it's quite a volatile situation. So having police with you are definitely handy in these situations.
Juliet Romeo 0166.
First one's here.
They may be first on scene, but as the incident has the potential to escalate, a second JRU, PC Martin and paramedic Lisa aren't far behind.
So obviously this seems more of a police job, but in something like this, it can kick off very quickly.
Hannah takes the customer, who's been accused of racially abusing the elderly shop owner, out of the shop.
You're right. Can you just explain what's happened for me?
I came into the shop and we had a problem with returning the items. As I was leaving, the son turned up and he started mouthing me up because he's giving me hard times in the past. We've had words.
While Hannah gets the customer's side of the story.
Hello. Is there someone having a panic attack?
That was my dad.
Yeah? Are you okay, sir?
Aisha checks on the shopkeeper, who claims he was shouted at by the customer, causing him to suffer a panic attack.
Should we go in and have a little chat? Yes, please. And I can check you over, yeah? Okay, all right. And when your dad was having a panic attack, was he breathing very quickly?
Yeah, breathing quickly, and I said, Dad had a water, and the guy, he was shouting at my dad. He was racially abusing us, and so he was
sorry
like,
this happened.
that's it. It is what it is.
Not
Sorry
nice.
about that, yeah.
If the police believe the customer has racially abused the shop owner, they can arrest him for a hate crime. On the North Kent coast.
It's all right, Paul. Zoom.
Yeah, probably what's going to happen to my breakfast.
Paramedic Chelsea and Special Constable Paul are on their way to deal with a road traffic accident when they're diverted.
Oh, we have got a C1 now.
A Category 1 call is when someone's life is in imminent danger.
We've been diverted to a 6-month-old, seizures. I think unconscious? Yeah, unconscious.
A C1 call coming in for a patient unconscious, more breathing in the Sittingbourne area.
So we're going to this one now?
We're going to this now, yeah. We've got a 6-month-old that's unconscious and has had a few seizures today. So at the moment, they take priority.
The JRU will always go to a Cat 1 call-out, even if a police response is not also needed.
This is priority. We are now diverting from that RTC in Chatham to a Category 1 in Sittingbourne.
The crew are near, only 4 miles from the unconscious baby. But even blue lights don't get you past some drivers.
What is that car doing? Slow down, let him across.
He's hanging by the rear axle.
Can you let him in?
A baby is particularly vulnerable in its first year, so in an emergency, the response must be prompt and effective.
Children, I know, have a tendency to be seeming to be quite well until they're quite seriously unwell, so it's urgent we get there as soon as possible.
Oh, that didn't sound good, did it?
What, the beeps on my radio?
No, the sound under the car.
In Sittingbourne, North Kent, Paramedic Chelsea and Special Constable Paul have just arrived at a Category 1 call to help an unconscious baby who's been having seizures. As the infant may need to go to hospital, an ambulance has also been called and has just arrived behind them.
We're here. Okay.
Inside, the 6-month-old child Arthur has just regained consciousness and is in his grandmother's arms.
He had what I would have said a fit, where he literally went really red in the face, arms went right the way out, and he held his breath, and I got a phone call, can you come to great nan and granddad's? I think he's had a fit.
Is he still doing it?
And no, he had one about, 20 minutes ago, and I witnessed it, and then he went straight to sleep. And we're a bit concerned.
Arthur has a history of ill health.
He should have had a MRI at 2 weeks. Then we got told he's got hydrocephalus, which is like water on the brain. He's got no neck muscles and he's 6.5 months old. We've now we're really worried.
So Arthur has had what we think is a couple of little seizures, not lasting very long, but not known to have them, so just a little bit concerning.
Seizures in babies are normally due to a high temperature, so Arthur's blood glucose level is checked for signs of infection.
You get a bit concerned now, won't we?
In Arthur's case, it could be more complex. Only 1 in 1,000 children are born with hydrocephalus, but they're more likely to develop epilepsy.
There we go. No, it's literally I'm not joking. It's just red.
Oh, sorry, bud.
It's lips, like lipstick. It's really hard to say how red he went, but it was really bad, and it was frightening, and I just literally had to scoop and smack his ass. Honestly, just to get him to breathe.
All of his obs are checking out, so these guys are going to pop him up to hospital so he can have a bit more of an assessment.
It's a massive relief, especially for Arthur's mum.
As a first-time mum, I've dealt with a lot.
He has been in and out, in and out, in and out. There's just nothing of him. For 6.5 months, there's just nothing of him.
But he eats, honestly, like a horse.
Now the fitting is just concerning.
He has a few medical conditions anyway, and he's undergoing a lot of other investigations that so far they don't have an answer to, just generally not developing as he should. He's quite small for his age.
Come on, Nana. You're going. I was just talking to the lady. Come on, Nana, take. We'll get you settled on there.
Arthur will be taken to the Emergency Children's Department at Medway Maritime Hospital.
They might need to monitor him. They might not need to monitor him. Get out.
Does he have it? He
Yeah,
has
I've
one
got-
spare car seat.
Arthur's dad has rushed back from work.
Do you know what ward where she'll be going?
The A&E, the children's A&E, yeah. So if you just go to the main reception.
She is very switched on.
Is that your mum?
No, that's my partner's mum.
I've nicked Madison's car seat.
The ambulance got here at the same time as us, which is good, quick response. So hopefully we've got her in time. If he was still seizing, we could have treated him pretty quickly, and now he's getting off to hospital pretty quick.
Stand well clear. Vehicle reversing.
They were here within 2 minutes of phoning 999. They were here very, very quick. So I was quite shocked. In a good way. Hopefully we might get some answers because he does have a cyst on the brain. And it's not been followed up on. So hopefully the answers might occur now.
Paramedic Aisha is with a shopkeeper who suffered a panic attack after allegedly being racially abused by a customer.
Your heart fast? Yeah.
A second JRU has arrived, and PC Martin assists Special Sergeant Hannah, who's with the customer.
You all right?
Yeah.
What's been happening?
So there's a history between this man that went to pick up his parcel and the shopkeeper. It's got a bit heated and today, hasn't it, over... I've just got him out.
It was a bad misunderstanding, officer, with the guy.
But I think there's been some certain things said that may be of a racial
That's
connotation.
what I just said, yeah.
So we need to bottom that out.
And there's been allegations that you've been throwing things in the shop, haven't you?
I didn't throw anything. We did throw insults at each other.
Back inside, Aisha has finished her assessment of the shopkeeper.
So,
Yes, please.
done most of the checks.
Okay.
Blood pressure's a little bit high,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't be too concerned considering what's happened. I think
fine.
it's just been a stressful situation.
Yes, please, yeah.
Are you feeling better?
Yeah, no.
Yeah?
Relaxed.
Yeah, have a cup of tea. Makes everything better.
While Martin waits with the customer
I'll watch the back. Sorry. Gorgeous.
to help them work out whose story checks out.
This one.
That's him there.
Yeah.
Hannah reviews the shop's CCTV.
He's saying, come out, I'm gonna show you. And he was saying, oh, because I'm a black male, that's why, everything is recorded when I was on a phone to you.
Does this do audio? So it's just got visual?
But audio was when I was responding on 999.
It was recording it.
He started racially abusing my parents. He said like, oh, your father's a prick and your mom is a bitch. You are Asian, all family are all a bitch.
So it's racially aggravated.
And then all of a sudden, like, you know, when I was ringing 999, he started threatening me. He said, I'm gonna kill you as well.
The CCTV seems to confirm that a heated argument definitely took place.
The what, sorry?
The way they behave over there, it's not civilized.
Well, let's just not go down that route. That's what you're saying, it's still racial, isn't it?
It's not. I was telling him, bro, they're not in India or Africa here. They're in England. This is England, right?
But
when I'm talking to you, talk back to me with respect.
We're a diverse community.
Yeah.
And we respect everybody.
I was asking him to respect me, but he didn't.
Right.
He didn't.
But let's just stop there, because you are going down a path that's not very good for you.
Now, Hannah's heard both sides of the story and seen the CCTV.
Have we got enough to go stay at 9? Yeah. Okay.
State 9 is police radio speak for prisoner escort, which means they have enough evidence to arrest the customer.
Section 5.
Yeah, he also made threats.
Was it directed?
Yeah.
4 here.
You've been arrested on suspicion of racially aggravated public order.
I didn't. What?
Yeah.
Officer,
You do not have to say anything.
officer,
You do not mention when questions.
let me call my partner. Officer, I didn't do anything. Officer, I didn't do anything.
Excellent. So you're threatening me. Great. Excellent.
Why did you have to talk to me like this?
Lovely.
Why did you have to talk to me like this?
Let's go.
Yeah, it's a scary situation to be in.
Look at my dad. Poor dad.
Yeah, it's not just the threat of violence, it's what the threats are going to do to you.
Yeah, words can be mightier than sword.
Absolutely.
You're supposed to be resting. You're going to go home. He wasn't very happy. He told me he was going to sue me. He told me he was going to see me in court. And he also said, oh, you haven't sort of heard the last of this. I'm the king. I'll remember you.
First thing I would have probably done was called an ambulance. Because I don't know if there's any other underlying factors. So having paramedic teams here, they can just do that, deal with it, fast track, you know?
If an ambulance had turned up on their own without police, it would have been quite a volatile situation for them. So this has saved an ambulance coming out, and we've been able to deal with it just with the JRUs and another unit to take the suspect off to custody. Yeah, absolutely perfect for the JRU. This is exactly what we're here for.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Starting to get run over now. Well, no, we've got a paramedic here, so we're all right.
It's pub closing time, and in some towns, that's when fights break out. This is when the JRU comes into its own. The paramedics can tend the injured, while their police colleagues provide protection.
Yeah, go ahead.
Joint Response Paramedic Chelsea is tonight teamed up with Special Sergeant Kevin.
Oh, there's been a fight, 6 people. We got a male that looks like he's been punched in the nose. He's got a broken nose, and a female that's been headbutted.
We go to quite a lot of assaults in the JRU. There's normally police on the scene already. It's a quicker way for them to get an ambulance response.
Before they get there, word comes through about the person who carried out the assault.
He's now been arrested, and they're just requesting a van to convey him to custody.
The 2 injured people still need to be assessed by Chelsea, even though the offender's been arrested. When they arrive at the scene,
Julian Romeo 0166.
The woman who's been headbutted has left, but the man who was knocked unconscious
Hello, bud.
has come round.
So what happened?
Apparently I was hit. Don't remember it at all.
You don't remember it at all?
Nothing.
Okay.
Apparently I was laying on the floor and I obviously got...
So you've been knocked out?
Yeah.
Okay. No worries. Ever had any head injuries before? And before this happened today, you felt fit and well?
Oh yeah, perfectly fine.
That's all fine?
Yep.
Can I have a deep breath in for me? Cool. You're not pain in your hips or your legs?
Nothing.
Cool. So we think it's just literally one punch to the face and down the floor as far as we're aware. No worries. Your nose, normally, is it dead straight or is it a little bit wonky?
It's dead straight.
Okay. To me, it looks slightly offset to one side. Plus the fact you've had some bleeding and the fact that you've been knocked out, you're going to need to go to hospital, bud. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's
yeah, cool. Sounds like he has potentially been knocked out. That's quite a red flag for any head injury. He needs to be checked over, make sure that he hasn't got any more serious injuries inside his head. There is a risk of kind of brain bleeds and stuff when you've been hit so hard that you've been knocked unconscious. So he'll just need to probably be there for a few hours to be observed and make sure that nothing more sinister comes about. No worries.
I've bought this new outfit, it's been ruined already.
I don't know, your shirt will be fine. It's just your T-shirt. I don't think that's coming out.
While Chelsea deals with her patient, Kevin's on the alert.
Although we've been assigned to this job, because just the environment that we're in, and it can change quite quickly, just having your eyes about, checking the pub across the road for the Rev was leaving. I just noticed there were two males looking like they were getting into a bit of an argument.
You might find that as the alcohol wears off, he's in a bit more pain.
Joint response paramedic Chelsea has been treating a man who is knocked unconscious.
Yeah, he said he's got a bit of a headache, so yeah. Yeah. That's all right.
As his nose looks broken, he'll be going to hospital, and his mum will take over the job of looking after him.
The alcohol just reduces inhibitions and stuff like that. It can cause conflicts between people, and I think ultimately that's probably what's happened today.
There he is. Come for a night out, been knocked out, broken your nose, on TV.
Yeah.
What a day.
An eventful day.
Jump up there for me, guys.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I think he's broken his nose. It's apparently not normally off to the left like that. And he's got some... You are actually starting to get some bruising around your eyes as well now. But no like actual head injury that I can find. Right, we'll leave you with these guys. I'm very sorry about how long that all took.
In the hours of darkness, there are 40% more road collisions than in daylight.
Someone trying to, a rolled car, someone trying to push it back over, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Special Sergeant Jack and paramedic Nathan are less than 2 minutes from the crash site.
We're going to an RTC. They've rolled the car. There's people trying to roll the car back over so they can get away.
If they were trying to flee from the scene of an accident, this would raise alarm bells.
As 04, I've located it. 4 males trying to make off, I think.
Jack needs to get to the bottom of the incident.
Hello, mate.
Whose car?
What's happened?
Oh, somebody
Whose
was
car?
steaming up the
Yeah.
middle of the road. I swerved.
Yeah.
I managed to go up the bank.
While Nathan focuses on treating the injured.
You lean up against here, mate. Just so. No.
I don't want my blood pressure.
No. It's all right if I have a feel of your head then. Because you've got a nasty little cut up there. Yeah. Were you wearing your seatbelt? No, that's fine. We have to check, that's all, because a lot of people don't still. Did you hit on the steering wheel? Or pass?
No,
you don't
I
know?
went up there and it went
down,
on the bleeding side.
Can I have a feel of your head, is that right? I have to ask, mate, that's all.
You want to have a feel in my head. You have
Yeah.
a feel in my head,
I know.
officer.
I'm a paramedic, so.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, it's only a little nick, that's fine.
Daughter.
Yeah.
And prospective son-in-law.
Ah, okay.
He's phoned
He's come over to...
out and they was with us in the car.
Oh, were they? Oh,
His
bless you.
grandson.
Yeah.
It seems the man was travelling with his daughter and her partner, along with their child, the man's young grandson, when the crash happened.
Was the girl up there in the crash as well?
Yeah.
Do you want me to, I'll go check if she's all right.
No, they're
yeah,
all right.
they
mate.
are all right, yeah.
I
Oh,
promise
that's
you,
fine then. It's a bit of a difficult one. No one's too forthcoming. So there's a dad, the daughter, the son-in-law, and then a grandson as well. Conflicting stories as to whether the child was wearing a child seat or not, but they're not letting me assess anyone.
It's a mystery why people injured in a car accident would refuse medical help, especially as a young child was in the car.
It's people's rights. If they don't want to be treated, then that's absolutely fine.
Jack's still not sure who was driving.
Yeah, I'm asking where that big bullseye on the car's come from.
That was me trying to put through the windscreen.
What, to get out?
No, to get her out.
To get your missus out?
Yeah.
Trying to get me one of those one-way tickets to that clinic in Switzerland where I ain't got to come home anymore.
The man sounds like he's maybe had one too many. 2 local officers have turned up to help manage any traffic issues and in case things get out of hand.
He said he's not grasping, it's his father-in-law. I think what you're trying to say is his father-in-law's driving,
You know
but he won't confirm that. He won't...
Yes.
Knowing who was driving means the police can take their investigation one step further.
Because you've been involved in a road traffic collision, they're going to require you to move some preliminary impairment tests at the roadside, which means to drink drugs and stuff like that, because you've been involved in injury RTC.
Not all officers carry a breath test kit, so it's fortunate the joint response team are here.
On the joint response, we have a decent amount of equipment from both sides, really, so police side and ambulance side. So we have breathalyzer boxes. Because we do quite a lot of RTCs, the breathalyzer quite often comes in handy.
Are you happy for me to do this with you? Obviously go through this.
Do I look happy?
No, obviously not. I do have to tell you, failed to do so will result in arrest for failing to provide, okay? All right, so you happy for me to obtain a specimen of breath?
Right, son.
Lovely. Essentially,
You've got to do what
yes.
you've got to do.
Unfortunately, quite a lot of accidents we go to are caused by drink driving.
Deep breath for me. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Driving with over 35 micrograms of alcohol in your breath is illegal.
You have failed. It's 79 over 100 millilitres, so I'm arresting you for driving over whilst driving a vehicle, so you're under arrest. You're not saying anything there.
The driver is more than twice over the limit, but it appears he's not accepting the crash was his fault.
He thought a car was coming at him, so he swerved, gone up the steep embankment and toppled it over onto its side. They've then pushed the car back upright after all extricating themselves out of the car.
Need this like an hole in the head.
Jack's spoken to the driver of the oncoming car.
The Suzuki was coming down. He's hit the verge on the left-hand side of the carriageway, which has sort of gone up the bank, and then he's come round the other side, which is where we found the car, and it sort of flipped on the side of the bank. So it'd gone up, flipped on the side of the bank, and then they've all, well, I say all, the dad and the son-in-law had flipped it back over.
Put you in the car.
Where are we going now? Station?
We're going to, yeah, Tonbridge.
Oh.
The police side of things may be sorted, but Nathan is concerned about the young child he's not been allowed to check on and who was in the car when it rolled.
The grandson wasn't restrained at all, was just sat on someone's lap.
Nathan is on the phone to his team leader for advice.
It's just I don't know, they're not giving me any details. They won't let me assess him either. So he's, I'd say, a year, maybe 2. He appears fine. It's a little bit frustrating when you're not able to do the job you're here for.
Special Sergeant Jack has some reassuring news for Nathan after speaking to a family friend who's come to pick them up.
That once they get home and they can sort the kid out, they will take the kid up to hospital.
Oh, perfect. To hear that the child's going to go to hospital and be checked up there, they weren't keen with me checking them up, which is fine, but they've got to convey themselves to hospital, which is always reassuring to make sure that that child is going to get the assessment that it deserves.
The smashed car will be towed away, leaving the road safe for other drivers.
He'll be allowed to pick up his vehicle. He'll have to show proof of ownership and proof of insurance before he's allowed to drive away, pay a recovery fee, and then he'll get his car back.
It turned out to be an expensive journey for the driver, and thanks to the Joint Response Unit, a suspected drink driver has been taken off the road.
We've stopped an ambulance having to come out. We're quite busy tonight, so there's quite a few jobs that are stacking on our stack at the moment, so they've been able to be diverted to another job to deal with that. Police side of things, the crew that turned up didn't have a breath box, so we were able to provide that as well. So all around, it's a really good resource for RTCs.
Need this like an hole in the head.
You said I'm...
Yeah, exactly.
I can show that car.
You're very lucky.
So what happened?
Apparently I got hit. Don't remember it at all.
Excellent. So you're threatening me. Great. Excellent.
You get a bit concerned now, won't we?
Urgent assistance.
In modern Britain,
There's been a big accident.
the most dramatic 999 calls
The car is now on fire.
often require not one, but two emergency responders.
I'm a police officer, she's a paramedic.
In Kent, one of Britain's biggest counties,
I'm just thinking if we just cover it all.
a groundbreaking joint response unit has been formed,
Ready, set, lift.
where both police and paramedic combine in one specialist vehicle
You've been arrested for assault.
to answer some of the most extreme 999 calls.
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear? Shock.
We already outdone ourselves on that one.
Face the wall.
Mate, I can't believe we got him.
Coming up,
Get here now.
a car thief, armed and dangerous.
What have you got in your pocket? Got a Stanley blade on him.
A driver in distress.
What's happening?
If you come with me, I'll show you.
And a high-speed collision puts lives at risk.
The driver of the BMW is very lucky to be walking away.
The Joint Response Unit of the South East Coast Ambulance and Kent Police was set up to help speed up response times to every kind of 999 call.
Kent Police, where's your emergency?
From violent assaults
Where has the victim been wounded?
to road traffic collisions.
I'll get someone out as soon as I can.
Using state-of-the-art, high-performance cars fully equipped for police officers and paramedics. And with a top speed of 125 miles per hour, the JRU get to certain call categories on average 20% faster than standard ambulances,
What if we could send police and ambulance for medical support, please?
which saves both time
Right, stand clear. Everyone clear?
and lives.
The male has been assaulted. He is conscious and breathing, but he has got quite a nasty head injury.
Paramedic Jordan and Special Sergeant Hannah are responding to an urgent call.
We're going to a member of the public who is currently got a head injury. He's currently being restrained by another member of the public for trying to get into a vehicle. So it seems that he was trying to potentially break in or steal a car.
Incidents like this are made for the Joint Response Unit.
So it's a perfect JRU job. With the head injury, perfect for a paramedic to check him over, make sure, obviously, if he needs any medical attention, and obviously for the police, in case there has been any offences in terms of burglary, theft from a vehicle, anything like that going on, or criminal damage.
Another police unit is already at the scene,
Hiya, guys.
but Jordan is the first paramedic to arrive.
He's a known heroin user.
Yeah.
He has got quite a lot previous for theft from motor vehicles. That's how he tends to fund his habit. From what we've been told, is he's been seen to be trying to break into a vehicle. He's then being chased by the person whose vehicle it is, and then they've restrained him. Seems like they've been a little bit vigorous in their level of restraint.
Are they still here?
No, they've gone in the vehicle that was attempted broke into. He hasn't moved from this position.
So was he talking to you when you first arrived? No, was he like
No.
this?
The injured man could be unconscious due to his head injury, but drugs may also be involved.
So he's known to you guys being a heroin user?
Yes.
Yeah.
If he's unconscious because he's taken heroin, Jordan can help by giving him something to counter its effects.
His heart rate's a bit high, but he does seem genuinely unconscious, so I'm just going to check his sugars and then probably cannulate him and give him some naloxone. Go down the route that he might had heroin or something, some kind of opiate overdose.
The drug naloxone should reverse the impact of any opiates that may be in his system.
When he was on his back, did you see any head injury on the other side? Because all the blood's on this side. Can you open your eyes for me, mate? Can you try and squeeze my hand?
"20 miles away in Dartford, Special Sergeant Kevin and paramedic Aisha are responding to another call for help.
So we're en route to an RTC that's report of a 51-year-old male who's been hit by a car that was travelling approximately 30 miles an hour. He's currently slipping in and out of consciousness and has got quite severe pain to his ribs.
Any kind of pedestrian versus car is more concerning than a car versus car. Obviously, as a pedestrian, you're not as protected. You don't have all the metal around you that you do in a car.
CCAM aren't aware whether the car's still on scene or not.
They arrive at the location they've been given, but surprisingly, find an empty road.
GR01 control, and we've just got to the location. Can't see any patients or any evidence of any accidents.
Just want to see if there's any other information regarding location. One moment. I think the patient who actually was involved in an RTC earlier has gone home and is inside the property.
Oh, okay, so this hasn't just happened? Okay, we're outside, so I can just knock. It's a friend that's called, so we think that maybe they might be one of these properties, so we're just going to have a knock and see if we can find out what's gone on. Hello?
Hiya.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, I'll just go get it. He's in and out of sleep.
Tell me exactly what's happened.
I walked out behind my dad's car.
Yeah.
And as soon as I walked out, bang, for it.
Okay,
Spun
so...
him round. That knee hit him first.
Right.
Spun him round in a circle.
And did you hit the floor?
Yeah, the floor everything.
Okay, so I'm just trying to gauge how the vehicle's hit you. Did it hit your face on the side?
On the side.
So on this side, and then you on that side, and then I know, darling, but we need to do this in a certain way, okay? I need to make sure that there's no other injuries that you're not feeling at the moment. Can I lift your top up and have a look at your chest? I just need to feel all around your bones, all right?
While Aisha treats her patient, Kevin starts his investigation into the incident, which is starting to look like a hit and run, a serious criminal offence.
I'll have a wander around, just see if we can see anything. We just need to establish what's happened or what the van is, if I can find any ring doorbell that can identify the van, because we've got no details on that driver.
My knee's broke. I swear to God, something's not right.
With the man clearly in distress, Aisha has called in an ambulance.
You're going to be all right, Tony, OK? We're going to look after you.
It's all right.
I'm all right. Always be all right.
Yeah.
There's nothing to worry about. When we panic, you can panic, all right? So he's got some pain in his ribs at the moment. Doesn't feel like they're broken, but might need an X-ray. The main pain that he's complaining of is in his knee, so we need to get a proper look at that. So in order to do that, we need to cut his trousers off. With that kind of speed, he's going to need to go to hospital at the end of the day to have a proper check, because it's quite significant being hit at 30 miles an hour as a pedestrian. Whereabouts in your knee is the pain? Or is it just the whole knee? All right. I need to feel it. Would you like some gas and air while I'm assessing that?
Please.
Where is...
I'm not a coward, but...
Oh, no, it's all right. I know you're in pain, darling. Where's Kev? Is he still here?
Kevin is still hunting for footage showing a registration number so he can identify the driver who's left the scene.
Hello, there's nothing to be concerned about. There was a road traffic collision just down the road, probably about an hour and a half ago. The vehicle that hit the pedestrian came this way. Do you think your camera would have picked up anything I could have a look at?
It seems the homeowner may have the vital footage.
Yeah, it's quite a good view, isn't it?
His heart rate's a bit high, some kind of opiate overdose.
The JRU team are dealing with an unconscious man who's reported to have attempted to steal a car and is a known heroin user.
Can you open your eyes for me, mate? Can you try and squeeze my hand?
I do think it is probably drugs. Right, bit of a scratch.
Obviously, preserving his life, I think, is the main priority at the moment. And then we can deal with any sort of offences later on.
A heroin overdose can be fatal, and the team have moved fast to inject the man with a medicine called naloxone that should reverse its effects.
Hopefully that should make him more arousable.
But so far, it's not working.
He's a known heroin user, so I've given him 2 doses of naloxone now, 1 IM, 2nd IV, and obviously just seeing if that will rouse him. He's tolerating an OP. I still think, just because of head injury and I don't know the impact, maybe if we get scoop. So level response is coming up now.
Suddenly, Jordan feels the man moving.
Can you talk to me a little bit? You're cold. We're going to get you onto the ambulance. Does your head hurt? Have you got any pain in your head? Yeah? Try and keep your eyes open. Talk to me.
Yeah, so he's obviously had naloxone, and quite soon after giving it, within a minute, he started to open his eyes and move a bit more. So that's a good indication that he has had an overdose and the drug that reverses it is working.
Have you got any pain anywhere?
No.
Where's your pain?
My face.
Your face. Have you got any in your neck at all?
Not my head.
Okay, where in your head? Do you think you can sit up and point to me? Is it at the top of your head? Where my hand is?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, any in your eyes?
I can't talk.
You can't talk? Okay.
He's still breathing okay for himself. The only reason I really wanted to get that naloxone in was to make sure that that was the reason he was unconscious. And now I'm quite confident it is.
Now Jordan knows that the man's behaviour is due to drugs and not to a head injury. He can begin the move to A&E.
Can we sit up? Hello? Whoa, whoa.
Mine's his head.
Is your head still hurting?
Yeah,
there we go. Should we try and sit up? Should we try and get on the ambulance where it's warmer? Talk to me. Open your eyes for me. Shall we get you onto the ambulance? Try and sit up for me. Let's stand up. Ready? Good.
If we get him on his side this way.
Yeah.
So his level of consciousness is fluctuating with the drug I've given, but his observations are still okay. So we're just going to probably blue light him into hospital due to his level of consciousness and might have to give repeated doses of that naloxone on the way. So he's better than he was, so we are able to monitor his consciousness and improve it. But if he were to keep dropping off like that, he could potentially drop off and just stop breathing altogether. So he's still a concern for us.
While Jordan has been dealing with the man's injuries, Hannah and her police colleagues are trying to get to the bottom of what happened.
The gentleman that's in the back of the ambulance has been found in a vehicle that doesn't belong to him, so obviously somebody's found him, wasn't very happy. The officers on the scene do know this gentleman, and apparently he does use this technique quite often, stealing from cars to fund his drug habits.
It seems the man has been attacked for trying to steal something from the car.
This gentleman, in terms of his facial injuries, he has probably fractured his nose, but he's at least got lacerations to the bridge of his nose that will need stitching or gluing. But from an ambulance point of view, we just need to get him to hospital now so he can get treated properly. When they're unconscious like that, it can be very nerve-wracking as a clinician on your own, but luckily Hannah was able to get me all the equipment I needed. She knew what everything was called, so that made it a lot smoother. But that's why it's lucky when you have an officer that's experienced working with the JRU, because they can help set things up so I'm not doing everything on my own, and that way I can actually monitor the patient properly until the other crew gets there.
In Dartford, Special Sergeant Kevin is investigating the claim that a man has been injured by a hit-and-run driver.
The van's driven down this way.
His search for clues has led him to some video evidence footage of the accident taken by a neighbour's doorbell camera.
Now, at the moment, I saw a van matches the description, but unfortunately, I can't see that it was involved in an accident. It just looks like it pulled out from a house just up the road.
Kevin can't be sure if he's got the right vehicle, but this could be a vital breakthrough.
Top 3 minutes.
The man who's been knocked down is being checked over in his home by paramedic Aisha.
They don't feel like they're broken. When you feel bones, if they're broken, you can normally feel sort of a little bit of a crackling sensation under the skin, but you've got a lot of muscles in that area. Yeah. And if you've hurt those muscles, it's gonna be really painful. Sorry, Tony, I just need to feel all around your head, make sure you've got no bumps.
It's not me, it's my heart that hurts.
Your heart hurts?
Yeah.
Whereabouts in your chest is that pain?
Ribs.
Your ribs. How much pain are you in at the moment out of 10?
About 9.5.
All right, do you mind if while the officer's speaking to you, I pop a little cannula in, little needle?
Give me some pain relief, please.
Yeah.
That's all right. It's all right. So,
I need to try and get a proper blood pressure, so whilst Kevin's talking, I need you to keep...
So you're crossing out, you're coming out your drive?
Yeah. They were doing a wheelie on the motorbike. I was angry and I walked out, went to kick him off it, but I didn't see the car behind. Right, mate.
Was it a car or a van?
With the van.
Is this the van here? Is that the van there?
Yeah.
That's the van, is it?
Must be,
yeah.
Must be, yeah.
Kevin now has a visual confirmation that it was the van that hit him.
So his blood pressure's quite high, which is a little bit of a concern considering he has hit his head and he's previously had a bleed on the brain. So a little bit concerned that that is so high.
Concerned about his potential head injury,
Right, all your weight free, a good one, all right?
Aisha has directed the ambulance to take Tony to Princess Royal Orpington, which has facilities for specialist neurological examinations.
Well done. Right, and I'll give you a hand with your legs, all right? We've chosen to take him to a hospital that deals with both trauma and neurological conditions. His blood pressure's still really high at the moment. He is going to need some x-rays, some scans in hospital, make sure there's nothing further going on there. Keep an eye on him, try and get that blood pressure down and just make sure there's nothing going on like a bleed on the brain.
Road traffic accidents involving pedestrians will often end up in a 999 call. But head-on collisions between cars can also lead to life-threatening injuries. Special Sergeant John and Paramedic Alex have been called to an RTC.
One 18-year-old and one 30-year-old head-on collision. One patient has chest injuries. The notes that we've both got sound like it's quite a large RTC with probably quite a bit of damage to the car.
Kent is one of the most dangerous counties for driving in England, with over 50,000 reported accidents in the last 10 years.
Yeah. You can see the car here, it looks fairly damaged, side impact as well. So we'll grab some kit and go and check them over.
It's such a serious collision that several police units have been called to assist with the aftermath.
I mean, like, big chunks of metal that's come off of this.
Yeah.
It's just shredded it.
One of the drivers is reported to have been hurt in the crash, but it's not known yet how badly. The other is refusing to be assessed. As the first paramedic on scene, it's vital that Alex sees both drivers immediately, as there could be serious injuries. The JRU team of Paramedic Nathan and Special Officer Jack
Yeah, we'll see. Thank you.
are on patrol and have been asked to help search for a suspected thief in the area.
A chap has been seen to break into a car, take someone's wallet, and the owner of the car has seen him do it, has chased him, grabbed his wallet back, and he can still see the suspect along the road. So we'll go and see if we can find him. I don't see anyone.
I believe last seen by the car dealership near the alleyway there.
There he is.
There he is, yeah, go on.
As they turn a corner, they spot something.
03 males running up Maidstone Road. So go on. Oi, stay there. Get here. Get here. Get here. Jump over here.
That's my mate.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Stay there, stay there, stay there.
That's my mate.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right.
But the man they stopped isn't the thief. He's one of the good guys, a friend of the person whose car was broken into.
The victim's friends are out having a look for him, and he matched the description to a T. So as we pulled up, Luckily, his mates were there and said that it wasn't him.
The thief may still be on the run, but at least the victim of the robbery managed to take a picture of him as he ran away.
Go on, let's have a look. If it's who I think it is.
He's got a cut across his nose.
And Jack may know him.
I'm pretty sure it is.
The suspect is a one-man crime wave, a known heroin addict who repeatedly breaks into cars in the county. In fact, it's the same person Jack's colleagues Hannah and Jordan dealt with just 2 days ago.
Can you open your eyes for me, mate?
He'd been assaulted while allegedly breaking into a car, which explains the facial injuries the 999 caller had described tonight.
I saw him in custody the other day. The usual MO for this guy, that I think it might be, is that he'll just go around, he'll smash windows for cars, just put his hand in and see what he can get. So if people leave a phone lying around, a wallet, a sat-nav or something like that, he'll just have the window in and away he goes, and you know, he could do 10 cars in an hour.
It's now more than 10 minutes since the 999 call came in, and the chances of finding the suspect are getting slimmer.
Just carry on having an area search, see if we can find him, but there's so many little roads around here that it's unlikely.
After a lengthy and unsuccessful search of the area, Jack and Nathan decide to pull into a petrol station for a breather. At which point, Jack suddenly spots someone.
Yeah, that last job I just dealt with, I think I can see the suspect at the co-op. You got any units that are close by?
Stand by one.
The suspected car thief is on the forecourt in front of them.
Yeah, now.
In North Kent, JRU Special Sergeant John and Paramedic Alex are at a road traffic collision. One of the two drivers has been detained and is still refusing medical assessment.
If you feel okay and you don't have any injuries, then... No? Okay, I'll let you do. If any problems, then let me know.
While the other was reported to be injured.
Hello, mate.
I'm okay. I've got a bit of chest pain from weight. Nothing come in the car. The airbags went off.
All right.
Despite the impact, both drivers have miraculously walked away from the crash.
Do you remember everything happening?
I remember being very surreal. Just basically, I've spun and I stopped. I got out immediately. And absolutely fine.
Fine. So you've got no loss of consciousness at all?
Any consciousness.
Any pain anywhere at the minute?
When the airbags went off and just hit me straight in the chest.
Okay.
Whilst Alex checks over the young man, John goes to inspect the damage to the other car, whose driver is alleged to have caused the accident.
The driver of the BMW is very lucky to be walking away. Yeah, very fortunate, because I think this is probably quite a high-speed collision.
Suspecting he may be over the limit, the driver of the crashed white BMW is now being breathalyzed.
It hasn't worked, all right? So the time is 23:50. Okay, at the moment I'm arresting you for failing to provide specimen of breath. Yeah, okay, so you can answer anything.
Well, I've asked him to provide a specimen of breath. He's tried it on 4 occasions where he just seems to be extremely struggling with just following basic instructions of blowing out onto the breath test.
But personally, I think you're drunk.
Yes. Okay. So I've arrested him for failing to provide.
Okay. You want to shut your hands, mate, all right?
I can smell alcohol on him. He said he's had an alcoholic drink. Or either try another breath test back there or use other means, either urine or blood, basically.
As the driver of the BMW is arrested for failing to provide a specimen of breath, the Corsa driver is still being checked over by Alex.
Take a deep breath in for me. Does that hurt at all? Whereabouts is it hurting? In the centre. Okay.
It hurts more when I breathe.
Do you think your chest hit the steering wheel at all, or was it?
Honestly, to be honest with you, all I remember is the car. When you hit in the car, going off, and I'm just spinning, and I get out, and I'm trying to find my phone, and I run over. I couldn't find my phone. I run over to the other driver to check he's conscious and he's okay. And I'm trying to wait people down to stop.
Small chance that you could have the fractured ribs. It's where the seatbelt went over, I think. So you may well get some bruising. Take some paracetamol when you get home, definitely, because as your adrenaline wears off, you're probably going to become a bit more uncomfortable. If your breathing starts to become quite laboured or you're struggling to catch your breath, which is really painful when you breathe, pop yourself to hospital, or if in doubt, give us a call back.
For Special Sergeant John, there's still work to be done.
We've now got to start the clean-up, which is going to involve recovery, coming down, taking both of the cars, because at the moment the highway's closed. Even though the time of night, it's still causing a bit of traffic. The driver of the BMW is very lucky to be walking away. I mean, you can see that he's He's taken out a lamppost as well. All the airbags seem to have been deployed on the car, and you can see where he's collided, and it's probably a write-off of a rather nice car.
Stand by 1.
Police officer Jack has tracked down a suspected car thief to a petrol station.
Right, you're under arrest on suspicion of theft of a motor vehicle. You don't have to say anything to make harm defence. That makes no question.
To prove he's the thief, Jack needs to search him.
Wait, what have you got in your pocket then?
Nothing in my pocket.
What have you got in your pocket?
Nothing in my pocket.
Well, stop struggling then.
No, before, no.
No.
Stop.
Stop struggling then, because you're going to get put on the floor.
They suspect the man is armed. Paramedic Nathan's needed to help with the search.
No, I tell you what, he's got screwdrivers in there. Just hold his hand. You just cut this. Screwdriver. Pliers.
The suspect is well known to Jack as a serial car thief.
How many times do I have to meet you like this? You break into cars and we catch you. Are you breaching your bail as well? You are, aren't you?
So we just pulled over to have a drink after that job, just to have a little break, really. And then just so happened that he's chosen the wrong co-op to walk past. Jack's gone and arrested him for going equipped and everything else that he's been involved in. Apparently he's known to break into cars quite frequently.
Stand up.
Yeah.
Watch your head.
I don't know, ambulance, please.
I've got a paramedic here.
What's my head, please?
What do you want me to do to your head?
Someone in, I don't know what's the code.
Punch you in the head.
What's the code this?
Metal?
Yes, in the hand.
Oh, okay, and hit you in the head with metal?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Do you use crack, do you? Do you use crack?
No.
What do you put in there then? It's a crack pipe.
No, I put car.
Keep your hands out your pockets.
Yeah. Too many police looking for me.
Well, stop breaking into cars then.
No. Too many police running over me, arrest me.
Well, stop breaking into cars then. Well, the time is 23:22 and you're further arrested on for going equipped to steal, okay? Because I found pliers.
I will not buy what.
No, you're not. No.
My money.
No. How do I know? It's not your money.
Yes, my
Somebody else's bank card.
No bank. Cash, I go cash.
No. Not having it. Sit down.
I know.
I know you're not going to run. Because I'll catch you.
A police unit arrives to take the suspect away.
Can we just sit him in the back of there? Nathan's going to check his head.
As soon as Nathan's given him the once-over.
He's got in a scuffle with someone, isn't he?
Once he's in the car, the suspect claims his injury has worsened.
What are you doing? Oi, sit up. Oi. Sit up. Sit up.
My head, I can't.
Sit up.
My head.
Yes, you can.
I can't.
Mate, you've just been sitting up. Oi, the paramedics can't look at you whilst you're laying down.
Joint response.
Sit up.
Okay, so I'll be good. You want to be with me?
No, the paramedic's going to come and check your head.
Yeah. That's right. It's a tiny little cut.
He's got about 5 different
tiny
pairs of sunglasses.
You bleed a lot from your head.
As he's examined by Nathan, Jack continues to search his bag.
Just want to see what else is in here. This is really heavy. Oh, there it is.
It's a knife, isn't it? Yeah, go on, guys.
Ah. Got a Stanley blade on him. He's already been arrested for going equipped to steal. We found pliers, screwdriver, and now we've just found a Stanley blade on him. Probably all under the same umbrella. We know he's out breaking into cars, cutting into cars. So we'll be taken off to custody, be booked into custody, and then we can go back and I can go back and do our bits.
It's like a graze. It's a little graze. So he's got a very minor head graze, really. It's bled a little bit, and he's got a bit of dry blood down his head, but nothing much really going on there. So custody nurse will be able to look after him there. He's going to go there now, and they'll be able to keep an eye on him overnight as he's being dealt with there, with whatever he's done or hasn't done.
But just as the suspect's about to be driven to the cells...
Yeah, Nath, we're going to get him out.
Yeah.
Nathan's needed again.
Pull him backwards. Here you go, you ready?
The man's passed out and is completely unresponsive.
003 CCAM. Can I get a grade 2, please? His arm out of sleeve. Got a shallow breathing. His pupils were all right earlier. In the second.
with drink drivers causing more than 200 deaths on UK roads each year. The JRU teams are constantly on the alert for people driving over the legal limit.
Take brakes off. No, you've got no lights in the back at all.
Police officer Ben and paramedic Lisa have stopped a car which was being driven with no lights on.
She's put her foot back on the brake again.
Take first brake, love.
Right, no, they're off.
The female driver seems to be confused.
Have you been drinking tonight at all? No?
No.
No?
Had one glass, that's fine.
One glass of wine? Sorry? OK, can you turn the engine off for me, please, madam? Come over here to the pavement for me. What's your name? Well, in fact, you're driving no lights on and I can smell alcohol, and you told me you've had a glass of wine. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to require you to provide a sample of breath for the purpose of a Roadside breath test. If you fail to do so, or refuse to do so, it may make you liable to arrest the prosecution. Do you understand that? Yeah, any medical reason why you cannot supply me with a sample of breath?
No.
None at all, OK. Right. Take a deep breath and blow for me, please. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Thank you very much. OK, the result was 76. At this moment in time, you're under arrest. Suspicion of driving whilst over the prescribed limit. You were taken back to the police station where I'll place you on a machine which will tell me the exact amount of alcohol in your system. At this moment in time, you have blown 76. The legal limit is 35. OK? Could you do me a favour? Park it, please.
The driver has blown more than twice the legal limit.
Do you have a spare unit, please? I've got one in custody.
The thought of being locked up is hitting home.
All right, calm down for me. We're not going to hurt you, we're going to look after you. All right? Right, what's your first name?
It's not the end
at all. It is not the end at all.
My mum would be so ashamed of me.
But there is little sympathy, and the woman will be taken directly to the police station.
What's happening?
If you come with me, I'll show you. I'll explain to you. Right. These gentlemen here, OK, you're going to sit in the back of the car with them, OK? This gentleman will sit in the back with you. I'll follow you to the police station. She's upset, but to be honest, I have little tolerance for drink drivers. I see the worst thing that happen when drink drivers kill people or themselves. And I know, I appreciate people make mistakes, but there are ways of getting help than going out and drink driving. His arm out of sleeve? Yeah, he's got a shallow breathing.
A man arrested on suspicion of theft has passed out as he was about to be taken into custody.
You've got good pulses, so... So again? Got good pulses. Was it a crack pipe, did you find? Yeah.
It's the same man another JRU team dealt with 2 days previously.
So he's known to you guys being a heroin user?
Yes.
Yeah.
After he was allegedly beaten up by someone who caught him breaking into their car.
Yeah.
He has got quite a lot of previous for theft from motor vehicles. That's how he tends to fund his habit.
His pupils were all right earlier.
5 minutes after he first passed out, paramedic Nathan has managed to rouse him.
Ah, you're back with us. What happened? Where'd you go?
Hello, mate. Keep your arm still a sec.
Yeah, keep your arm still, mate.
Keep your arm still.
Keep your arm still.
So just checking him over, see what's going on, see if we can figure out why he went unconscious. All his checks come back absolutely spot on. So just waiting for another blood pressure to come back just to make sure it's not an abnormality. He's taken some drugs before we've got here. Did have a cracked pipe on him, so... He's spinning. Can you see stars? You gonna be sick?
Are you gonna be sick?
I'm sick.
All right, yeah.
A little bit. Have you taken heroin tonight?
No.
Sure? It makes a big difference to your medical treatment.
Listen, if you have taken heroin, just tell us. You're not going to get in any trouble for that.
I know.
You know, yeah?
Yeah,
have you taken any?
No, I don't take it.
What have you taken? Nothing.
Oh.
Even though the man's denying taking heroin. Nathan suspects he has.
Sharp scratch.
Nice and still, nice and still.
So we're going to give him an anti-sickness, just because we're retching quite a lot. See if that helps with that, hopefully. And then give him some pain relief as well. So he's been assaulted, hit around the head. He was absolutely fine. Was about to go to custody, and then went unconscious in the car.
Well, keep yourself still, keep yourself still. There we go.
That's it.
It does appear that he genuinely was unconscious for a short period of time. Yes, he's under arrest, but we've got to look after him as well. We know that he uses heroin, so the likelihood is he could have just used heroin just prior to his arrest, which is what's made him have this turn.
We're going to go to hospital. We're just waiting for the ambulance to come.
Nathan administers Narcan, otherwise known as naloxone, a medicine that rapidly reverses an opioid overdose. Nathan's fellow paramedic, Jordan, did exactly the same 2 days ago.
I'm just going to give him some naloxone.
When he found the man unconscious.
Your pupils were very little when you stopped responding properly, and your breathing went a bit slower.
Yes, that can go down to police dealing.
I'm just going through his property and bagging it all up for the evidence. Screwdriver, wire cutters, torch, bank card in somebody else's name that's not his, umpteen pairs of sunglasses.
The suspected thief needs to go to hospital before he goes to custody.
So he was put under arrest, and then in the back of the car he went unconscious for like 2 to 3 minutes, but like proper unconscious, wasn't responding to. Yeah. You sure you're comfortable down there? You don't want to sit up? So he's going to A&E now to try and get to the bottom of kind of why he's gone unconscious. He's still under arrest, so once he's done there, he'll go down to custody and be sorted out there by the police. So, yeah, all in all, quite a good job.
Yes, Nathan did say, is that him? DP Nathan, detective paramedic.
I'll take it. I've been called worse things.
Right, let's get back to custody.
Get in.
In the UK, there are more than 2 million people aged over 75 living alone. Paramedic Aisha and Special Sergeant Jack are on their way to one of them.
We're going to an 89-year-old female who lives alone and has pressed her Lifeline, which is something that's connected to their home landline telephone. If they press it, someone will be on the other end of it to answer, see if they need anything. And in this instance, they haven't been able to get hold of the person who's pressed it. So because there's been no response, they'll pass it through to the ambulance service.
We get a lot of Lifeline presses. We go to a lot of people that have fallen over, unable to get themselves up. They've got their alarm on.
1 in 3 people aged over 65 will have at least one fall in a year, and 100,000 of them break a hip.
It's just there. Let's see if I can get an answer quickly. Hello. You all right? Ambulance is here as well.
Oh, right, okay. The patient's daughter and son-in-law have arrived just minutes before Jack and Aisha.
Sorry, darling. Have you got any pain anywhere?
No.
OK, darling. I'm just going to step over you and feel your wrist, if that's OK. OK, well done, sweetheart. And when did you fall? How long ago? Was it when you pressed your Lifeline?
About 9 o'clock, I suppose.
OK. And you haven't got any pain in your neck at all?
No, it's been aching anyway.
Right, how much strength do you have in your legs?
Not a lot.
We're going to do most of the work. So that right leg, I need you to bend it at the knee for me. And get your foot as flat as you can. And then Jack's going to put his foot in front of yours so they don't slip.
I don't know why. I wanted to go to the pad out of the wardrobe and I slipped.
Right, so...
You're going to hold on to me and not the radiator?
Yeah.
Hold on.
3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
We've got you.
We got you.
That's it, have a hug.
Don't slip
hang on a minute, we're going to do the same thing again.
Stay there.
We're going to get you a chair with a back on it, all right?
You stay there. Thank you.
Now Iris is off the floor.
That's better. We can see your pretty face now.
Aisha can begin to check her over and find out what might have caused her to fall.
Right, sweetheart. Is it okay if I do some observations on you? Your pulse, blood pressure? Yeah? Okay, yeah. Iris, are you feeling breathless? Be honest with me, darling.
I do get a bit breathless.
Okay.
Iris's breathing difficulties might mean something more serious is going on.
So, sweetheart, so I think that you've got something called atrial fibrillation, and it just means your heart rate's a little bit irregular, which normally isn't a problem. But tonight it's going into a bit of a quick rhythm. So because of that, darling, I'm going to suggest a trip up to hospital. I know you don't want to go, darling. But listen, sweetheart. Listen. But with your heart rate going a little bit quick, I'm concerned that it might start going too quick. Okay? And we're sort of getting towards it being a bit too quick at the moment.
I don't want to go.
I know you don't, darling. We need the hospital just to give you some medications to slow that heart rate down, and then they can send you home with some antibiotics. They won't keep you any longer than they need to.
You all right?
Persuading elderly patients to go to hospital is often the tricky part. Jack helps Iris into her living room, which is more accessible for the ambulance crew that's been called.
Her heart is going far too quickly. That's not giving her heart a chance to completely empty the blood from the top chambers to the bottom chambers and into the body and the lungs. You're right, sweetheart.
18 minutes after they're called, the ambulance crew arrives.
What made me think there was something more going on, she was sitting there very breathless. And so blood pressure has dropped. We were at 150 over 80-ish.
Iris, my colleague's going to move the ambulance and bring your chair in. I'll bring you a blanket as well. Are you happy to come? I know you don't want to go, but it's certainly for the best.
Iris will be checked over at A&E, just a short 10-minute drive away.
Iris, I hope you feel better soon, darling, and I really am sorry you've got to go to hospital. But fingers crossed it'll be a quick one, all right? Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Right, take care. Bye-bye. Thank you. You're welcome. They can be quite hard, emotionally tough, those sort of jobs. Nobody likes to go to an elderly person who's that upset. It makes you think of, you know, your grandparents, your parents, so it is tough. But ultimately, we've done the right thing, you know, to kind of bring her around to the idea of going into hospital and just make her understand the necessity of it. They won't keep you any longer than they need to.
Speak soon. Get your hands out.
Can we set up? Well. Let's stand up. Ready? Good.
How much pain are you in right now? Okay.
It hurts more when I breathe.
Top 3 ribs is.
Oh yeah, thank God. All right. No,
Top 3 ribs. Them ones.